do not fear the moment when the shadow of death envelops us, and everything is thrown into oblivion. Instead, rejoice it and embrace it. A beautiful ending is upon us. Yes, a beautiful ending for women. It's over, bitch! Picture your sunshine. It feels like a sunshine. What's real, what's fake, what's right? Doesn't matter what's the first right. It's all the fear, all the bullshit. Doesn't last in the sound of. Once you've done it, it's done. Fucking think before you crash and run. Whatever you believe. All your dreams. Betray, betray. I'm human too.
Besides, if they eat us, we'll die. Besides, if they eat us, we'll die. Besides, if they eat us, we'll die. Besides, if they eat us, we'll die.
You and I both want to be the best that will. I know that you're scared of the end about you, but I can't read the hesitation in your face. But you are hesitant at all to clear your name. Guilt means nothing in reality. Can we be forgiven? What does forgiveness mean? How many have you killed? Do you even know? We will heed your trace. If you look out to me, I'll find you and I will fucking end your life. I will become whatever you think of. Whatever you believe. I will be nothingness or disgust. All your dreams. I know it's hard at anything I could. Betray, betray. Falling forever, witnessed by nobody.
Listen up, ladies. The cursed men who used guns brought destruction upon themselves. And women also fought using guns, and only a handful escaped the curse. That's why we don't hurt other women.
Women are all about charm.
Exactly. Whoever lacks charm continues to kill. We have to stop that no matter what.
The sky's opening. You fucking coward. When it all becomes just another memory, will you see all the death around? Try to redeem yourself and
restlessness and trembling head. Once it happens to you, it tears the wings off of your back. Somewhere another girl dies, ripped apart and eaten by angels, screaming, circling forever. When it all becomes just another memory, will you see all the death around? Trying to redeem yourself in violence, vanish, perish evermore. The language of the ancient corrupts so absolute. The thirst for purity will kill your somewhere. Another girl dies alone, murdered by committee of angels, shining omen. Another life thrown away, they've spoken. Anyone who dares to refute their goodness, vanished and erased from time.
As long as there is evil in people's hearts,
Don't eat up.
my gun and bullets shall be there to shed light wherever you desire.
All I love is the city when the night comes, when the rain becomes our lifelong hide from all the waking world inside our secret silence. All I trust is the hated type of true love that nobody wants to speak of, because what scares you? I never look back, never look back, right? So now, I can see now, and everything isn't worth a lick of fate. I'll escape this place and crawl my way out of anything. No one makes it out of change. There's no room for all mistakes. I don't give a shit if you don't see the vision. But you're calling every part of me that I see. So what the fuck are you gonna do? Now we know that there's a way out, there's a way out. Look at all I've got no reason not to say yes. All I love is the city when the night comes, when the rain becomes our lifelong hide from all the waking world inside our secret silence. All I trust is the hated type of true love that nobody wants to speak of, because what scares you? I never look back, never look back, right?
Roll call. Who's here? Hi, everybody. I forgot your ghost for 1 second, but don't worry. It's actually been activated for a while now. This song is probably too loud. Just the way I like it. Hi. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. I am, yeah, I wanted to say I'm not, but that's not true. But my hands are swollen and they're irritating me right now. See these bandages that I'm wearing? These are my swollen hands bandages. I just need to take a day and just hold an ice pack for the entire day, and then I'll be good as new, maybe. But I have not been resting for a really long time with these things. I'm just too naughty. So I'm like, I want to stream, but I don't want to be in the Discord at the moment, because I was in the Discord all day yesterday hosting movies. I don't know what I want to do. I just want to be here with you guys and not draw today. My tablet was like at 0 anyway, so I wouldn't be able to even if I wanted to. I thought it was shorter movies, but I literally forgot how, I forgot that we watched the War of the Worlds movies. I forgot that we watched both of them, and I can only remember the other things. I'm now focusing in chat, that's right. I do this every now and then wherein I almost exclusively prioritize the chat. The rare just chatting streams. We do them once every 5 months. But I get a little bit scared to do them because I don't know how they're gonna go. Or sometimes I don't know what I want to watch, or I don't know what I would be able to watch with people, you know? But I might be coughing a little bit because forever. And also, I did have a coffee. I can't help it. But I have a cough no matter what. And I wanted to have a coffee because I was starving to death. Not yesterday. Today, my stomach hurt so bad that I thought I was gonna vomit. But it just means I'm hungry. Hello, Gig. Hi. But yeah, as mentioned, we watched 5 movies in the Discord yesterday. So the movie that I've been hyping up for the longest amount of time is called 1313 UFO Invasion. And some of you guys might recognize like that style movie because Red Letter Media covered one of them. It was something Bigfoot or something. But this is 1313 UFO Invasion, which I came across because it was randomly on Netflix. It is a softcore, but not a softcore. It's like a softcore of softcore. There is no nudity or sex or anything. It's just the point of the movie is to sit there and watch handsome buff dudes exist. And in the case of 1313 UFO, your role is to be creepy and watch them walk up the stairs. Each individual buff male character, by the way, go up the stairs, go, guys, hey, is that a workout room? And then they start working out for about like 3 minutes. I'm not joking. And then some weird fade out happens and suddenly they're tied to a bed, and then they kind of writhe around while being tied up to it, but not too much because they don't want to actually like get free and damage the bed, and then you have to pay for that. And that's the movie. It's about 70 minutes, something like that. It is very entertaining, and I would say you don't have to watch all of it, but you need to at least get to the pool scene. The pool scene is okay. I need you guys to play in the pool. I'm the director, man. I need you guys to go play in the pool. What do you mean play in the pool? Just play. Okay. So 3 grown men jump in the pool, and I'm not joking. It's about 5 minutes straight of 3 gentlemen in the pool, in their underwear, by the way. They didn't have swim trunks. They just like take their pants off, and they're all wearing tighty whities. Very clean pack, just came from the cleaners. And they're splashing each other and giggling for 10 minutes. No dialogue. Nothing that feels natural or anything about how dudes would chill and socialize in a pool. Just like 10 minutes in that pool, splashing, no speaking at all. And it's fantastic. I don't know why it was on Netflix. It's certainly not anymore, and it's been very difficult to find it. It's like it's been wiped from the face of the internet. Almost like it's a intentional effort or something. But my friend found it on a porn site. Thank God. I figured it would be there. But again, there's no porn in it. Certainly no porn. But it is a very, very joyous. My favorite is the MILF lady. She has red hair and she creepily just like stares at the dudes and like they'll be in the shower and she's just standing like right out there. Like literally, if somebody is that close to you, you have a sense that tells you there's somebody near you. I don't know how that works. I would be curious to know how that works. How does that work? Is it your peripheral vision? Is it that you actually see them, or is it something else? But anyway, she's so creepy and wonderful. I couldn't say the site. I'm not the one that ended up finding it, and I never asked him where he got it from, but some porn site. And it was great. After that, we watched the 2025 War of the Worlds. It was my second time watching the movie. It never disappoints. It's a very entertaining film. They even have Anonymous We Are Legion in it, which is pretty cool. I like how it's such a big mistake for boomers or whoever the hell made this movie to try to make tech-themed movies, because if you make tech-themed movies, literally everybody is going to know something is right or wrong, and they fuck up a lot in that movie. It is so goofy. I love it. I would absolutely recommend watching it with your friends. People say like, oh, is it really that bad? Yes, it is, but it's fun bad, so watch it. Just pretend it's Asylum, except it's not Asylum, which is what makes it so fucking funny. I heard in your comments on X and you admitted that you watched hentai. Yeah, I'm like, not like other girls. I like sex. Oh, that's crazy, right? I know. I'm just very different. But yes, sometimes I do partake in the hentai, but not what I would actually like. I would like hentai of the characters that I like, but they don't get any content because I'm sharing a space with only Fujos, and there's not that many of us anymore. You know, Fujos, a lot of Fujos, they will flock to Thing, devour the Thing, but when there's no more content for a Thing, if there's a bit of a drought, they move on to the next Thing. And the only people that remain are the designated fandom Fujos. So, like, there are still people dedicated to drawing, like, original Yu-Gi-Oh, you know? Even though original Yu-Gi-Oh is not really relevant anymore, there's always going to be, like, a small pool. Same with Hunter x Hunter drawing my favorite boys and everything, but there's not enough Fujos to increase the likeliness of a good hentai or yaoi artist to draw content. And so I'm in a perpetual drought for forever. I would have loved to watch it, but after Nightmare on Elm and Gay Alien Dudes, fair enough. After War of the Worlds 2025, we watched the Tom Cruise one. It has not been that long since I last rewatched it. Whenever I was a kid, I even saw it in theaters. I love that movie. It's very spectacle. It's very flashy, very intense. But when I rewatched it, I'm not as into it. I think... Oh, hi, Bright. Thank you for the sub. I think there's something about... How do I say this? It's trying really hard to seem realistic by having bickering. Lots of bickering, so it feels kind of like realistic. But have you ever seen something to where it pushes it so far to where you're like, okay, this is like too much. Can you dial it back? Like, now I'm just irritated watching this. Like, one thing that like a kind of example is after all the bickering with the family, and it makes sense what the bickering is. It's like if you've been in a dysfunctional family, you know how it is. Life's annoying. But there's this one guy. Actually, no. Context. So, everybody gathers in, like, the town square because some earthquake happened or whatever. The road split, and then a giant tripod alien machine rises out and starts evaporating people. No, not evaporating. Vaporizing people. That's the word. Vaporizing people, literally. It would probably be very difficult to live around here and not know something really bad's happening on a catastrophic scale. Some kind of natural disaster or war or anything. And so, Tom Cruise goes back to his family and it's like, all right, we're going. We need to get to the car and we need to get out of there. So, they get to where the car is, and it's in a public area where everybody is clearly evacuating. They're all in a panic. They're, like, freaking out. And some guy from earlier in the movie comes, yo, Tom Cruise, like, I did what you said about the car, and it worked. And Tom Cruise is like, look, man, we gotta go. And while everybody's in the background clearly evacuating, this guy, this, like, auto repair, whatever the fuck, is just, it's like he's oblivious. Like, he doesn't notice anything unusual. And he's like trying to like live life as normal and start bickering with Tom Cruise, and it's like, I don't know why it irritates me. It's just, it feels so over the top and not grounded, I guess. But aside that, I guess it's fine. People in the Discord kind of summarized it fine, that there isn't much of a plot, that it just feels like scene to scene to scene, like it just transitions to another thing and then another thing. Like, but I guess that's kind of how it would go, right? The overall narrative, what do you call it? The destination is he wants to get his kids to his ex-wife. Why? I don't know. Just to reunite, I guess. But it's like not a bad movie. It just doesn't really have the spark, but it has like very good qualities into it. It's just a plain bad movie? No. It's not a bad movie. I would be curious, like, what you think is a... What else do you think are bad movies? It's not a bad movie. It's just a little bit on the dull side. Have you ever heard about the Patels of Reincarnation, the anime? I haven't. But I'll tell you another dull movie. And it's also not a movie that's bad. It's not bad. That's the thing about it. It weirds me out. Well, you could be a hater, but, like, are you talking subjectively or objectively? Because I certainly don't like Tom Cruise War of the Worlds, but I really can't say it's a bad movie. Like, I try to be careful what I say is dull and what I say is bad, because I think there is a spectrum, which makes discussion a little bit more interesting. But maybe I'm not harsh enough. Maybe I need to be a stronger hater, but we watched a movie. It was randomly in the recommended, so I clicked it. It's called Mission to Mars. It is fascinating, because I can't really say Mission to Mars does anything bad. In fact, it feels oddly well put together. It feels like it has a strong identity and style to it, but it doesn't grab at me. And I think I summarized it to... How do I word this? It's like, it doesn't have a spark, but it kind of almost has a spark. Which makes me feel more bad for not liking it, because I'm like, I see this movie, this is not bad, this is not dog shit. This seems to have something special to it, and yet it doesn't matter in the end. In the end, it's still mediocre. And it's like, that sucks, I feel bad for this movie. Another thing that I tend to not like is whimsical. I do not like the feeling of whimsical very often. And if there is going to be whimsicalness, it needs to be dark. I like dark fantasy. But if it's just like the way this movie does it, especially with the aliens, whenever you get to meet them and everything, I'm just kind of like, I'm just not interested in it. Like, I remember another movie that kind of did this is The Abyss, James Cameron. James Cameron, I mean, I think he leaned a little bit more into horror a little bit, at least at first, and I guess Mission to Mars did as well, but whenever you get to meet the aliens, it's like too wholesome, if that makes sense. Seem more like a dark fantasy person. Yeah, I just don't like whimsical. Like I said, I don't know what my deal with it is. Maybe I'm just too inherently cynical for that feeling to overcome me. Because the kind of feeling that I seek out, like the games that I want to play, etc., I want to feel uncomfortable. I want to feel anxiety and fear, which is why I like survival horror so much. I want to feel that. I don't want to feel, wow, I'm in a magical place and there's sparkles everywhere, and you can look at that mountain, and it's so big and long, you can climb all over it. Like, It's just a random summer blockbuster, nothing terrible, nothing special. Yeah, I think, you know what, that's a good way. It's not special. Really like Tom Cruise War of the World. The suspense horror scenes are shot really well. Yeah, like that stuff, like I love the chaos of War of the Worlds. I think the one scene wherever Dakota Fanning goes off to pee, and then she's by the river, and then suddenly, like, the bodies start floating down. That shit's good. I'm surprised it's PG-13. I mean, I guess PG-13 can get away with death and everything, but it's pretty hardcore. And the effects still look great. Like, what is this? It's a 2005 movie, and the effects are on par with like a modern movie, if not even better. I like how everyone is just continuing with the iced tea thing. Iced tea just it sounds like a delicious drink. Also, hello, Saya. Sorry that I didn't say hi earlier. But yeah, Mission to Mars, we got through most of it. I was drawing while I was watching it, so I was kind of watching, kind of not. And around the point where there was 20 minutes left, I snapped. I'm like, I cannot watch this movie anymore. No, I'm done. Because there was a meter building up the entire time, like, as we were watching this, of like, oh, this is kind of not bad. And then it got to a point where I'm like, all right, I'm irritated because it's not grabbing me. I'm bored. I don't feel anything. It's not bad. It's not bad. It is just so not grabbing me that I'm more irritated. If it was bad, it would at least be entertaining and funny. Like, if I had to choose between recommending somebody watch James Cameron's The Abyss or Mission to Mars, I would say James Cameron's Abyss, because James Cameron's Abyss is kind of a mess, and it's funny. Like, Michael Biehn has like a mustache and he's trying to play a villain, but it's not coming across as very convincing. The characters are like kind of stupid. There is this like goofy fight between Michael Biehn and the main guy. There's like B-movie elements that kind of make it all come together and make it kind of amusing. Not enough to where I can say that I stan the movie. I wouldn't say I'm a fan of The Abyss, but if somebody's like, oh, I want to watch The Abyss, I'm not going to be like, oh, don't. It's like, I'll join in. I'll think that'll be funny. How did they... Yeah, I don't know how they messed up like, War of the Worlds is based off of a iconic book, right? How did we get to a point where this was greenlit? That this was allowed to go through? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's no standards anymore, just anybody can get a hold of this. I think somebody said that War of the Worlds is public domain, but it's Universal that pushed this. How would Universal, like, I don't understand. How did executives think that this was gonna fly? Or did they think, were they charmed by the innovative idea of what if alien invasion, but you were on Zoom? I just don't get it. After we watched both War of the Worlds, I'm trying to remember everything that we watched. I did write it down, but we watched Prince of Egypt. I always like to revisit Prince of Egypt. It is just a entertaining movie. I love the songs. Obviously, my favorite song is The Plagues, and then the first song, I think it's called Deliver Us. Just fantastic. And then, oh, and also I was surprised. There's so many people in my Discord that, like, is versed on religion and stuff. I think, Space Marine says that he likes to study that kind of thing. I don't know anything about, like, history much. I don't retain information very easily, as I always say, and I don't really tend to take much interest in studying religion in particular, because it feels very convoluted and it goes way back. There's a lot of lore and a lot of religions, and I just, video game. Who's Aaron? Prince of Egypt, I saw when I was a kid. Whenever we were at school, it would be like at summer school. Well, not summer daycare kind of deal. And they would play like Prince of Egypt as one of the movies. It was like their go-to. Oh, his name was Aaron? Oh. Is that the one that's played by Jeff Goldblum? It is distracting whenever like you get older and you recognize who that is. It's like, oh, it's Jeff Goldblum. Not in a bad way. It's just very distracting. We also watched, let's see. The Mummy. Yep. I don't remember why we brought up The Mummy. It was probably because we watched Prince of Egypt or something. And it was a little bit late. There were a pretty decent amount of people in the server, but I'm thinking like, oh, maybe I need to give people heads up so everybody can come here. But I didn't have any plans for the rest of the night, and I was still drawing. And they just said, just play the movie. And I'm like, oh, okay. So we ended up, watching The Mummy, which is one of my favorite movies. It's directed by Stephen Sommers. It still holds up. I'm very happy to say that Stephen Sommers' The Mummy still holds up great. I don't think an action adventure movie nowadays could compare to it. And I wouldn't even say that the Mummy movie is even that, like, unique or special or anything. I think it's derivative of, like, other movies, too. But I feel like nowadays, we can't even get anything as good as that, right? Also, the composer, I forgot his name because I'm a bastard, composed Mulan. Great soundtrack, great presentation, great cast. I love everything about that movie. And I forgot, because it's been a little bit since I watched Brendan Fraser. Brendan Fraser just has a very special charisma to him. I like that he's got a very particular face. It's masculine and baby at the same time. And he's got that great attitude. But he has range, because I also saw him in Caveman or something. He's in George of the Jungle. He's also in another movie where he plays that kind of thing. Iceman? Brandon Fraser. It's Iceman? Encino Man? I don't know why he played like two similar roles. Top Gun? No, Brandon Fraser's not in Top Gun. Are you thinking of Tom Cruise? Tom Cruise and I forgot his name. He plays Iceman, and he's a great actor, and he passed away recently. Oh, Val Kilmer. I remember it. Yeah, Val Kilmer. Like, I had to close my eyes and think, Batman. Oh, Val Kilmer. I think, well, we jumped topics a little bit, Johnny, so you might have gotten confused by that, because, like, I talk a mile a minute at times. Cliff Steele in Doom Patrol. When did that come out? I know that, actually, never mind. I don't want to talk about, a certain subject. But yeah, love Brendan Fraser. Now I might host the second Mummy movie, but I will warn people that it is a drop in quality because it is too ambitious. It wants to do too many things. When what it should have done is it should have cut some things out and fleshed out fewer ideas, if that makes sense. And I didn't realize that when I was young. When I was young, I thought it was fantastic because the second Mummy movie has such great shit in it. I love its cast. I love a lot of its, like, locations and ideas. It's quite fun, but there are some things that I would personally cut. Now, what would I cut? 100% the small mummies in the forest. I would get rid of that entire section. Maybe not. I don't know. Like, they do want to have, like, scenes that take place in ancient Egypt because that's fun and everything. I don't know. Maybe get rid of the scene where Anck-su-namun fights against Evelyn's past self or something. But that scene is so cool, and it's brief enough. I'd have to, like, rewatch it again and then be able to decide what I would like to get moved. But it's cool as a train. And I love that train, and oh my god, it's so good. Elements of it are so good. On what is your avatar based? So this is just based off a certain type of school uniform. Sometimes people think it's Persona. Sometimes people think I'm the mailman. But it's just inspired by certain uniforms that I've seen in anime here and there, but I don't remember, like, how to refer to the time period where it was most popular. And a big inspo. Oh, thank you for the follow. A big inspo was Toilet Bound's Hanako-kun, but I was familiar with this, like, type of outfit before that. But that was, like, the most recent example that really put that, like, type of uniform under my radar. Also, I could take my cloak off, which I rarely do because it looks less complete without it, but maybe this will give me more casual vibes. And then you could see my bag strap. Thank you. I have a toggle to remove the hat too, but I never bothered to activate it because I like my hat too much. No, I want to wear my cloak. I feel naked without it. And then I got my little wisps too. The only other adventure movie I can think of feeling fun like the Mummy is the Antonio Banderas movie. Yeah, I rewatched that recently. I had seen it when I was young, When I rewatched it, though, I can't say I loved it. It felt... I can kind of see why you would compare it to, like, the Mummy movie in terms of, like, energy and vibe. Maybe the reason why I was more partial to the Mummy movie is because I watched it so much as a kid, whereas the Zorro movie, I caught some of it when I was young. When I rewatched it, I was, I guess, mostly judging it as an adult, and to me, it was just, like, maybe a little bit too safe, I guess. Your avatar looks like a patriot of Japan. Based. We love Japan. Without the cloak, it's like you're a cruel prison guard. Yo, based. But I want to look warm and inviting to everybody. Also, Steven Sommers also directed Van Helsing, if you guys remember that. It has, oh my god, do not tell me his name. He plays Wolverine. I always draw a blank when I try to remember actors' names. I hate that about myself so much. Hugh Jackman, I remember. Hugh Jackman. And then it also has the actress who I think plays Celine in the Underworld movies. I forget her name too. It's not Anne Hathaway, right? Or is it? Van Helsing. I'm gonna turn my fan on because it's a little bit hot. Oh, it's Kate Beckinsale. That was what it was. Anne Hathaway didn't sound right. I think Anne Hathaway has like a gentle kind of kawaii look, whereas Kate Beckinsale has this kind of like mommy look to her, from what I recall. Van Helsing I got to see in theaters, and it is fun. It is like, it's got the energy of a comic book movie, and I really like it. But when I rewatched it, there is something that feels a little bit off about it, just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Some technical, like, artistic hang-up that I have. But I would love to host that, too, as well. I have not checked what he has done lately. Steven Sommers. Let's see. G.I. Joe Rise of the Cobra. I don't think I heard people liking that film. Yeah, he actually hasn't directed that much. Oh, Scorpion King. You know, I actually liked Scorpion King when I was young. When I rewatched it, it's like okay. It's like okay. Wow, his last film was in 2013. He is alive, right? Okay. Perfect Alibi. Oh, it's a short film. I'm not able to get it to pull up. Gunman? 1994 American action comedy film. When I hear comedy, I just like tune out. He did The Jungle Book, but like the 1994 one. Tom and Huck. I don't know. God, these are the most 90s boys I've ever seen in my life. Deep Rising. Wait a second. Wait. Deep Rising. Isn't that like a underwater like movie? I actually watched that movie. What year is this? 1998. Yeah, I think I actually watched this movie, and it's pretty mediocre, but I had no idea that Steven Sommers did it. Maybe I need to rewatch it. Still have to watch Scary Movie? Scary Movie's like, okay. Maybe it's because I watched the second one first, but when I went back to watch the first one, I just thought it was like, alright. But the second one makes me laugh, or at least it used to. Nowadays, like, I've watched it so many times when I was too young. I shouldn't have been watching it when I was that young. But I watched it so many times that I don't, like, laugh out loud anymore. But I think it holds up. I think it's funny. Wow. Okay, so The Mummy, then The Mummy Returns, then Scorpion King, then Van Helsing, then G.I. Joe, Rise of the Cobra, then Odd Thomas in 2013. And that's it. So he kind of like, when he hit his peak, not long after that, he ended up, I guess, retiring or something. Or he went on to do something else. I'm not, like, reading the entire, like, article or anything. But very interesting, very interesting. Hold on one second. Hold on. Scary Movie 3 and 4 made me scared so much as a kid. Surprisingly, Scary Movie 2 didn't, and I love to rewatch it over and over again. I never got scared by any of them. I also, you know what, I actually like Scary Movie 3 as well, but when I was young, I didn't really... I don't think I'd seen a lot of the movies that they were actually parodying, like some of them, but not all of them. So I mostly was judging it at face value for like what it was. And I feel like what's cool is like they will have plenty of their own jokes. One of my favorite from Scary Movie to always reference is the "take my strong arm" or just "take my strong hand. It's not strong enough." I don't know what that's supposed to be referring in, but I think it's fantastic. And the main girl, like the main actor, her voice quality is so funny. There's like this kind of, she has this raspy voice that cracks. It's so funny to me. I still don't know what movie Scary Movie 2 does reference other than The Exorcist. Like, let me think. Maybe horror in general? I can't really actually think of too many. They have like an evil clown doll, but I can't say what movie that's from. But it's probably something specific, right? Hold on. I'm typing something up really quick. But I want to show the art that I did this weekend. My blood, sweat, and tears. And there is blood in the art, because I love blood. Hold on. "13 Ghosts." I do love 13 Ghosts, but was 13 Ghosts noticed by people? Like, enough to where people would parody it? Because I thought when it comes to, like, comedy, parody stuff, I thought they tend to go for the most popular things that people are gonna recognize, right? Maybe. I guess it depends on the kind of parody that you're trying to do. You can do a parody on, like, something niche, I guess, but I don't know. I had to go down the hall. You want to go down the hall? Where you wanted to go? Well, I need to move here anyway because I'm showing my art. So let's see. I have... Hold on. Oh, this is the Fuki Tech link. We don't want that. So there was a mishap with this art because I misunderstood something. So I ended up coloring it the completely wrong color palette because I thought it was a different character because they have two characters. And I love both characters. So I could totally believe that they would ask me to draw the other character, but I drew this. I initially wanted a more, like, bottom-heavy focus. Like, I wanted it to be focused on ass and leg a little bit more, just to kind of challenge myself, because I do feel like I default to this kind of pose a lot. Now, I like drawing this kind of pose, but I worry that if I don't make an effort to try to avoid being so samey, that maybe I'm not trying hard enough, you know? But, when I try to make it work, there is something fundamental that I am just not understanding about perspective, composition, and posing, camera angle. There's just so much to it where I posed a model and I drew it pretty accurately in my opinion. And I can't show it unfortunately because it's an ass and I did draw clothing over it, but it might be too risque or something. Hi Push, hello. But I feel like there is something that I need to figure out before I even try to do that for like paid commissions, you know? So I would rather go safe. I would rather deliver something that you've seen from me before, but it's safe, than try to experiment and it be a dud. I went and I submitted a a Skeb request for art advice, which I've never done before. It's a thing that you can do on Skeb where you go to an artist, and if they offer advice, you are able to ask them for advice on art, which is cool. So I did that, and I'm curious to see what the artist has to say. If they write, it depends on, if they type out something in Japanese, I'll be able to translate it easily myself. But if they draw tips, like written, I'll have to ask my friend to translate. But ultimately, I will be able to utilize this in some way. I also asked the barista at the coffee shop that I work at for some advice. He was able to help me a little bit. But I feel that it is... How do I say? I just feel like so fish out of water that it's not a simple, like, oh, just adjust this and then everything's good again. It's like, no, it's like I really need to study or whatever. But I ended up doing this, and I'm really happy with it. Now, the way it initially looked was incorrect. So the original version was actually this. And it was colored, the background and everything was balanced with this in mind. But when I found out that it was the wrong color palette and the wrong character, I was able to change it, but I had to adjust the balance. So for this very high emphasis on red, and then a balance of gray and white. Whenever I changed it, though, I had to darken the pants, because otherwise it looked too washed out. It looks like there was too high a concentration of white to gray, so I added like a green hue to the shorts, and then I darkened them a bit. And I feel like I'm sort of happy with how this turned out, but sometimes I get a little bit insecure that I go too bright, too contrasty, because there was a time for my art where I made things look muddy. I was too afraid of like overly contrast, so things would kind of blend together and it would look muddy. It wouldn't look overly satisfying to the eyes. So maybe I'm thinking too much. Like, I don't think I'm assuming it doesn't look bad to you guys, but it's like the way I color and the way I draw is never the way I want. It's never what I like in other people's art. It's like, I wish that my art was more like other people's art. I could show an example also of how torn I feel about my art at times regarding looking overly clean and contrasty. And I showed this at the barista. So let's see. There is an old drawing that I did. Hi, Smolchy. Hi, and thank you. Sorry, I'm on a tangent. So I want to show... I might have showed this a while back, but I don't know if I showed it in the context of the color and rendering. I think what I did is I showed it in specifically posing. So this is the original that I drew in, like, let's see, 2019, okay? Did this in 2019, and it was a gift for my friend of her original character, Mizori Ito. I'm a big fan of hers. Now, I didn't have any, like, posing programs, so I was just making up poses and anatomy as I went, and it's alright. But I actually still like this. Of all my old art and new art, this is still one of my favorite pieces. There's something that I really like about the texture that I did. Nothing seems overly, like, digital looking, which I can be critical of when it comes to anime. When it comes to like people's personal art, I think digital can look good, but it's not necessarily what I'm going for. Now compare that to the new one that I did. So as you can see, it looks more like, you know what I mean? It looks more digital, quote. The contrast is higher, the highlights are more pronounced, bright colors are more, it feels like I'm losing something. The barista said that the pose might be a little bit less dynamic than the first one, because if you look at the, hold on. You look at the first one, it feels like her shoulders are more angled. Whereas this, they look a little bit more stiff. I instead focused emphasis on the hip. I think if I adjusted this pose further, it could work. But I think I don't like that I made it look more like, you know what Flash looking animation looks like, that kind of art where it's like, it makes me think of that. Like I drew something in Flash. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Hi. But yeah, I think another thing that I don't like is that nothing really pops. It feels like the character and the background pop equally, if that makes sense. Whereas if you compare it to the original, the character is mostly enwrapped in like shadow, and it feels like there's stronger emphasis on the window in terms of like what's bright. And I feel like that looks great for horror. But the new one, it's just not working as well. I also feel like I did the rain detail and the fog and the frost on the window better than the new one. But anyway, that's just a issue I gotta deal with. This, how did I do this? I swear it's just I did texture brushes more. Or I did texture overlays more. Maybe it is the kind of brushes that I did. I gotta get back into that because I feel like I do like how this is turning out, or how this turned out, but I think that I need to adjust something the next time I go for something like this to kind of find the style that I really want to go for. And I kind of achieved that with this, but I was trying something really different here. So this, I didn't really do as many anatomy checks because I really liked how the initial sketch turned out. But I did, at the last second, check to see if the legs were correct. And they were a little bit wrong, like a little bit glaringly wrong, so I went and adjusted it. But I was really excited to do this piece because it is nautical and horror combined, which is like my favorite thing. So I wanted to draw a character in water because I don't do that very often. I wanted to be really thick because, you know, it's during a storm. I may have made a mistake adding God rays. It's not terrible, but it's like God rays only happen when the sun's out, right? Like, it looks like it's still storming. The rain's, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking it. But I wanted to kind of do, how do I say, more detailing with the pen, I guess. So as you could see, the dark spots of the water, I kind of like hand scribbled. Same with like the hair, I kind of like hand scribbled all the detail in. I didn't add rain initially. I wasn't going to, but I thought it might look great, and I'm really happy that I did. I'm really happy with it. And then I wanted to draw one of these things. They're like a cow chop or something. I thought it would look cool, and I went see how I did it. I'm really happy with that. This is one of my favorite pieces, and I feel like sometimes my art has a different quality to it, depending on how much I am overthinking the pose and anatomy. Like, sometimes if I make up and bullshit my own anatomy, sometimes it feels like there's a little bit more soul than if I just like looked at a reference pose and then drew it, if that makes sense. Hello, hi. Pickles, why are you disappointed in me? What did I do? I'm disappointed in you. I'm just joking. I could never be mad at you. What did I do? It's the purples and blues. The other lacks purples and blues. Oh, and the blue art? Oh. I don't think the other one had well, it definitely had more blue. I wanted to go for more like green for the new Missouri Ito art. Cause I think green could look nice, but it's the balance of how I colored it. Usually draw with a lot of effort, like struggle, and I think the feeling shows in my art. It's interesting how something vague as feeling made color art, right? Like, it just depends. It really does. But I look forward to the next things that I'm going to be drawing. I'm going to be drawing a cool spider character soon. So, looking forward to that. For anybody who's not familiar with how my schedule works when I do commissions, typically if I have like high effort commissions, like if something's like a little scribble, I can kind of whip that out quickly. But when it's these higher effort ones, I tend to try to do at least 2 every weekend, which is actually quite a bit of work for me because, you know, they take hours and hours and hours and hours of work. I can't do 4 in one weekend or my hand would actually fall off. You watched War of the Worlds with the now. Are you out of your? I did. Are you opted into the movie bros role? Like, hold on, I'll show you. Y'all need to figure out Discord. I would never leave you behind. Although I will admit that there were other movies that we played after that I didn't pin everybody for. Because, I don't know, I didn't want to bother people. But here. Hold on. I had to, like, save it. Look at this. 5:51 p.m. I at the movie squad. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're mad that I didn't pin you, but you don't have notifications. Well, what am I supposed to do? You usually say what you're watching on Twitch stream. Yeah, but I haven't streamed since the Peak collab, which was really fun. Yeah, I haven't done a solo stream since. And also because Twitter, I do admit I used to announce movie streams on Twitter more often, but the problem is that Twitter algorithm hates me because of how I post. Like, I have to try to minimize how much I post. I especially have to minimize how many, like, image posts I post in a day. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to opt in for the movie. Sorry. You can make, I don't know, is there a way to turn off, like, most notifications, but get notifications for only one role? Also, hello, Calty, hi. Yeah, what's crazy is that me, Abigail, Mina, and Merlin have been delaying the, Peak collab for a while now because, like, things would keep coming up with all of us. What are the odds that we would be playing it right on the eve of the new update? So we didn't even get to enjoy the new biome or cannibalism. But it was still fun. I still had a lot of fun. Also, hi, Mega Manuel. Oh, yo, I'm glad you're here because you reminded me. Look at this illustration that we got whenever we were doing our collab. Let me find it. It is so cute. Look at how adorable. And look at Mina. Mina looks like a cute little baby. And that's Merlin falling into the abyss. I always like how expressive your art is. It has so much soul to it. Cannibalism is already in and... What? Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, I guess we just didn't need to eat each other. He gave me the wrinkles. Well, he just properly, like, studied my face. As you can see. And you got a bit of the crow's feet. A little bit of the mouth smile lines or whatever they're called. I got that shit. And I'm working on saving up for the Botox. Just give me a little bit of time. Wow, it's so cute. So cute. And then, let me see. What's the... Oh. Where is it? Space Marine drew this for me. It's a reference to 1313 UFO Invasion. Because the creepy redhead lady would always be sitting around while the guys are all tied up. And she's an alien, by the way. She's not actually interested in them in that way. The movie is for the boys. It's not for old creepy ladies, unfortunately. So, sit that one out, ladies. But he drew me being creepy towards Phaeton. I like my CalArt smile. You pinged me and make me hop there. Oh, yeah. Some people I'm not too shy to harass. Some people I will individually at. But the problem is that list keeps growing of more and more people that I want to individually, like, invite and be there. And I did harass some people that didn't end up showing up. And I feel a little bit bad. I hope they weren't annoyed. People tempted me to at everyone. I will not at everyone. I think I've done that, like, one time. Like, but it might have been in a dollhouse. I think it was in dollhouse for Gloomy's birthday to invite people to Amogus, but typically I actually do not abuse that function. Although, I had no idea that until recently, my Discord server was adding everybody every time a YouTube VOD uploaded. Of all the things that I would want to harass people about, it is certainly not YouTube VODs. So we changed that, thankfully, but I am very sorry that happens. But since we're talking about the Discord so much, if anybody's interested in joining the Ghost Hotel Discord, That's the link where sometimes we watch movies and play games. Mina saw how many people were there whenever we were watching 1313 UFO Invasion. It was like 20 people. And Mina's like, imagine this amount of people playing a good game. And that is so true. We gotta set up the Half-Life deathmatch. Straight up. Krauser feet pics? Not yet, but soon. God, I love Krauser. I think about him so much. And then let's see. I have other stuff to show. I like showing any Saya art. Look how cute. And then, well, should I show Sailor Synth art on this when I don't have the Sailor Synth model yet? Did I show you this? Gloomy drew this. I love it. Okay, and then Blue drew this. Cute. Love it. So, have you guys been enjoying your weekends? What have you guys been doing? Aside watching movies with me, maybe. Hold on. Deep, I'm gonna message you. I message you. Helped a friend get a vintage sewing machine, then drew art. So are they getting it for like collector's purposes? Or are they intending to use it? And is there a quality of using is there like a special quality that using a vintage one offers as opposed to a new one? Huh? Am I messaging the right person? Hold on one second. I might be messaging the wrong person. I'm confused now. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see what's going on. No, right person. He's gonna sew, it's his first sewing machine. He wanted it because it's all metal construction. Okay. It seems modern and old sewing machines are very similar. Okay, so I guess it's such a good craft that there's not much improvement they can make or whatever. And I don't mean that like facetiously or anything. Working on, oh shit. I've been like pretty good. Mostly just like vegging out and working. And because I hit my quota, that's why I'm able to stream. And I wanted to do something that's a little bit less strenuous on my hands. So I thought, oh, why don't we like watch videos or something? But the tricky thing is trying to figure out what video to watch. Like, because can I watch a video talking about a movie and have the clips from the movie on Twitch? Like, will it count as, you know what I mean? And obviously you guys would be like, oh, it's fair use, it's within the rules, it's in a review, you're not actually broadcasting the movie. And it's like, of course, but does AI moderation recognize that? Also, speaking of AI moderation, I saw a video that was recommended to me. It was like a short, and I've heard of this before, but health insurances using AI to approve or disapprove you, and that is absolutely wild to me. And I saw in the comments people, and I kind of agree, based on what I know, which is it's working as designed. They don't, like, insurance companies don't actually want to pay you, so they will try to do anything they can to filter you out, which makes me even more annoyed that I get harassed to go on health insurance. Oh, you should go on health insurance. You should go on health insurance. And then meanwhile, everybody that I know that's on it literally has to fight for them to even do the insurance thing. Like, they'll happily take your money every month, but when you need the money, suddenly they want to skirt around. So I don't know if I really want to play that game. Usually only hear reactions while everyone watches the copyright. Oh, I see. You can watch movies on YouTube and Twitch, no problems about it. You can't just watch any movie. Like the only movies that people broadcast on Twitch in full tend to be what is it called? Public domain. It has to be public domain for that to work. But obviously, I'm talking about movies in general, right? Like if I want to watch a video review that's talking about Jurassic Park and will show many scenes from Jurassic Park, like, in full, like, are you allowed to watch that on Twitch? It's not as helpful to discuss the obvious ones that you're allowed to watch in full. I'm talking about the context of, like, reviews. Because I think even reviewers get in trouble sometimes on YouTube. Like, they're trying to do something with unfair views, they're trying to review shit, and then they'll get hit because, oh, they showed too many minutes of a movie. Been good week. Still working on the drone I've been doing for a few months and planning to get a plane to visit California for a few months. Oh, what you doing in California? Or is it invasive to ask? Clips are contentious. Yeah, it's like rules just feel that we have rules, but in terms of how they're enforced or they're not, it feels like kind of coin flippy. And then you got to be careful, like some reviews will like have like no words. So I got to like screen what I do show. So it's like I have to play stuff that I've watched myself off stream, which I'm okay with. But I decided to watch something that was randomly recommended to me. I don't know why it was, but I guess that happens with YouTube. You ever like get recommended a random ass video that doesn't really seem to have much to do with anything that you actually watch, but you click it anyway because you're like intrigued, and then you see the comment section and everyone's like, hey, who else is randomly here because it got recommended out of nowhere? But I thought that this girl has like a lot of charisma. I like what she's talking about. So let's go ahead and watch a little bit of it. Now, it's kind of completely left field. It's not something that I'm versed in at all. But it is a video by Hannah Hussein, and it's called What Steroids Did to My Body, My Real Story as a Female Bodybuilder. And I'm like, all right, I'll watch this. The only thing that I have any experience regarding steroids is I know somebody who had to be put on steroids in the hospital to keep them breathing. And there is a theory that that is the reason why they suddenly started having dental problems really bad. Now, I don't know what kind of steroids it was. I don't know if that's like right, because I don't know anything about it, but it was pretty brutal. So whenever I hear steroids, I get a little bit scared because I'm like, oh, I guess it has like insane effects on the body. But this is a girl talking about her experiences as a bodybuilder, and as you can see, she's built. So I'm gonna go ahead and play it. Every now and then I will interrupt to comment if I have anything to say, because I don't want to just like leech off her content or anything, but I might not have much to say because I'm not really a workout bro. I do think bodybuilding's cool. I think exercise culture and everything, I think it's like cool and everything, but I'm just not versed in it. So let's watch the content. This is the Just Chat and Stream. Ugh, I hate when it does this. Bro, the play button is right here!
Hi everybody, welcome to my very first YouTube video, and welcome to my channel. If you don't know me, my name is Hannah. I'm an IFBB Pro female bodybuilder, and I've created this channel because I want to tell my story. So in the past couple of years, I've noticed a lot of younger people getting into bodybuilding. So I wanted to create this platform to tell my story, to hopefully help somebody make smarter decisions than I did getting into it. And I won't bore you with the details of how I got into it or why I got into it. Um, it I'll kind of focus more on what I did wrong. I am currently still bodybuilding. I do plan on doing my pro debut late next year. Um, but these are just some of the things that I got very, very wrong
Hi,
getting into
Xylo.
it. So these are some of the things that I would caution, especially young women getting into the sport. Starting with, I'll just jump right in. Obviously, my voice, the elephant in the room. I'm not trans. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm not. And it's a side effect, a direct side effect of gear usage, which is, if you're not familiar with bodybuilding at all,
I wanted to also mention because like we might watch several of her videos because I just find them to be very fascinating, and she speaks very clearly and concisely. Um, I thought it was obvious, but I guess people would keep asking her like, "What does gear mean?" And gear, I think, just refers to steroids and all stuff like that. If you couldn't figure that out, but I think it's obvious. Like, you know,
a very, very prevalent part of the sport. It is
sorry for the
quite
cough.
literally everywhere, and even if the industry says that it's tested, there's a good chance they're not actually testing. And of course, getting into this sport,
Hi.
if you're enhanced, which most people are.
Also, let me know if you guys need me to ever adjust any audio or anything like that. Testosterone will lower your voice pitch permanently. Yep. She gets into it later, but like she actually has like physical discomfort talking for too long as well. So it doesn't just change how you sound; it's damaging you. It's like injuring you. Also, hello, Gallant. Hi. Also, I'm not I'm not used to like setting up ahead of time, so I keep wanting to pause the video from OBS, but it's like, oh wait, I'm playing it from a browser. I actually have to go to the browser.
Just being completely transparent, there's not a whole lot of natties out there. There's a lot of fake natties. There's not a whole lot of real natties. And you would know if you stepped into any gym. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm not calling anybody out here. But from my experience being in this sport, or whatever you want to call it, some people don't call it a sport, whatever, being into bodybuilding since 2013 is when I started. There's a whole lot of that goes behind the scenes that people don't talk about. It's gotten better that I've seen in the past couple of years, people being honest, but it's still not completely honest in my opinion.
Bodybuilding is a sport in that it requires a lot of practice and condition. Absolutely. Like even if you're not doing it as a sport and you're just trying to get like toned and fit, like the amount of like work and dedication that would take is like absolutely insane. Hi, love. I think there was like a thing in culture for a while, where people would just resent like jock type people and cheerleaders. I guess because of like bullying and stuff. So it's like I get where it comes from. Um, but like acting like these people are just like brainless people or whatever, and oh, they don't read books like us. They don't play video games or enjoy anime. And it's like I don't know. I think like over the years, it's like
Names of a
oh, thank you for
friends.
the follow. I've come to really appreciate like these type of people that like are that dedicated to crafting their bodies, working out and stuff. And like obviously, yeah, like some of them use steroids or enhancing stuff, but that doesn't mean that they don't have to put any work in it still. So it's like I feel like I just can't help but admire anybody who can be that dedicated, that consistent. As somebody like me who struggles so hard to be consistent about almost anything, especially when it comes to exercising and working out and dieting properly, because it's hard. It's hard. Like, I just don't have the discipline type personality that requires the crazy results that I wish I could just magically have, like these people. But it's not just like crazy results they get. They actually, a lot of them work really fucking hard. So it's like I think they're awesome.
There's still people claiming to be natty when they're not.
Oh, right. Natty obviously means natural. It means that you don't use any enhancing drugs or anything like that.
Is, uh, the point of this channel is not to call that out. It's to give my story, tell my truth, if you want to say it that way, but really to give another perspective. I don't know. There's not much out there when it comes to the female side. So, one of my first mistakes when I first got into bodybuilding was listening to the wrong people. And what made it really hard about my unique circumstances was that I got into it in a time before social media was really a thing. I mean, it was a thing, but like TikTok didn't exist, Instagram didn't exist. I think Facebook did, but things weren't as talked about as they are now. Coaches were not vetted. They were not. Nobody was qualified to do what they were doing. It was kind of like a whole lot of mess, and so a coach had approached me and ended up. I told him what I wanted. I told him I wanted to be as muscular as I could. I told him that I, was willing to do.
Also, Villain said that one of my favorite fitness YouTubers recently collabed with two young juicers and pushed that they're natty. So are you talking about like the people that like lie and say, no, I'm all natural. I did this all thanks to this diet plan and this workout routine. And I've heard multiple people like every now and then I check out like bodybuilder content, fitness people, etc. And they usually just say that it's very discouraging because you are tricking people into thinking that they can get like your crazy results, and you set them up for failure because they will try so hard to get to your body, but they literally cannot because they're not doing one little key ingredient, which is the drugs. So it's unfortunate. It's deceptive.
Whatever it took, which was probably not the best words that I could have chosen. But also, I didn't really know the extent of what could be done with enhancements and things like that. Was completely new. And I was 22 when I first officially got into bodybuilding, when I got my first coach. And he immediately put me on so much gear, so much gear. And I had no idea about the side effects. I didn't know the risks. He actually told me that there was no risks, and that's why my very first mistake was listening to the wrong people. So, getting into more of what I have experienced.
Being told that there's no risks is kind of crazy. Like, isn't steroids not legal technically? Correct? Right? Would it really be illegal if it was totally safe with no chance of side effects? Now, I do not remember if she gets into it in this video or in a later video, but I'll go ahead and say that she does talk about how there are lots of influencers who will say that they haven't dealt with any side effects, and it might be true because it's not right away, it's not immediate. It just kind of eventually happens. I don't know if it's like 100% guaranteed to happen for every person. I don't really know how it works exactly, but like with her, she talks about it in I think a recent video that I watched, where she says that she did not realize her voice had changed. It had been slowly changing, and she didn't. She like when she heard her own voice, like coming out of her mouth, she sounded like normal to herself until people started pointing it out. And then she listened to a recording of herself, and then she noticed how she sounded now, and she's like, "Oh, so, yeah."
As a female bodybuilder, I've experienced the voice, enlargement of certain things. I've lost my period on several occasions. One time for almost 3 years.
Hold on. If you have thyroid issues, bodybuilding just will destroy you mentally, and alone 5% of the world's population have a underfunction, and there are a lot of substances which are illegal. A long time, a bodybuilding preparate was legal, which was close to amphetamine. I've heard of amphetamines, but I don't know what those are exactly. The only thing I know about thyroid issues, it's interesting. One of my cats apparently has one now, and it's causing them to itch. He also is a chunky boy. Like, he's a tall, big cat, so he doesn't look like a blob or anything, but he definitely looks big. I had a friend a long time ago who had actually I have two friends, but one of them had a crazy thyroid problem to where she was always obese no matter what she did. Even if she worked out really hard in the gym, her body would not change. Like, I remember she had me pinch her ass to so I could see how firm and tight it was, and it was yeah, it was firm as tight, like it was like a rock or something. But no matter how much she worked out, she just wouldn't change. Now I don't know if is there a spectrum of thyroid issues? Do maybe a lot of people have thyroid issues, but it's subtle and they just can't lose weight as easy as other people, but they don't necessarily look overweight or anything. I don't really know much about that.
I have experienced hair loss, skin issues. The most recent one is cystitis, which I'm still currently dealing with, unfortunately. And my doctors do think it was directly related to gear usage. And eventually I will get into all this. I will break down exactly what I was doing wrong. I'm going to end the video here because this is my very first one. And still working on the structure and stuff, but if you are interested in the rest of my story, stick around. Bye.
Oh, I didn't realize that the video ended. Well, what do you guys think? I like her a lot. When I watch this, I'm following. I really enjoy this. I like her structure. And I like her. I have a thyroid underfunction and lost with HRT 30 kilograms once in 8 weeks, but the hormones are mentally strained and also your voice gets deeper. HRT is hormone replacement therapy, right? I think trans people use it, right? There are some things you can't change. It was like when my older brother was really working out, he was getting buff, but his wrists were small and it bothered him because he couldn't do anything about it. I like it. I think the jargon is hard to comprehend as an outsider. I feel like I've kind of caught on, but if you have any questions, there is a video where she'll get into it, and we're gonna watch more of her videos. For now, I'm just having the Dino Crisis music play, although you don't need to see it, I guess, at the moment. Yeah, how would you if there's no way to change your wrist, right? If you have thin wrist, I didn't know that you could have that problem. If you increase your body muscle mass or whatever, if you're a workout bro and you're getting buff and everything, you can actually have small wrists, that doesn't thicken or anything. It isn't solely for I wasn't saying that it was, but that's how I typically hear about it, is that it's the thing that trans people use. I just wanted to make sure that we're thinking of the right thing. What else all is it used for? That's the neat thing about medicine and certain drugs, is that they can be very multi-use. I remember I was on something that was meant for ADHD, but it could also help with depression and this and that. HRT is that also perimenopausal women may soon use HRT more, as research is done to alleviate menopause. Sorry, I'm reading things in a scrambled order. What is perimenopausal? It's menopause, right? All I know about menopause is it's a crazy super period when you can't have periods anymore, and that sounds absolutely terrifying to me. As somebody who's about to go through menopause tomorrow. Hi, Gurren. Hello. Thank you so much for the sub. I was telling them about how you hosted 1313 UFO Invasion for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Make sure you keep it forever. It is seldom talked about, I think. Perimenopause is premenopause, may happen early 30s. Okay, so basically, some people can literally have symptoms of menopause before it's even their actual time. A thyroid underfunction can cause heavily issues up to broken heart syndrome or 250% of a healthy body weight, even if you're eating healthy. You like the movie better than War of the Worlds? War of the Worlds was so funny, but yeah, 1313 UFO Invasion is very special, but he also made like 80 of those, of that kind of movie. That's literally the same kind of shit, but like a different gimmick. But UFO Invasion's the one that I saw, so that's the one that's special to me. Also, scrolling back up, everyone can have different reactions to indoctrines. Also, Villain said, a doc needs to allow you to get it. There's a ginormous underground chem scene. Mostly safe now, but sometimes people get sick from sketchy stuff. Oh! So then steroids, it's not that they're illegal, they're a controlled substance, like Adderall is. Because whenever I was going to the doctor to get medication for my ADHD, Adderall is like more stricter. You know, they need to see your ID, they need to make sure like they're keeping on track of the on who you are and etc, etc. But the other medications that also help with ADHD, they didn't like monitor it as much. For the record, I fucking hate Adderall. It worked horribly on me. But it helps other people, but definitely not me. Steroids make your wee-wee tiny. Is that true? I'm assuming that there's no way to reverse that. Also, apparently steroids can make your clitoris bigger. Gym rats used to think you could just pump up testosterone, but you need a balanced estrogen too, lest you get worse side effects efficiency. It feels like if you're trying to do anything regarding managing the body is so complex and it is so different from person to person that if you throw off the balance even a little bit, like you'll suffer in other ways. So it's like you have to do a ton of research and make sure that you're covering a ton of ground to make sure that you're actually truly like fully healthy. I'm going to assume that most people are not. Most people, like even healthy people, I'm assuming that there's probably something that they're deficient at. I wasn't able to get Adderall. It requires $3 $70 visits before they decide if I can get it. Really? Really? It was easy for me. I don't know why. I don't know if they have access to my old medical records. Like, I don't know how medical records work. Like, whenever you're a kid, and your parents are handling everything for you. Then, like, 15 years later, you're seeking medical stuff for yourself. Are they able to just find your records from when you're a kid, or do they need new ones? I was worried that they were going to force me to have to prove that I have ADHD, and it's like, ugh, what am I supposed to do? I don't even know how to do that. Like, my parents handled that for me last time. Low iodine intake can cause problems with thyroid, too. The body is a self-regulating organism. Iodine, is that like in fish? That sounds so stupid, but is it? You can even cause a thyroid overfunction by eating too much salty algae, and a thyroid function is often seen by a large ton. Oh. So wait, is it bad or good if you have a large ton? You know, I have this crazy feeling. I feel particularly hideous today. I don't know why. But lately I feel like I look a tiny bit better because I haven't been eating as much bread. I don't know if I'm just imagining that. Iodine is in salt water, I think. Can be fish and seaweed. Okay. Steroids can have a variety of effects. Generally, there is a limit to PP growth, and puberty will go to that limit. The clitoris and micro PP will grow from testosterone exposure, but excess may lead to shrinkage or other tissue damage. Very scary stuff. I think it was Dana White who discovered he was deficient in one thing, and once he started supplementing, he entered a late-age physical peak. Bread's evil, though. No, don't take any health advice from me. Like, even things that are apparently bad, they're actually apparently good, but you have to do it, like, right. Well, I'm reading what they're saying. PP. Although I felt kind of like lewd saying the C word, clitoris. It's kind of whoa. Although it doesn't sound like erotic, right? I guess the P word doesn't either, but something about clitoris, it just sounds like fancy. It almost sounds like a scientific term, which I guess it kind of is. But nobody ever, like, you know, you don't ever watch like a spicy video and she like says like the full C word. Like, nobody ever does that. Because it's not hot. Actually, what is up with, like, erotic videos and how they title things to sound really, really gross? Like, why do they want to sound gross? They use, like, gross terms to sound gross. I hate the word squirt. I hate that word so much. Disgusting. Technically, if you have an overfunction and eat a lot, you're seen as very pretty by society standards. My sister had no issue to stay around 55 kilograms with 1.7, even with 45 years while eating more than me. Oh yeah. Like it's like you're talking about like metabolism and that kind of stuff, right? Some people, they like the mukbang, like so many mukbang people are like skinny thin, like they're like crazy thin. Like overeating, I think, is only looked down upon if you actually gain weight. Although personally, I don't feel like like the concept of mukbang is very unappealing to me. I guess I understand it from like a social perspective, I guess, where some people want the social energy of eating with friends, I guess, and that's what mukbang channels can do for you. But when I see like a thumbnail and it's a girl or a guy or a they or anything, and there's just like an entire table full of food, I'm just kind of like, I would rather watch like somebody cooking that. I don't want to watch somebody just eating it. But it's about getting attached to the person, right? So like I'd have to actually watch one and see how I take to the person, I guess. But in terms of like what the content is, which is the eating the food, I'm just not as interested. Also, hi Platinum. I'm pretty good. How are you doing? We're watching videos talking about gear usage in the bodybuilding community. Parasocialism. Parasocialism, I think it's only parasocial if you actually genuinely think that you're friends with the content creator, right? Or if you start trying to bridge the gap and push it too much. But it's a delicate art, because like if you talk parasocial, there's a spectrum to it. There's so many factors to cover. I don't think somebody's automatically parasocial just because like they reach out to a streamer necessarily. It just depends on context. No, Pickles, I'm parasocial to you, and I'm stalking you, and you're my best friend forever. I have a poster of you in my room. Shoutouts to Nick Avocado, who made 2 years worth of mukbang videos in like a month and then released them regularly while he lost weight. Yeah, that was incredible. Like suddenly he just showed up and he was like skinny. Like, wait, what? Oh shit. But that's awesome for him. Because like people, there was the compilation videos that would show like when he was young and he was playing the violin, and then he just like went kind of like intentional gross out route. Like he knows what he's doing. He's doing a character, and which is probably a result of exaggerating his actual personality, but he's definitely like playing it up. And then he just like gorged himself and just became like kind of a shadow of his former self if we're judging like the body or whatever. And now he looks like he just put a lot of effort into getting like thin and everything. Synth, are we the chat parasocial to you? I don't know, are you? The last person that was parasocial to me told me that he wasn't. Actually, the last two people that were severely parasocial to me told me they were not parasocial. I can't think of any parasocials at the moment that I'm dealing with, really. So I would say that everybody's safe. Parasocialism goes both ways. Yeah, you know what we call this? This is forming a connection. But parasocialism, it's a very fascinating subject. Maybe a little bit of a downer if we were to get like really deep into it, because how do I? It's not the human sadness and needs and stuff. There's a lot to cover. I am immune to parasocialism. I just assume nobody is my friend. I'm kind of like an in-between. I'm guarded and very careful. Like, there's some people that I hesitate to even say out loud and call friends. Like, oh yeah, my friend helped me with this thing, and then I think, well, are they my friend? Or are they my acquaintance? Because I can be fine with that. Like, I'm okay with acquaintances. I just get scared that somebody might be like, oh, she called me her friend? Oh, I mean, we're not that tight. And I'm like, I'm not saying we are. The word, sometimes I just use it. Rabid parasocialism is the bane of content creation, in my opinion. I think, regarding being parasocial, I mean, it can hurt literally everybody, right? So sometimes the best thing is to just be guarded, and have lower expectations, I guess, whenever you watch a content creator. It's okay to get something deep out of it, I suppose. Like one of my favorite streamers, I would never ever think he's my friend. I would never even try to be his friend, but he still offers me a lot in my life. Like whenever I'm trying to go to bed, his content is what I watch, and it's very entertaining. I just enjoy his content, and it makes me feel happy. But I don't think he's my friend or anything, and that's fine. I don't base his worth on if he is my friend or not. Hi, Riot. Yeah, I'm parasocial to you, Riot. We're not friends until we do multiple collabs together or bond over inappropriate jokes. So true. Have terrible social awareness. It took me a long time to recognize one of my friends that I thought hated me and was just really low self-esteem, maybe. Yeah, I think things are kind of tricky. It's like, what is more insecure? A 20-year-old or younger, or an old person? I feel like they're both equally Menhera. Because when a bunch of like middle-aged people all gather, you're gonna find out, oh, you guys have like all 30 years worth of trauma and insecurity, huh? That's just been bubbling, and you're kind of stuck with it forever. And a lot of it's probably stuff that you learned or inherited whenever you were young. And it doesn't go away magically, you know? If you are neglected or abused, or if you've had really bad encounters or relationship breakups or whatever whenever you were young, or whenever you're 16 or 17, all that pain doesn't necessarily magically go away as soon as you turn 20 or 25 or 30. It kind of shapes you a little bit. Now, that doesn't mean that everything that you ever go through, you can't overcome. Like, there are some things that you will overcome. Not everything will be rent-free in your head forever, but I think that collectively, our experiences when we grow up, whether it's positive or negative, they will shape us into who we are. And if a problem results from that, like if we have bad character traits as a result, then I guess it's up to us to kind of try and take control and force ourselves to grow out of that pain and that bad personality trait that's evolved from it, if that makes sense. Parasocialism is different for a small streamer. In what sense? Like, the fans to the streamer, or the streamer to the fans? I think when it comes to, like, I mean, how do I say this? With human connection, how do I word this? I think it's special if you can find somebody who cares about you equally as much as you care about them, if that makes sense. And that can be hard to come by in general, like even if you take out the element of streaming altogether from it. And sometimes it's just a matter of chance, or if that spark happens. Like, I have lots of friends, I would say, but do all of them like me as much as I like them necessarily? Probably not, but I think that's fine. Whenever I do find the people that I have a stronger connection with, more of affinity with, it's very special. I refer to people as my associate. Associate sounds fancy. Acquaintances... acquaintance almost sounds like backhanded. At least if you say it about somebody and that person, like, actually viewed you as a friend. Oh yeah, my acquaintance. And imagine if they were, like listening. They're like, acquaintance? Like, what am I, your fucking coworker? You just never know. You never know. In talking to a therapist, I found out I do a lot of very practiced detachment to the point where I'm not sure who or what I'm really attached to other than my cat. Right. It's like, in order to avoid getting hurt, you will try to avoid putting yourself in a position that can hurt you. So what can hurt you? Loving somebody. If you love somebody, well, what if they don't love you? Or what if they abandon you? Then you're hurt again. And the cycle kind of repeats. Now it's reaffirmed all your fears, all your anxiety, all your trauma. It's another... Hold on, my water bottle dropped. It's another thing to tack on to reasons why you're all broken. There's regarding like talking about mental health and stuff, it's like a strict balance of like what is like wah pity me and trauma, and you know what I mean? Like it's not, I don't think it's necessarily viewed as a great trait if you feel bad about yourself all the time. I think a lot of people do that, but I feel like people judge how we conduct ourselves, if that makes sense. So can't please everybody though, right? Synth, is it a bad thing to be closer with certain viewers? Is favoritism bad? It can be to some people. So like, I guess whenever we're like existing, whether it's streaming or not, you know, we're all observant people, right? I think. So we can tell maybe when a friend of ours or maybe a streamer that we like is closer to somebody else and not us. And it's up to the specific person, I guess, that determines how they feel about it. Some people might get like really broken up and torn about it, like, oh, I wasn't good enough. And I don't think somebody's like a bad or parasocial for necessarily like feeling bad about that, right? Now, a lot of it might be like reaffirmation of like bad self-esteem, like, oh, they don't like me because I suck and now I feel bad, rather than you're mad that they don't like you. Does that make sense? It also becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where you constantly look for a relationship to fail, right? Like, just certain self-destructive habits that happen because you're so scared. You are so scared of people leaving you that you will constantly think that they're going to leave you, or you will judge every sign. I feel like everybody here has probably either demonstrated traits like this or have experienced it firsthand, and it's not good for anybody. It's not good for the people that have to endure it, and it's not good for the people that are doing it. And they're not evil people for doing it. They're just hurt. But somebody's hurt becomes somebody else's hurt, you know? It's just a bunch of vicious cycles. I think when you go from liking someone to forming a codependency is when you get the whole love thing, and yikes. Some people are like independent, like they are the type of person to where they actually don't need to talk to their friend very often, and they still feel that really close connection. And some people kind of need more reaffirmation, or some people seek a type of relationship that is mutual and constant because they like it. I'm kind of like that. I'm like in between. Like, some friends, I really don't mind if they go a long time without talking to me. And whenever we do talk, I really savor it because it's like, oh yeah, I love talking to you. But I have like my like close friends that I do want to have a tight relationship with. I like talking to them every day. It feels nice because I'm like what is the term? Omnivert, where I have extrovert and introvert traits, which maybe sounds dumb because people typically say that introverts don't mind social, but they just need to like recharge. But I think omnivert is a little bit different, right? But anyway, codependency though, codependency can be tricky if one, the other person doesn't reciprocate. Is that the term? Is that how you say it? Or if things change. Like, I've had friends where we were tight, like soulmate friend type stuff, and then one day they just fuck off, and it's like it makes you go like, why is my routine different? It's kind of like what do you call it? Whiplash, I guess. Is it inevitable that a streamer will form closer bonds with other people due to the diversity of interactions and experiences? Streamer forming bonds with, like, chat? Ambiverts, really. Everyone should be on a spectrum between the two. Are you saying that everyone kind of is on the spectrum, or are you saying that everyone ideally should be on it? Hold on, also scrolling back up to what Villain's been talking about. VTubers are bad for you, sad face. They are. We're evil. E-girls must have really wrecked the porn industry. What? Nah. I grow friendships about years to yeah. I figured that it was like whenever we were talking about like gross like porn titles, right? Although that's been a thing for a really long time. I grow friendships about years to decades, which hold forever, but very low amount of people. I think that's how it works for most of us, right? I don't remember what it was called. It was some kind of chart that shows that the average person balances a certain amount of friends, and that they can only keep up with, like, emotionally and mentally keep up with a certain percentage of all said friends. So everything becomes kind of tiers and brackets, if that makes sense. Like, I'm sure if you guys all like drew on Microsoft Paint, drew yourself as a little circle, and then drew a circle representing all of your friends, your closest friends, your acquaintances, people that are like maybe like affiliates, but you know, you kind of consider them friends. And then you have to like highlight all your closest friends. It's not going to be all of them. And I think literally everybody is like that, because we can't equally keep up with everyone, right? Although if there's anybody here who doesn't have any friends, which is a thing, I guess it's a little bit of a different story. And maybe this isn't the best subject for them to listen to. Hello, Sona. Aw, thank you. The whole introvert versus extrovert thing is so relative, it might as well not be considered a thing. I think it could be helpful for people who lean towards an extreme, though. Some people don't have traits of both, and they lean so hard one way or the other that it's kind of helpful, I guess. By the way, Pumpkin, sorry I haven't been here more. I'm correcting my sleep and reorganizing. No, don't worry. Like, we all have our own individual lives. It's just expected, you know? So don't sweat it. I think most everyone is a little bit of both. It's just convenient to have labels. It makes things easier to discuss. I remember, I don't know if it was Merlin or somebody that I was talking to, maybe in my Discord, that said, you know, back in my day, like as a joke, there was only 8 music genres, and now there's 8,000, right? But it's kind of helpful to come up with micro labels, because then you're able to more clearly pinpoint specific niches, like in terms of like if you just call all digital music electronic music, does that really help you what you're looking for? All right, I'll just Google electronic music. You're gonna find like a huge spectrum of like different bands, right? So if you type specifically like popcorn funk or something, you'll get a specific thing that you have in mind. So sometimes the overly dissecty labels is useful, although it can seem stupid too. I don't know about gross porn titles, but I miss the Jav Twitter that would post the JV names, and some of the titles got so big they exceeded the character limit. Oh yeah, because Japan's mangas will be called, oh my god, my little sister's armpit cannot be this sweaty and cute, and then more stuff like that. So it's like, imagine the porn. It's probably like the whole Harry Potter book or something. Is popcorn funk real? I have no idea. It might be. Everyone is reserved or apprehensive in social environments they're not comfortable in. Oh yeah, I did this. Oh, also, hi Gloomy. I did this rant on Twitter because I saw something that pissed me off so fucking bad. It was a dog whisperer guy. And everybody was just lambasting the mother in the comments, saying she's neglectful, she's abusive because she smiles whenever she's being like sort of scolded for enabling her like little Chihuahua dog. The problem was the Chihuahua dog picked her as the favorite, and the dog is kind of mean to the son. It bites and nips at the son, and she kind of would smile. And I guess a lot of people don't know this, and it makes me really fucking angry to see all these little concerned Karens in the comments being like, look at how she smiles, what a condescending woman, she's neglecting her son because she sort of enables the dog and doesn't help her son who's dealing with. It's like, who do you think called the fucking dog whisperer? Unless this is staged or something, but clearly she's seeking help. But did you know that when people are highly stressed, highly nervous, including being screamed bloody murder at. Did you know that sometimes people smile because they're nervous? Did you know that? So whenever I see anybody in the comments saying, oh, look at her smiling, not, fuck you. You have no idea what it's like. It pisses me off. Not to be like overly moral. I don't like to do that or get into certain subjects. I don't like to get real very often. I think I tend to mask that the most, as much as I can. I prefer to talk about video games, but I do have opinions more than I allow to show. And that just makes me angry. Just these people who like, or they just go the extreme. She's neglecting her son. Really? Because based on what? Because she's like a little bit of an enabler of a shitty little chihuahua? I don't think she's a neglectful, horrible mother. I feel so bad for the son. It's like, just keep it in perspective a little bit. Like, for fuck's sake. My old man almost died the other day, and when I got the news, I got a lot of flack for smiling. I was happy he was okay, but after all, it'd make for a story. Yeah, it's just, people respond differently. Some people respond with deadpan expressions. Like, whenever I was having, like, kind of breakdowns during work, because work was very stressful, and we just had to keep going, I was just, like, frozen in fright, kind of. Like, I wasn't emotive, and I felt like... Not that I was actually gonna break down, but it was kind of like this cold, chilly feeling where your body is physically feeling anxiety. And I would just look deadpan, and you would probably not be able to tell how, like, stressed I actually am, but yeah. Body reading channels are very pseudoscience. They're also smug and content with themselves in the comments as they, like, do their little armchair diagnoses of everybody. I saw 2 seconds of this person's life. I know everything I know there is about this person. And it's just like, ugh. Granted, I think a lot of people, like even me and you guys probably like see somebody, analyze, and come up with like maybe like a guess conclusion on what kind of person they are, or maybe what kind of trauma they've gone through, like maybe what kind of disorder they have. I guess as a maybe protective measure, like profiling people, I think we just do that. But some people are like way too confident and way too full of themselves when it comes to their diagnosing of other people. There was another thing that I remember that irritated me, something about this, like, oh, just corny shit like watching something true crime, and it's like the person whenever they were like 18 before they had killed anybody, and they look completely normal, and it's just footage of them talking or whatever, and then everyone in the comments is like, look at the lack of light in his eyes. You can tell that the seed of serial killerism was in him right then, even though he hadn't killed anybody in 10 years. I could tell. It's like, oh, you can't tell anything. You're just using hindsight to try to sound smart. Yeah, you know he's a serial killer, so now you're gonna overanalyze anything about him when he was young and say, yeah, the signs were always there. Like, be quiet. Just focus on like, oh yeah, he killed cats. That's a good sign. Like, don't act like you can magically like read people's eyes or something. Profiling is a survival thing. It is. It could be controversial, but I mean, I think in order to not like guess about people, and in order to not profile people, in order to not think, you should just not think. Just don't think. English clad, reading into the author's intent and its many consequences. Oh my god, people misunderstand authors is so fascinating. I like people that like read too deeply into an author's intent, and maybe not even negatively. They're just like, over everything means something, and it's like, maybe sometimes, but not always. Or like, my favorite is if a writer writes a toxic character, a lot of people think that writer is condoning that character. Like, oh, you wrote this character because you like this thing, or you agree with this thing, and it's so not true. It's so lame. Wait, were you guys watching Real Yahweh? I thought you guys were watching the Mountain movie or something. Oh, you mean Brokeback Mountain? No, we were watching a softcore, which is literally, it's erotica, but there's nothing that erotic that really actually happens. It's just like, you're a creepy dude, or maybe a 45-year-old woman, and you're watching these fit young men being tied to a bed because they were kidnapped by an alien, and the camera's panning around them being tied to the bed and writhing, and nothing happens, but maybe something's happening with your hands as you're watching this. You know what I mean? Let's see. What did I miss? Hopefully I haven't missed too much. The human brain has evolved to only be able to keep track of 40 or so people, if I recall correctly. Like, actively keep in mind or in touch. Yeah, like, I think it's even harder now because, well, I act like the internet's new. It really isn't new. It's like my whole entire, like, life. But a lot of us probably have lots of friends because we just talk to so many people because we're on social media and stuff. But you can't equally keep up with everybody, because then you might as well get paid to DM all your friends. Like, if you have like eight, however many friends. I don't know if this sounds tone deaf, because again, there might be people here who don't really have a lot of friends. Personally, I don't feel like I have a lot of close friends, but I think I have a lot of acquaintances or casual friends. I've watched more movies with Synth and Company in the span of a month than I have with any of my real life friends or relatives in the last 10 years combined. I can't fucking convince anyone to go to the movies or do movie night at someone's place for the life of me, let alone watch on Discord to save my life, right? I feel like when it comes to in real life friends especially, or maybe like some people that you have like a close bond with, like you can actually visit their house and you'll always be there for each other, like if when you go to the hospital or something. But in terms of maybe common interests, it might be more difficult. Typically, anytime I have friends in real life, which is not very often because they move away or we fall out or whatever reason, they don't really like all the things I like. Like, they do like anime, they do like video games, but we're not really in sync. Whereas when you're on the internet, you can kind of more easily find a demographic of people that have more in common with you than people that you know in real life, if that makes sense, right? Like, you know, we're all on Twitter or Twitch, and you can find the people who like video games and anime, but then you can narrow it down to the people who like certain types of video games. And if they like certain types of video games, they probably like certain types of animes and certain types of movies, and that's kind of like how you like form like groups or like hangout spots. It's easier, but it's the same bandwidth in our brains. You could keep up with the max number of people we evolved to, but we won't. We just keep them in mind. How many you'll actually interact with or go out of your way to talk with can be covered by the fingers in your hands. Yeah, I mean, my other thing is, like, kind of fear. I don't want to... I think everyone's like this, kind of, like, looking for signs of... signs that will affirm if you should keep talking to the person or if you should maybe distance, if that makes sense. And it can be tricky because everybody has walls, right? So imagine there's somebody who actually really likes you, that wants to be your friend, but they have their own walls up, whether it's specifically about you or people in general, and maybe their responses aren't warm enough. Maybe their responses don't seem like, oh yeah, this person definitely likes me DMing them, I'll keep doing it. It's like, oh, you seem a little bit like, maybe too stoic. I'm a little bit scared now. And I probably do that to people myself, but my reason is walls. Like fear that I'll be annoying, or fear that somebody else might end up annoying me, or like, lead into bad situations like more parasocials, or people that just don't like me. If I message someone or send a meme and I don't get a response within a week, they're actively online, they get messaged less frequently. I'm not going to hold it against them. I'll just reallocate the bandwidth to someone else who does keep in touch. Hi, Space Marine. My thing, though, is regarding memes and images, I'll say, like, from my experience, because I'm a special kind of autism, I guess, I tend to not know what to say. There are some people who would try to connect with me by only sending me memes or pictures, and there would be zero attempt to do anything else. And I would try, like, there was a time where I did try, and I would comment, oh wow, that art looks so good, and it's so cute and hot, and it just felt like it created a cycle rather than developing in a way that I would prefer. It's like, okay, now I'm just like a box that they drag and drop things in. Here's your work for the day. person on Discord goodbye. It's like, okay, all right. And then eventually I'll just give up because I just don't know what to say. I guess I could just type lol if somebody sends a meme. I do react because your cat photos have not been bothering me. But I'll just mention out in general, sometimes not everybody likes just being spammed with memes. I don't mind. I like cats. I want to steal everybody's cats. And I think it also depends on, like, if you've already kind of, really became friends with somebody. Like, if you're pretty confident that you actually are friends. I think at that point you could probably just, like, send memes or, hey, this reminded me of you vibes. I feel like it could be fine. But if you're trying to get to know somebody, there's probably other people that are also trying to get to know that person as well. And so they might struggle to stay as interested if somebody's just spamming them with content and not, like, trying to, like, bridge into anything more, maybe. But then again, wouldn't that mean I'm encouraging people to be parasocial at that point? Like, oh yeah, if you want to connect to a streamer, you have to try to make the relationship deeper. And it's like, well, maybe not all streamers would like that. I guess it just depends. But social's just complicated. I fucked up before. I think you guys have probably fucked up before. It happens. Because, whenever you're talking to somebody, you don't really know them fully, right? Even if you're friends, you don't actually know everything about them. You don't know every trigger. You don't know all their history. You don't know, like, maybe social difficulties they have or what they do and don't respond to. So, it's just something to think about, I guess. I don't know how it happened. You were like, we're friends, ooh, and I was like, wait, really? Yeah, I have a sixth sense, I guess. Where that I have an extrovert spark that activates at times. And if somebody comes under my peripheral, it just depends on if that spark activates or not. And then I will kidnap them. I will grab them and I will say, you are my friend now. And weirdly enough, that works. Seems to work a lot. I actually make less friends when I'm shy and considerate. I make more friends when I'm oblivious and obnoxious. In general, I feel like I get more rewarded for being obnoxious and more extrovert and not overly considerate. But you don't want to go too far in that direction because if you're too oblivious and whatever, you can become obnoxious and you can hurt people that way. So it's good to have a balance. But I noticed that when I act shy, when I'm too shy, when I'm too introverted, too afraid, and I just don't make any moves, nothing happens. Because either they don't like me, and it's a good thing I didn't try, or they're shy too. I don't remember how I came across you, right? I don't know why. I think I just dragged you to play Killing Floor with us. Not obnoxious. You don't know me in my dark era. Although I can be obnoxious if you get to know me. Speaking of Killing Floor, when are we doing that? That entirely depends on that guy right there. Ark and Mina. They're the showrunners with that because, like, I offer, like, a place to host the shit. Like, anybody can host whatever in my server if they want. But I don't know anything personally about a Killing Floor 1 or the mod, so it's up to them to kind of arrange it, and then I'm like the marketing. I'm marketing. So I'll just tell everybody when to show up. Hold on. Hold on, I got an important update. Almost, it should either be dark or almost as much as the I think it's okay if we have. Okay, sorry about that. Mina's the one who knows how. Oh, that's what's going on. Okay, I know the mistake that I'm making. It's also a thing with collabs is that I do fuck up. I will be the one to initiate the step one of, hey, you want to do a collab in the future? And they'll be like, yes. And then it's like, I'm not actively thinking, okay, when are they going to hit me up and ask me to start this? It's like, wait, I'm the one that's supposed to make the decision. I'm supposed to arrange the thing. I have to be proactive. I have to do the thing. So I did that yesterday, actually. I kidnapped everybody. It's like, okay, we're gonna do this collab. You guys okay with it? Mina, though, I have to be the manager. I have to be like, Mina, you will do this thing and you will do it now. It's a mistake if I tell Mina, hey, can you do this sometime? It's like, oh, I have to, like, take control. So that's what's going on. That's the reason why we haven't done Killing Floor, is because I haven't, like, ordered it yet. I will install whatever I'm told to whenever we get started, but let me go harass Mina right now. Mina, note to self to update your panels, and also we are gonna do Killing Floor whatever next weekend. Fine, next weekend. I'll just I gotta pick a time. If I don't set a deadline, it ain't gonna happen. Mina's the one who knows how to set up a Killing Floor 1 server, but I think we just playing a public server. Yeah. We don't want to, like, dox Mina's IP, okay? But, and then Killing Floor 2 would be easy as well, because, I mean, just kind of set up. Although, if you want to play, like, privately, Killing Floor 2 servers are a pain in the fucking ass. Like, you have to, like, I don't remember how it works exactly. Mina's the one that has to deal with it, but it is a pain. I'll just say it's a pain. Had a lot of fun chilling with Mina while they played Bad Company last night. It makes me so happy that we're meeting, like, Bad Company 2 fans. Because Bad Company 2 is Mina's favorite Battlefield. And Mina being able to actually meet people who also agree with that, or liked the game a lot, is very validating to Mina and to myself, because Mina got me to play Bad Company 2. And it was fantastic. It was a great experience. Bad Company 2 is more compact. The stages that you fight in, they're not that big, they're not that small. It's just perfect. It's just the right size. Because whenever I was a kid, the only like Call of Duty I really played as a kid was Call of Duty 2. I had so much fun playing on those maps. Again, not too big, not too small, just right. And then we played modern Call of Duty, and then modern Battlefield, and the Battlefield, it's just like real war. It's just like so big and vast, and it's just like, it just takes forever to get anywhere. I hate all this running. Why do people think this is good? I don't like. But yeah, also, apparently people are liking the new, Battlefield? Sorry, I hiccuped. People were posting the Dokes meme from Dexter, that they were on guard about the new Battlefield, that there's no way this is actually going to be good, right? You guys are, what's the catch? This pitch sounds too good, but apparently it's actually good, and Mina likes it, and Mina's friends like it, which means that all my boys are going to be playing Battlefield, and that feels kind of cool. Like, wait, you mean Mina, bitter, angry Mina, is going to be playing a modern Battlefield game with friends and regularly, and not just Dark Tide? That's great. That's what I would like to see. I would like the situation of people wanting to play the what do you call it, AAA game, and enjoy the AAA game? That's sick. I heard about that. Yeah, people are getting bricked though, so there is issues. You might want to research what's going on with the new Battlefield or whatever before you install it, because yeah, okay, so it might break your computer. Oops. Oops. So how much does it cost to fix that? How fucked are you? Like, is everything okay? I was kind of paying attention, but you guys were talking about, like, techie stuff, and I don't know what any of that means. I don't even know what a biome is. It's like inside your computer. It's like inside your computer, right? What does it do? Oh, you fixed it. Okay. So biome, it didn't like brick your entire computer. You're safe. I won't install EA Game Spy. Oh, that's another thing that I kind of heard about. There's your catch. It's a fun game, but it's also kind of evil and invasive. Like, it's very... I get it. It's kind of, like, sensitive to detecting anything that could possibly be cheating, hardware, software, whatever. But it goes too far, and that it's, like, not going to let you play if you have innocent stuff installed and whatever. Sounds annoying. Secure boot, which is a protocol in the BIOS, doesn't get along with my Gigabyte GPU. So when I set it up, it disabled my GPU's ability to display. Oh, that's fun. That's always fun. But don't worry, you don't need Battlefield. We're gonna play Killing Floor next weekend, okay? I promise. And then we'll host a movie, maybe next weekend, the movie that Gleam wanted to watch that I ended up canceling on. Cause I needed to focus on commissions. I needed to get my quota. And the only way I can really do that and feel happy is if I'm hosting movies that I've already seen before, because I don't want to watch these awesome movies that I'm anticipating and really excited for, like the movies that Gleam picked, and be drawn while I do it. So it has to be my undivided attention. Because I've been so, like, on top of my commissions, I think next weekend, Killing Floor and the movies. The movies that Gleam picked are, hold on. Thicker is cuter and makes her stand apart, I think. Okay, the movie that he posted, I had to scroll up in the party announcement channel. And remember, if you want to join, !Discord. The Sword and the Sorcerer and Dragon Slayer. Those are the movies that Gleam wants to watch. And I think I'm gonna host it Friday? Right? Is that okay? I'll ask the Discord what they're thinking. But anyway, I've been doing a lot of yapping. I want to go back to watching videos from that content creator that we were watching earlier. So we're gonna watch Hannah Hussein's second video, if I can find it. And they're all she actually has like a 30-minute video, but the rest of them are pretty compact. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go and watch her second video. And I'll pause every now and then. I'll interject or whatever, because I want to balance being respectful to these video content creators and you guys by letting you be able to watch the video. But I also, again, I don't want to just leech off the content, so I do try to like interject to justify me even playing it, I guess. Killing Floor 3 looks mid. Don't play it. It looks lame.
Welcome back. If you're from my first video, you know who I am already. If not, my name is Hannah. I'm a pro bodybuilder. I started this channel to talk about my experiences in female bodybuilding. First, I want to say I had no idea how much views that first video was going to get. It's absolutely overwhelming in a good way. But I had no idea that it was going to be commented on so many times, shared so many times, and seen so many times by so many people. I'm here because I wanted to let you guys know I'm reading all your comments. I see you. I'm so glad to hear that this channel could possibly help so many people. So this is me just letting you guys know that I'm still here. I'm reading your...
I started blinking and wasn't sure why it wasn't picking up on my mic. I forgot that blinking doesn't tend to do that.
Your comments, I'm reading your DMs, and keep them coming. I want to answer all your questions, but I want to do it the right way, and I want to take time to answer them fully. But I didn't want to leave you guys hanging while I'm doing that, so here I am. When I sat down to film that first video, I had no idea that it was going to go viral. When I filmed it, I thought it would maybe get a couple thousand views from my Instagram, views from people that I've connected with through DMs in the gym. Maybe it was meant to just be a place to document my experiences for people that were interested. I filmed that video the day after a young woman contacted me and sent me her protocol.
Sorry,
a
have I been
PED
coughing this
protocol
whole
that her
time really
coach had given
badly?
her, and
It's
she
chronic
wanted my
forever, I'm
advice on it.
sorry.
And the same day, I was talking to a friend of mine who's also an IFBB
Hi, Baito,
pro
hello.
about health issues she's been having from steroid use. And if I'm being honest, something in me cracked in that moment. And I don't know why specifically it was that moment. It felt like guilt that people have looked up to me as a picture of health, guilt that people possibly see me and women like me and are tempted to take something, the guilt of wanting transparency for so long and not ever actually doing anything about it. And I want to make sure that people know that I was not trying to blame anybody in that video. Not the industry, not the judges, not the coaches.
The foot
That
pedestal.
was me trying to open a door.
That would be kind of
offer
cool,
my
actually.
experiences
But I would end up
to
probably doing it
people who might
accidentally all the
benefit from
time.
them. I don't just want a culture where bodybuilders
Oh,
say,
what
"Yeah,
makes
I
me feel
used,"
like a
and
little
that's
bit
the end of
bad,
it.
but it's inevitable, is that I saw there is a YouTuber who coughs a lot in his videos. And somebody in the comments got mad and said, like, I wish you would, like, edit out the coughs. Like, I get it's involuntary, but it's actually really annoying. It's like, fuck. But I mean, if I filter people out with my cough, I mean, what can you do? Like, if coughing is a trigger to somebody, I mean, what am I gonna do? Hate them? It sucks because, like, God, I wish I didn't cough. I really wish that I didn't. I'll try to drink less coffee, maybe. But I love coffee. But I really hate how much I cough. I'm sick of the constant, like, all right, here's the urge to cough again so I can feel nice in the throat for 10 seconds before I have to do it again. It's like never ending, never ending. And it's probably annoying. So I hate it. Suck. But the thing is, I'm not even sick. It's just chronic forever.
I want to be able to
Actually, I will be right back. Something's irritating me, so I'm gonna go check something really quick. I'll be right back. I have returned. Sadly, nothing really helps me. Like, with the cough, it's like it's been 3 years. Anything that helps a little bit, all it does is help a little bit. It doesn't actually, like, oh, if I just do this, I won't cough for the rest of the stream. It's like, nope. The only thing that seems to help is maybe if I quit coffee completely. And even then, it takes a long time to see results. So because it always takes so long to see any results of any change I make, I can't remember if it actually works or not. But I know that I have gotten my cough down before. But I love coffee so much. So it's just hard to completely quit it, you know?
talk about the truth of it, the real consequences, and the reasons people still say yes even when they know those consequences. Because there's people, and I'm including myself in this, especially in my early years, who are willing to risk everything to be hypermuscular. And just telling someone that's bad, don't do that, go do something else, it's not
Hello,
helpful.
hi.
It's isolating. I'm not blaming bodybuilding. I'm not
Also, I'm
blaming
doing
my
something
first
in
coat.
another
I
tab really
take
quick. I
full
had to edit something
responsibility
with
for
the
using
editing
steroids.
program.
I
I do
that.
not know if
I
it's
could have walked
making her
away,
disappear or not.
and I didn't. The truth was, he did lie to me. But even if he hadn't, even if he had told me the risks, there was a good chance I would have done it anyway. Back then, I felt invincible, and even if he had told me, there's a very good chance I would have done it anyway. And I'm seeing that today with young people in real time. In my gym, online, they have the same attitude that I did. Young people willing to risk everything. That's how deep this drive is for some of us. And I believe that the only thing that would have probably gotten through to me back then, if anything, would maybe be real life experiences. Seeing real life examples, not just scare tactics.
Yep, I feel like that's the case for like a lot of people. Is just that you just don't take things seriously. You only learn from punishment, right? Like until you experience it yourself, it's like you won't believe it. Like you're like, oh, people are probably exaggerating, or but I really want the thing. Like I really want the thing, so it'll probably be fine because like I want the thing. I want the thing, so I'll do whatever I need to do to get the thing. And you probably just push out the fear out of your mind, right? Like I'm not going to think too much about what can happen. I'm going to think about the things that can happen that are good. I'm not going to like be so pessimistic, think about the bad things. It's like, you know what I mean? I think that's just being young, really. Um, mm, I'm having to make an adjustment on something for feedback or something. That's why I'm like taking a bit. So I am sorry. Um, I think yep, it blurs like that. Hmm. Okay. I think that's all I need to do for now. Okay, let's go back to this. Sorry.
So I'm trying to be that for somebody else. And I don't want anybody's pity. I have a very good life. I'm actually really happy. Bodybuilding is still my passion. I'm not stuck in regret every day. So if I seemed unhappy in that first video, it actually had nothing to do with my life. My life fits.
I have one question that maybe some of you guys might know. So she still practices bodybuilding, but she doesn't use gear anymore. So what happens if you stop? Like if you take steroids for a decent amount of time and you bulk up your body and you look a certain way and you cause permanent damage, do you cause permanent like things that aren't necessarily bad? Like will she always have certain like perks because of her time doing steroids, or does that eventually like go away? I'm assuming it can't work like that, but like I don't know. Like if she stopped working out, or maybe and she's not using gear anymore, would she go back to being skinnier or something? Like how exactly does that work?
It's me. If it's me,
Some effects
it's
are
not gonna
permanent,
fit
some
everybody
aren't, but your
else.
body level
The
turns
reason I
back to
seemed
normal.
unhappy
Okay.
in that video
Hi, Mina.
was cognitive dissonance.
Mina, we're gonna Killing Floor next weekend. Chat was harassing me, and Ark is naughty, and he said that it's supposed to be me and you doing it.
But also realizing the effects it can have.
Well, I don't know what's going on. You guys want to do Killing Floor 1 or something? Do whatever about Killing Floor. That's not gonna dox you by having a private server or however it works. I don't know which one you want to play. I'll play whatever you tell me to play. But I'm the marketing guy. I'm just the marketing guy. You tell me what you want. You tell me what you want me to host in the server next weekend, and I'll do it. Just tell me. I'm commanding you to help me.
I feel a deep responsibility to tell the truth about this lifestyle, and not just the part where I admit to being enhanced. I want young women and men who are thinking about going down this road to have real life examples. I want there to be more truth. And those of us who have been in it a while and know exactly what happens behind the scenes, we have a responsibility to tell the truth, to be honest about this stuff. I'm not advocating for anything other than transparency. I love bodybuilding and I'm going to keep bodybuilding, but I want to be able to do it in a transparent way. So, to everyone watching and who've watched and commented, I thank you. I just wanted to say thank you. And it feels like we can easily build this into a community. Whether you're somebody who's already been in bodybuilding for
Me,
years and
I guess it depends. I haven't played Killing Floor 1 or the mod, but from what I understand, they were more like gritty aesthetic. Killing Floor 2 looks like it's more kind of quirky, I guess.
Out of curiosity,
it's still like and more like neon lights and whatever, like lots of bells and whistles.
Replying to all of your comments as long as they're respectful.
I'm sure that there's gameplay changes too.
Anything. But everyone else expects an answer from me. So I'm gonna end the video here, guys. Again, thank you so much for listening. Thank you for everyone who has commented.
Making a micro adjustment for feedback.
I had no idea there are so many of you guys out there listening and interested in something like this, and I hope it reaches the right people, and I hope it reaches the people that it's really gonna benefit. Gonna start working on those response videos to your guys' questions, and so stick around, stay tuned. Okay, see you next time.
What do you guys think? I think she's like doing a lot. Like in a recent video that I think I watched it today, she's wanting to open up a second email where people can send stuff anonymously, and she's gonna be like reading all that, and I'm like, damn, like she's growing. I wonder if she'll be able to keep up with all this, but it's like really cool that she's trying, you know, trying to help and everything. It's like I like her a lot. So the next video will be answering your top 3 questions plus possibly a small rant. So I haven't watched the long one yet because I haven't found like a good moment to do it. Because so far when I've watched her videos, it's been whenever I'm in bed and I'm like sleepy. So
welcome or welcome back. If you're new here, my name is Hannah. I'm an IFBB Pro female bodybuilder, and today is going to be my very first Q&A. The last 2 videos that I had, you guys had a lot of questions.
ASMR, kinda. It does feel soothing, but I do like what she has to say too.
And so I'm here to answer them today. I do have a couple things that I wanted to say at the end, so stick around for that. I wanted to clear up the lingo in my very first video. I was using the term gear to refer to anabolic steroids, and it confused some people, and I'm really sorry for that. So moving forward, I will use the term steroids or PEDs, so performance enhancing drugs. I'll use either one of those to refer to anabolic steroids. Also, a couple people asked what a natty was because I had used that in my first video. A natty is a...
Also, I think it's really cute to like use lingo and not realize that people might not actually know what you're talking about. I remember that sometimes I'll either talk to a Japanese artist or I will talk to maybe like an old person, and I'll use like young people lingo, or I'll use like you know, like oh, on my way, you would write OMW and stuff like that. Not that boomers don't ever do that, but there were certain ones that I used at times, not realizing that they will not know what I'm fucking talking about. Like, there's been times where I send something to Japanese artists, and I, like, send, like, MW, my bad, or something. I'm like, oh my fucking god, and then I quickly edit it, so it's like, so I can seem, like, understandable. Hello, Bucky. Have you checked out the recent shmup games? I have been kind of out of the scene for a bit. I have not been paying attention to shmup in a while because I'm waiting until I have my Sailor Synth model, which those are the models that I'm going to be using to play like shmup games and stuff. And I'm still kind of like, I'm a baby. I'm like new to the scene or whatever. It'll take a while before I'm like more versed in that. And even then, because I'm so new to the genre, I feel like I won't feel confident I won't feel confident talking about shmup games as any sort of authority for a really long time. I'm always going to be like a little bit shy and nervous. Brain goes in the opposite direction and tries to write an extra plain text with boomers. I try to do that normally. Try, if I can remember to.
Natural lifter or a natural bodybuilder or someone that does not use anabolic steroids. So hopefully that clears things up. Again, I'm sorry for the confusion. And getting into the questions. The number one question that you guys asked is why. Why did I choose to get on steroids? And the answer is that I was willing to do anything that it took to become hypermuscular, regardless of the risks that I thought that it had. When I first got on steroids, I understood that there was side effects, but I did not understand the extent of those side effects. And absolutely, it was ignorant of me. I should have done my research. It is 100% on me. I take full responsibility for that. I was almost willfully ignorant because I wanted to be hypermuscular so bad that I was willing to overlook almost anything. Yes, I should have done my research. Yes, I should have went about it in another way. All these things. I can't change my past, but that is my honest answer. The second most asked question is, am I still currently on steroids? And the answer to that is I'm on HRT, which is hormone replacement therapy. I'm on 16 milligrams of testosterone per week, as well as estrogen. This is all under the supervision of a doctor. I have an endocrinologist and a urologist and a bunch of other doctors. So this is all prescribed to me. But I also want to make it clear that this is far from natural. It is still very much enhanced. It is safer and hands down the safest that I have been since starting bodybuilding. So I just wanted to make it very clear that it's still not natural. I'm still not a natty. I'm still enhanced, but it is under the supervision of a doctor. And question number 3 is my voice. People wanted to know if it will ever go back to normal, if I can change it, if I can do anything for it. The answer is it will never go back to normal. There are some things that I can do if I wanted to. There is a surgery, there's a vocal feminization surgery, but it is, from
hi,
what
Nancy.
I
Hello,
understand,
hello.
pretty
Sorry.
risky.
I'm getting like feedback about the military Raptor Nessa model, and so I'm kind of like doing a little mock up to show like changes that I want. And we're kind of going like a little bit back and forth. I've been having the video play a little bit, but I haven't been overly attentive in saying hello to people. So hello. Um, so I actually did stream in STG shmups before. The problem is that I got harassed. Granted, I think it was just like one specific group of losers, but they were just kind of like popping in and griefing, and not in the kind of like cute banter kind of way, but in the like they genuinely like are wanting to upset me kind of deal. And so I've just been kind of avoiding the tag a little bit. I don't think I should be afraid though, because like I said, I for a second at first I thought, oh, is this just how shmup fans are? Like, are they gatekeeping and they just don't want any like chicks to be playing it or whatever? And then later on I would be like, oh, it's just like a group of losers. Oh. So maybe the next time I stream shmups, when I start getting back to that, maybe I'll use the tag again. I'll have to figure something out.
There's also vocal training, which I've actually been approved for by my insurance. I have been to a vocal specialist where they stuck a scope down my throat and did all these things and looked at it. And the doctor believed that I could get some improvement with my voice, but it would never go back to normal. I probably will end up going down that route of vocal training to help improve my voice, because it also gets really uncomfortable, physically uncomfortable, if I talk a lot during the day or if I have to raise my voice a lot. It does physically get uncomfortable for me. So I would really like some relief in that. So those were your top 3 questions that you guys had for me. There is something that I wanted to touch on before I end this video, and it's not related to any questions that you guys had for me, but I wanted to get the information out there sooner rather than later, because
Hi,
I think it's
Malphus.
important.
Hello.
And that is the amount of young people and young women that I see on TikTok and Instagram claiming they have not had side effects.
Por enquanto, não. not yet.
Not yet. Have you had any side effects from not being natural?
I've just had an easier time recovering and building muscle, so.
Not really, no.
To that, I just wanted to caution against the young people seeing that, or the young people possibly on steroids right now and thinking that they also don't have side effects.
if I minimize the
My words
window,
of
it goes
wisdom to
away.
you
Okay.
is that you don't have side effects yet. You don't have side effects yet because some of them come on over time. And the first thing I wanted to make you guys aware of is the fact that you can drop your estrogen as a woman over time taking anabolic steroids, which has very, very serious complications like cystitis. I just experienced it for the first time last year, and I have been on
I think cystitis has something to do with like ovaries, right?
steroids on and off for over 10 years. It's not something that I thought steroids could even cause. It's not something I ever thought about. And I'm not saying I have all the answers. There's not a whole lot of literature out there, but my specialist does think that it directly came from steroid use.
That's the scary shit. Like, you would think if you eat a lot of if you do a lot of a healthy thing, that it will benefit you. But if you go overboard, it will literally hurt you. 20 eggs? That sounds amazing, but I didn't know it could affect your period. Like, that sounds like crazy, right? But people's bodies be fucking weird. There's like, what was it? I used to think, like, I never did it, but I thought, like, wait, if you want to have perfectly clean teeth, you should, why don't we brush 10 times a day? And if you do that, it'll, like, strip away, like, good stuff. It'll, you know what I mean? It'll, like, strip away good stuff. So you gotta be careful, right? But that's crazy. But hopefully she was able to fix it, I guess, right?
Because steroids can drop estrogen in women, mimicking menopause. And so the symptoms I was experiencing was in a line with menopause. So I think it's really harmful that there's these videos out there of these young women talking about how they don't experience any side effects. They really have not experienced side effects. It's just because they haven't experienced them yet.
Yet.
So just wanted to put that out there. I also wanted to let you guys know that I'm not here to sell you anything. There was some concern that I was trying to get some kind of benefit from this channel.
Which is like, I don't think they're bad people for like wondering, because anything that seems too selfless or wholesome or anything, people just get skeptical, right? Like, there's a lot of people out there who I just want to help people. I love people. I just want to help people, and I want to improve their mental health and their health and blah blah blah. And it's like a lot of it's just exploitive. Like, they're actually getting something out of it, or they're misleading you intentionally because they want the sponsorship or they want to get paid or something. So it's like they're doing a hustle, but that hustle can unfortunately affect other people. So people come and see this channel, they're like, oh, she must be like evil or sus or something. Like, there's something she's not telling us. So it's like, I get the cynicism, because like, this is a world where cynicism helps you survive a little bit. But unfortunately, over cynicism can like, hurt the people that are genuine out there.
And I was intending for it to get so many views.
Do the ends justify the reasoning behind the deed? I guess it depends. I think that, like, if something is done and it actually helps people and it benefits people, like, truly, like, there's no catch, it just helps people. If you find out that maybe a motivator for them speaking out is for money or something, like, it might sour things a little bit, but, like, in that kind of situation, I feel like still fine. I guess things change if you're lying completely. I can't think of a true example that, like, really fits into this, though.
Not my intentions. I've actually dropped all my fitness related sponsors so I can freely talk about this with you guys. And I am not going to accept any kind of partnership on YouTube related to fitness, because I do not want that to compromise my message here. I don't want anything.
No, she is saying that
monetary.
she is saying that she's not going to work with any like sponsors, especially like fitness, but that doesn't necessarily mean, and I feel like people might use this against her one day, if she opens a Patreon, to try to support herself, because she, again, she's just admitted, I mean, she did say that she has a good life. Maybe financially she's fine, maybe she has like a normal job, or maybe she's making money from doing her bodybuilding or whatever. But in terms of sponsors, she's probably lost a lot of income. So wouldn't be surprised if she opened some kind of like way to support her, like a Patreon, because like maybe she's gonna keep making these videos. Maybe she's gonna do higher effort ones. Not that she's not doing higher effort, but who knows what she's got planned. I don't think it would be bad of her to like open up a Patreon. But I think people might be like, wait a second, you said you weren't gonna. I don't know if she's gonna do that though, but I feel like it would be fine if she did, right?
In the fitness space to influence what I do here.
And if it's a Patreon, she'll get supported doing what she wants to do. If it's a sponsorship, then she has to be careful what she says in order to get paid.
If you don't want to leave a public comment. Now, if you do go to my Instagram, there are some things that I am selling, but realize I still do have to make a living. But
there you go. See?
My point is I'm not transferring that to you guys. I'm not here trying to sell you anything. I'm not.
Hello, Tormar. I'm pretty good. I'm just doing a rare just chatting where we're watching Hannah's videos here, where she talks about her experience as a female bodybuilder who used steroids and the effects that it has on the body. And she's trying to raise awareness on how it is a bit dangerous, and that you should be very you should educate yourself on what the side effects are before you make the decision to do them, and that there's lots of misinformation out there, or there's some people out there that don't have your best benefit. You're just talking about that overall like scene, really. And I'm doing a cool arthritis exercise. My friend got really bad arthritis and was not able to draw for quite a while back. And whenever he saw that I was going through hand pains, either he reached out or I reached out to him and asked for advice or something. I don't remember which one it is. He recommended me this ball. It's Doc Zack, I guess that's the brand. Handmaster Plus. Sounds like some sex toy, but it's a foam ball, and it has a hole that a rubber band contraption slips through, and you put each finger inside a rubber band ring, and you're able to squeeze the ball, and you're able to pull your fingers away and contract, and you'll still have the ball attached to you. And I'm trying to do that every now and then. It is supposed to help work out your hand muscles, because I guess what causes arthritis and carpal tunnel is your hand being stiff in one pose for too long. And a lot of people deal with that kind of thing. Hairdressers, did you know? Hairdressers deal with that kind of thing, which is crazy to me. But yeah, it's just your hands being held a certain way. And I do that with phone, computer, and drawing. So trying to use today as a sort of rest day while we watch really nice content.
You get the picture. You get the point. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that, because I do want this channel to be a place where I can be completely honest with you guys about everything bodybuilding, steroid, whatever you want to call it related, because I want this channel to help people. So I'm gonna end the video here. Keep asking your questions. I'm gonna work on another video. I'll probably do a video about once a week. That's what it's kind of turning into. So I appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much for being here, and I will see you on the next one. Bye.
Now I'm curious, like, what all is there to talk about with this whole thing? Like, I guess it's just, there's just so many things to talk about. My full PED history as a female bodybuilder. I do not know what PED means.
You guys ready for this? Because I don't know if I'm ready for this. I know y'all are ready for this. Hey everybody, welcome back.
Carpal tunnel and cubital tunnel syndrome, pinky finger pain from the ulnar nerve, or from nerves that get irritated or have pressure, usually to being still in a position too long. Yeah, pretty much. My hands, for the last few months, have had a constant flare-up. Like, I have really bad flare-ups, and then I have the kind of, like, subtle constant flare-ups that have been going on for some months, where my hands always feel like, in the joints, they feel a little bit swollen, like movement is a bit tiny, a little bit stiff. Not crazy, but I do notice and know that something feels wrong. And no matter what I do, even when my hand is fine, quote, quote, the fingers on my right hands will never feel as like fluid and carefree as the left hand. No matter what, it always feels like there's more resistance built into the joints in the other one. Like it always feels worn. But I've been particularly bad with art and being on the phone too much. So I'm paying for it every single day. Every single day I'm paying for it a little bit. So every now and then trying to do ice pack or doing this ball thing. I'm just really bad at keeping on top of it. I even had an adjustment on my wrist from my chiropractor. I might start doing that more often because he's good. Like I know people aren't always trustful of chiropractors, but I can say at least for me, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He's pretty decent about getting my nerve pain in my back to like chill. Because every now and then, my back health is like better than it's been in years. But every now and then, sometimes a nerve will get out of whack and start hurting. He does an adjustment, and then I start feeling better after a few days or like that day. But I'm gonna be quiet now. We're gonna watch Hannah.
If you're new here, my name is Hannah. I'm an IFBB pro female bodybuilder.
Close to
And I've
spooky
created this
season,
channel to
yeah,
talk
and
about
close to my
experiences with
anniversary.
PEDs and all things bodybuilding. So
I'll
if
talk
it
about that
interests
after
you,
this
stick
video. Who
around.
cares about my
We
VTubing?
have a
I'm gonna
very
listen to
big video
Hannah,
today.
my wife.
My full
Just joking.
history
I love her
of
though.
PED use. In this video, I'm only going to be covering my PED cycles. I'm not going to go into details of my life. I will be making a separate video because a lot of you guys were curious as to why I wanted to be hypermuscular.
Which
and I will
I'm
be
curious
making
about.
A separate video for that.
I'm curious about
One's
that
gonna be a
too.
little bit harder.
But she doesn't have to like because whenever she opened up initially about like wanting to become hypermuscular, it did seem that like, oh, am I armchair psyching her? Oops. But she didn't seem to like immediately want to talk about it. So I'm going to assume that like, and she kind of reaffirms it here that it's probably more personal. And I don't think we need to know. We don't necessarily need to know why she wanted to become hypermuscular because clearly the message she actually wants to get out there is to just be careful and don't use steroids. That it's not worth it. But if she wants to talk about why, I mean, that's for her to decide, you know.
For me to do. I am not blaming anybody in this video. I am simply giving you information. I know it was dumb, okay? That's the whole point, so you guys don't make the same mistakes. This is the video that I wish existed before I got into bodybuilding. I also want to explain that I could not find pictures of me before I started steroids. I didn't start posting on social media until 2013, which is when I did my first show. My first cycle was before that. So my first cycle was not for a show. I didn't start officially bodybuilding and or competing until my second coach. So first coach, I was just obsessed with becoming hypermuscular, and that is where our story starts. My first cycle. I don't actually know what it was. My coach at the time put me on what he said was Anavar. Looking back now and knowing what I know now, I know that was not Anavar based off the symptoms, the fact that it was an injectable, and some of the side effects that I got from it. What he really gave me was either testosterone or tren. Trenbolone, also known as tren, which is more what I think it really was, is 5 times more androgenic than testosterone. It's known as one of the most powerful anabolics in bodybuilding. But looking back at my social media accounts, I did not start posting pictures until, like I said, 2013. This was before then, so I actually might have been around 21 years old. I am going based off memory, and I don't remember exactly the dose he had me on, but I think it was half a cc 2 or 3 times a week. He did tell me it was a new kind of Anavar that you could not find anywhere else, that it was super strong, this revolutionary, no side effects kind of drug, and then it was just gonna get me jacked. This is, again, not deflecting blame, it's just what happened, okay? This is relevant because this kind of stuff still happens today.
I noticed she does this a lot, and I'm not sure, like, fully why. It might, because, like, I know that sometimes I over-explain myself because I hate the idea of being misunderstood. But she does always try very hard to make it clear that she's not saying that she was hypnotized or that she had no agency in her own decision-making. She's just trying to influence other people to be like, hey, I know you can make your own decisions too. One decision I hope you make is watching these videos so you maybe reconsider certain decisions. And I like that. I like that about her. I feel like that's very, very honest. I think that's very honest. But it's, you can still like hold others accountable and everything, like talking about this kind of thing, but it's still important to acknowledge your part in it. But it's not necessarily downplaying the faults of others, you know? Am I wording that weird? Sorry. I don't like talking moral. I don't feel like I have a right to, if that makes sense. I think I'm a garbage person. And so whenever I do it, I just feel like nasty. Like, ugh. Just talk about water in the video games. Don't talk about morality, please.
Ultimately, it is the responsibility of the athletes to do their own research and to educate themselves. But when you're young, and in my case, dumb, you feel invincible, and that kind of combination
I'm
can spell
invincible
recipe for
until my
disaster.
back
And the reason
went
I know this is still
dead.
happening today was because, one, it happened to me again back in 2023. I had a coach, a high level coach, approach me wanting to coach me and told me he was going to put me on tren. And he told me that the weight and the amounts and the dosages of tren that we were going to use would not cause me side effects. By this point, I knew better and I did not use this person as a coach, but that is what he told me. And I still hear about it today in the industry. I hear about it in my gyms. I hear about it online. It's still prevalent everywhere. So to recap my first cycle, it was not for a show. There was no end goal. There was no structure. It was just the mindset of more is better. I wanted to get as muscular as quickly as possible, and he told me, this is what you do, and I listened. And again, I will talk about why I had that mindset in a later video.
I did want to also ask, I forgot. I don't remember if she got into it or somebody else got into it or if we talked about it before. Bodybuilders back in the day, like Arnold's era and stuff, they look different than the bodybuilders now, right? What happened exactly? Or is it that that still happens, but just like there's like more of a variety of body types in bodybuilder? Like, how's that work exactly? Does that make sense? I noticed that like older bodybuilders, they look more puffy, and I say this in like a positive way. And then I guess now bodybuilders look more lean. Is something like different? Lying about no side effects is scummy as fuck. Either negligence or deception. Yeah, 100%. The in the other video where she showed a compilation of people being asked, "Hey, have you had any side effects?" Those people said not yet. A lot of them said not yet. So they are kind of open in the possibility that something might happen, and they were probably being truthful. Like, you know what I mean? I don't think that they're all necessarily lying, but some probably do lie, especially like ones that like have sponsorships and are pushing stuff, I guess.
The side effects happened very fast. The first thing I noticed was I felt like I had to clear my throat all the time.
That's
I still kinda
me.
do that
I didn't
today.
know I was a
And
bodybuilder
then
too.
people started asking me if I had a cold. I was very small. I know I don't have pictures for you guys, but I was super, super skinny when I started this. I was under 100 pounds. I went from 100 pounds to quickly 118 pounds. My voice dropped fast, like fast, giving me crap for this enlargement of certain things. It was very intriguing to you guys. The clits. My clit got bigger. It also drastically increased my sex drive. Like, use your imagination, but
Yo,
it was
same. But I didn't need steroids. I just needed to become a hag. Ugh. I wish I could go back before I was a hag. I'll tell you what, whenever those eggs start like drying up, your body is like, please just do something quickly. It's almost too late. It's not fun. I hate it. It's annoying. It's an inconvenience. I hate it so much.
very high. I also started to get pretty bad breakouts. Now, this wasn't anything like cystic acne like you would see, some of the stuff online. I never got that bad, but I was always used to clear skin, so it was definitely a drastic change for me. My face looked puffy. My breast tissue looked less full. And it was so long ago that it's hard to remember, but I'm sure I was having some anxiety at that point. So to recap on my first cycle, was most likely tren at 150 to 200 milligrams a week for about 17 weeks. And if I remember correctly, it took about 4 weeks for people to start noticing and questioning things. Well,
And that's
one, I did
crazy.
gain a lot of muscle very
That
quickly,
much results in
and then
in like
obviously,
4 weeks,
my
enough to
voice changed
people,
and
enough
things
for people to
started
notice.
to notice. Side effects were voice, clitoral enlargement, high sex drive, acne, hair loss and growth on the body, water retention, possibly.
Well, I knew somebody that had like really bad back acne. I used to have like really bad acne myself. But it was weird. It was like it was worse in it was worse in a certain period of my life, but not the period that you would think it would be. Now I hardly ever deal with it. And I'll tell you what, like if anybody out there has acne issues and it feels like no matter what they do in terms of creams helps, go to a dermatologist. Like if you don't, it just doesn't get better. At least it wasn't for me. But I needed to get a pill called doxycycline, and it goes in your body. You know, a lot of these creams that you might put on your face, they don't penetrate deep enough. Not that there aren't creams that don't penetrate deep enough, but I don't think you're going to find that over the counter or in one of those infomercials. I forgot what it was, the acne cream that I used to use that my mom would get. Something that was like highly advertised all the time. Did nothing for me. But the doxycycline, it literally cured me. And once the acne cleared up, it didn't come back. That's how much it said. It's like the acne was an infection, and once you took out the infection, once you took care of it, it didn't just like come back because I stopped taking the medicine. That's how much it saved my ass. So just mentioning that. Obviously, you know, like I'm just saying what medicine they gave me. I'm not saying to go specifically on that medicine, but I would say go to a dermatologist if you're having like trouble with that. But I had like some cystic acne in some spot, and it wasn't like a really long period of my life. I think it was like 3 years of it. And I just it's crazy now that I think about it that I just dealt with it. Like I didn't like it, but I'm just like, all right. I think if I dealt with it now, I would probably be in like manic overdrive, like going crazy, like, oh God, I hate it so much. But back then, it's weird. It's like I was just more complacent about things than I am now. My understanding is that older bodybuilders look different, mostly because that was just the look they were going for. Different times have different styles. Right, so that must be what it is. That kind of like how certain fashion trends, hairstyle trends, makeup styles, it's trends. They come and go until people see the new thing, and they're like, oh, I want that specific thing. Tell me how to get that specific thing. I think a lot of folks deal with acne and stop going to derm because it's very in trial and error. And it can be, but I will say, at least for me, I mean, I think that she gave me one medicine. I think it was like kind of like doxycycline, but like weaker. It was something else, called something different. Didn't work. Gave me doxy, boom, saved. But it is frustrating, like the trial and error. All right, time to pay 50 to even more bucks on another bottle of pills that may or may not help or may have some kind of side effect, and it's very discouraging. But I think like if you go to, I don't remember how specialists work. If you pay like 200 bucks on average, specialists tend to be like 200 bucks. On average, I think they don't keep charging you for every visit. I think. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. But if a problem is bad enough, sometimes you just gotta suffer, I guess, in your effort to find a cure if you can. For me, like some things I'm just stuck with, like the coffin problem. I finally went to the specialist. And he just told me that he doesn't think I have silent reflux. I'm still gonna keep that there in my bio, even if it's lying, I guess. But because I have a chronic cough. Because if I say I have a chronic cough, then people are gonna try to diagnose, and they might even tell me, "Oh, you might have silent reflux." It's just better to like have a label that I can just like say I have something like this, you know. Because if you're too vague, people will try to diagnose and help you, and I don't want help because nobody's gonna be able to help me, unfortunately. I don't really have acne per se, but I've had to go to the dermatologist a few times for eczema. Okay, okay. You know, I don't think I have it anymore, but I could have sworn that my dad was convinced I have rosacea, which is like a kind of like skin condition on the face, but I don't really have it. I don't really deal with that much. Um, but yeah, if any of you guys ever know anybody that's having acne issues, please tell them to just go to a dermatologist, especially if it's not going away. Super interested in how meds can have different uses. I use it as a post-exposure prophylaxis to prevent HIV. I'm high risk and I have multiple partners. So what medicine are you talking about? Are you talking about doxycycline? Also, I'm gonna play a little bit of the video while you guys talk, but I'm trying to balance this. We're doing like lots of different like subject hopping, which is my specialty.
Shutting off my own testosterone production, and I'll explain that later. Jumping into my next cycle was very different because at that point I decided to compete. I ended up moving away, thankfully, from my first coach, and I ended up going to a nutritionist who happened to be a prep coach. He was the first one to tell me about the stage. At this point, I still didn't know exactly what on stage bodybuilding was. I knew there was bodybuilders, but I was pretty sheltered as a kid, and so I didn't know that there was actually competitions for bodybuilding. And this coach showed me that. He introduced me to it, and I decided to go all in with him. Now, my second coach put me on orals only. He had me on Winstrol at 10 milligrams a day. He also introduced me to diuretics, which we just used for show days, and T3. Winstrol is an oral steroid, and it's popular in the cutting phase. So it's not a great mass builder, but it's good for like finishing, is what they say. The diuretic that we used was called aldactazide, and that is a potassium-sparing diuretic. T3 is a synthetic thyroid hormone. It's used commonly in bodybuilding to increase metabolism, and it's often used during preps to help lose body fat. My very first show was in July of 2013, and I competed in the figure category. I ended up getting second place out of 30 girls, and at that point, I really felt like I had found my community.
So I think I heard something about this. My dad's even talked about it. My dad used to tell me back in the day that looking tan is better for you. That you look like healthier or something like that. And I've always been like very very pale. And I'm fine with that. But I notice bodybuilders typically whenever they take photos, I notice that they're usually tan and oiled up and stuff. And I think it has something to do with that it makes your definition pop more. Like, I think that's why they tend to be. I don't even think it's always natural tan. I think it's like spray tans, and then the oil to kind of like have all the shimmer reflect, and it really highlights your body's form because like sometimes like literally if somebody's like kind of buff, if they're not in the right lighting, it might not look aesthetic. It might not look right. Pale ginger makes sense. Hee hee. I like being pale. Although being God, I can't even imagine how I would look tan. Like, it could be cool, but I mean, I would have to actually tan. And of all the changes to my like aesthetic or vibe, I don't think the tan would be what I would want to go for. I wish that I wish I just had like a different hair color. I wish it was brighter. That's what I kind of wish.
Even some of the judges came up to my posing coach afterwards, a separate coach from the one that was prepping me, and were asking about me and asking where I came from, and they actually ended up telling her I would have won had my posing been better. But that in itself was very addicting. I felt like I was in the right place. That show also qualified me for nationals, and my coach immediately started sponsoring me. I did nationals that same year on the same steroid cycle. I think we took a small break between when I qualified in nationals, but we got right back on after that. So when nationals came around, I actually ended up passing out backstage due to the diuretic usage. He had me take aldactazide again, which is the potassium sparing diuretic, but he also had me cut my sodium. This is what caused me to pass out backstage. Actually almost didn't let me go on. The side effects from that cycle, because I was already pretty virilized, meaning I had already experienced side effects, I didn't notice much physically. I did notice that I was having more depression issues, I did lose my period, but also my calories were super, super low at that point, and the diuretic could have killed me, plain and simple. So, to recap on that second cycle, it was 10 milligrams of Winstrol a day, which comes out to 70 milligrams a week. And then I was on T3. I believe I got up to.
Muscles look better when you're dehydrated. Really? Okay. Also, because because I'm like my mind is scattered a little bit. Like I do sometimes my mind wanders like vaguely, like it's not thinking of anything in particular. So what exactly she was on some kind of diet. I think she said dietary that made her pass out, and then she said that something about sodium, like she wasn't allowed to do sodium anymore. Oh, diuretics make you pee. Wait, what is a diuretic? I assumed it's like, oh, is a diuretic a diet pill? I think trying to maximize your looks at the detriment of your health is silly. Yeah, it is, but I feel like why do people do it then, right? Some people just have something gets in their head and something bothers them so much that it can cause mental pain, which sounds silly and everything, mental pain, but it can literally drive you crazy. Body dysphoria and stuff like that. You would maybe be surprised at how damaging it is to one's mental health. So I kind of actually get hurting yourself in order to address the thing that's driving you crazy. Unfortunately, maybe one day you will regret that because now you're stuck dealing with something even worse. I really doubt that she is very fond of her voice not being like hers anymore and that she feels like physical strain talking. I can't even imagine how uncomfortable that must be. Like I have throat issues, I cough and everything, which is annoying, but imagine literally like feeling pain just from talking. Like that sounds horrible.
30 or 35 micrograms, and then aldactazide. T3 and aldactazides are not androgenic. I then took a break from competing between the years of 2014 and 2016.
Also, one last thing, I did want to mention that I find this video to be very helpful, I imagine, to the people that she's trying to reach out to, because it's given a time frame. You know, you see those videos of people saying, oh, I'm not dealing with any side effects yet. Well, it's like, well, here's a story that tells you a time frame of how it went for her. And it doesn't necessarily mean that's the exact time frame that, like, a new, like, user or whatever would deal with, but it gives you somebody's like specific story, because sometimes people don't respond well to vagueness. They need like more detailed descriptions of like how it went, so you know what to be afraid of, I guess, or you need more detail for your cautionary tale, I guess, for people to take it more seriously. And even then, people won't always take it seriously. There's probably still people who would watch this and be like, I'd be fine. I mean, if my clit got bigger and my voice changed, I feel like I'd be fine. There's people who would do that. And she kind of even said in another video that, like, if she had known the risks and everything more clearly, if she was more educated, she said that she probably still would have made the decision that she made. Like, she would have still done it, and then she would just regretted it later. Which I think is, like, pretty cool to, like, acknowledge that.
Still lifting, but I was no longer competing. In 2016, I got with my third coach, and he's probably the first one that I would consider a good coach. Before he let me do anything, he had me get blood work, which showed low T, low testosterone.
I was about to
That was
ask.
probably due to my previous cycles. And that's when I got with an endocrinologist for the first time. It also showed hypothyroidism, which was probably due to T3 abuse. My endocrinologist at the time prescribed me 8 milligrams of testosterone.
So we were talking about thyroid and thyroidism, I assume, earlier, right? So it is hyperthyroidism where you lose weight too fast? I'm assuming? Or, right? I'm assuming.
I still remember my lab showing a 7 for my testosterone at the time, so they did give me HRT at that point. In addition to the 8 milligrams of testosterone per week, he put me on 15 milligrams of Anavar, and eventually we got to 50 milligrams a week of NPP. Anavar is one of the most commonly used oral steroids for women. It's known for promoting lean muscle mass. NPP is a fast-acting version of the compound nandrolone, which is commonly known as DECA. It promotes muscle growth as well as joint comfort. It can
Hyper too much and hypo is too little. Okay.
come with both androgenic and estrogenic side effects. My side effects for this cycle was I went from about 118 pounds to 130. Also, keep in mind that my diet changed pretty drastically at that time, too. I noticed maybe a little bit more hair loss. I did get my period back at this time, but my other side effects either remained or got a little bit worse. So, to recap, I was on Anavar, 15 milligrams per day, which comes out to 105 per week. Testosterone was at 8 milligrams per week. And then eventually NPP came in at 50 milligrams per week. So the highest I went with this coach was 163 milligrams. We would cycle on and off Anavar, but I stayed on my test this whole time. I did several shows with this coach and I did pretty well, but the feedback from the judges kept coming back. They wanted me to come in bigger and leaner. And of course, me being me, I wanted to be bigger and leaner. So at that point, that is when we added the 50 milligrams of NPP per week, but the feedback was still to get bigger and leaner. What I really respected about this coach was he straight up told me he was not comfortable doing the things that he thought would be required to get me to where the judges wanted me, and he encouraged me to find another coach. Now, by this time, I had already had plenty of side effects, and I pretty well knew what I was risking. At least I thought I did. So I started looking for coaches that were coaching women where I wanted to be, which was the Olympia stage. I ended up getting with a very well-known coach in the industry. He had tons of Olympians.
Hi, Jeep. Hi.
Or people that had been to the Olympia. And he immediately gave me a huge discount when I signed with him. And I want to add a note here that most coaches have incentive to get their athletes as freaky as possible, especially the ones they see potential in. The more impressive you look, the better they look as a coach. Combine that with an athlete that's willing to do whatever it takes, and you can see why there's so many deaths in bodybuilding. And that's why sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes coaches giving you special treatment can be a red flag. And again, I'm going to cover that in a future video. So I started with this coach in 2019. I did my first show with him in October of 2019. This was my first cycle with him, my first cycle that I actually have in writing because we communicated over email. This was also the first coach that I used that was not in person, so everything was online. I also switched from the figure division to the physique division at this point. 16 weeks out, we started on 10 milligrams of Anavar per day, 50 milligrams of NPP twice a week, and then that went to Anavar increased at 8 weeks out, 15 milligrams daily. That's also when we added in Novadex every 12 hours, and that was at 10 milligrams. Novadex is often introduced in the final weeks leading up to a show because it helps tighten up the physique. At 4 weeks out, my Anavar increased to 20 milligrams daily. We started Winstrol at 10 milligrams daily, and I continued to use 20 milligrams of Novadex. He did have me on diuretics. He had me on aldactone at 25 milligram tablets and diazide at the same dosage. The diuretics were not used until a couple days out from the show.
Hi, love.
So from 16 weeks to 18 weeks out from my show.
Did we get any updates, by the way? Also, I love how YouTubers are just like, fuck, I'm not gonna record a new clip. I'm just gonna, like, edit this in. It's like, I would do the same exact thing, like, straight up. The worst thing is, like, if you upload a video and there's, like, inaccuracies in it, and then people just keep pointing out forever, or you just feel guilty at, like, spreading, like, misinformation or something, and that you can't do anything about it. Okay. I'm a little nervous, love. Hopefully everything goes okay. Like, I'm just, I don't want to fuck things up. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying. What if they cancel? What if they're like, no, I hate you now? Oh my God. Tell me it's going to be okay. Tell me that everything's going to be okay and that I'm not going to, tell me it's going to be okay. Please? He's not responding. Okay, it's over.
I was on 10 milligrams of Anavar a day, 50 milligrams of
It's going to be
NPP
awful.
twice a week,
I
which
mean,
comes out to
Riot,
100
I hate
milligrams a week.
you.
That total was 170 milligrams a week of anabolic load. 8 to 4 weeks out, I was on.
Was it getting there? Was it really? Did I push it that far? Like, really? Like actually? Or is it just that there's like a possibility? I don't think we were, I don't know. Tell me, lie to me. That was the only time I asked, though. That was the only time. Yeah, you don't get to know the context. You don't get to know. Imagine if I did it to you, but I'm the most bitchy person on the planet. Let me think. It depends. It depends. I think what... Oh, uh-oh. Okay, maybe. Okay, I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, it's over. I think I'm gonna go. Go. Yeah. Okay.
On Anavar at 15 milligrams a day, so 105 a week.
It's okay.
NPP stayed the same. Novadex stayed the same. And then the final 4 weeks, I increased Anavar to 20 milligrams a day, which came out to 140 a week. Winstrol came in at 10 milligrams a day, so 70 a week. NPP stayed the same. Novadex stayed the same. He also had me on Clen and T3 at this time. Clen or clenbuterol, it's not an androgenic steroid. It increases metabolic rate by increasing temperature. The side effects from this cycle, I went from 130 pounds to 140. At this point, I had very noticeable hair loss. That's when I really started to notice it. I had loss of facial fat volume. I lost my period again. And my sex drive was dumb, like through the roof. My side effects were I went from 130 to 140 pounds, hair loss.
So it's a little bit like hard to read, but mainly she's just recapping what she already like said. But since there's so many stuff on the list right now. Cycle recap, there you go, if that helps at all. For all you steroid users in the PumpkinSynth community.
Loss of facial fat volume, loss of period, and sex drive was absolutely insane.
My hands are like okay, like they always feel like a tiny bit swollen. So the thing is, like, literally I can rest all day, I can do nothing with my hands, and then tomorrow after a little bit of phone or drawing, it'll just, I'll just keep having the same feeling. My goal ideally is to have it chill out, go back to when the hand issues are dormant and surfaces later. Like sometimes I would hit these small periods for like a week or two where I would wake up and my hands would feel stiff and uncomfortable. Luckily I haven't hit that actually, even despite this flare up. I want to go back to like when that would only happen every now and then, rather than every single day my hand feel a little bit like, ugh. I don't even know if my compression gloves are helping or hurting, if I'm being real. Like, are they helping me? Like, I feel stiff in my hands. Do I want to constrict the blood flow even further? Like, I don't know if I'm making the right move with that.
Off all compounds in the off season after that cycle.
Love, I sent you a DM, by the way. Please
I did
respond.
End up winning my show. Then I believe COVID hit and I didn't compete again until 2021. And this next show we decided to go full on into the bodybuilding category. Now competing all kind of falls under the bodybuilding umbrella, but there's different categories under that. But we decided to go into the bodybuilding category per some of the judges' feedback from my last show, and also my lat spread being a very dominant pose for me, which is only in bodybuilding. And at this point, I was all in bodybuilding. I was making a living off of it. My whole life was dedicated to bodybuilding. Our next cycle was a lot more extreme than anything I had done before. We started out at 20 milligrams of Anavar per day, 10 milligrams of Winstrol a day, Remedex, which is another estrogen blocker, and Novadex starting at 8 weeks out. He also put me on some other injectables at this point, which was Primobolan at 200 milligrams a week and Mastron every third day. Primobolan is a DHT derivative. It does not aromatize, which means it does not convert to estrogen. Progesterone is also a DHT derivative. It's most commonly used in the cutting phase. So my total weekly anabolic load was between orals 210 milligrams between Anavar and Winstrol, and then between the injectables, Masteron and Primobolan was 325 milligrams, which brings the grand total to 535 milligrams. And for those who are well versed in PEDs, you are either cringing or you're not surprised. The side effects that I got from this cycle was I got up to 160 pounds. My hair was officially done. It looked nothing like it did before. I'm half Lebanese and half Italian, and it was totally, absolutely not the same. You know, I've come to terms with it. I
So,
had bad anxiety.
Is her hair still like permanently damaged? Because I mean, you can have hair fall out, but it does grow back. I'm just curious, like, I don't know if this is how her hair is supposed to look or if it's actually like changed. Just kind of curious. Like, it looks nice to me, but um, obviously, if it used to be like more voluminous or whatever, feel different, like she would like probably always mourn that, even if her hair still looks technically fine. Permanently thicken hair. That's not bad, right? Thick. Is there any situation where people wouldn't want thicker hair? It could cause balding. Balding is caused potentially by too much testosterone. That's not good. I don't think anybody wants to go bald. And bald kind of sucks because not everybody has like the head structure to pull it off. Some people they can pull it off and it looks great, but other people not necessarily. If I'm being like real.
And
Hi, cutie. Hello.
Off the charts, insane. Couldn't focus.
She could be wearing a hairpiece. Oh, like a extension.
So to recap, I had hair loss, acne, my voice dropped even more, hair growth, anxiety, loss of period, and crazy sex drive. And to recap that cycle, my Anavar.
Oh yeah, speaking of sex drive, I remember when I went on ADHD medicine. It was some ADHD medicine, and then my drive went like crazy. But I don't know if it was actually ADHD causing it or if it was just me, like that I had changed. Because like I don't take the medicine anymore and I still deal with the problem. So maybe I should go back on that medicine. The only downside with that medicine, besides what I thought it did, it causes dry mouth. So you always feel parched, like I feel right now. Also, hello, Screw. Hi. How are you doing? We're watching a video, and I'm also yammering about other stuff about a woman that was a bodybuilder. I mean, she still is, and she also used steroids, and she's just recounting her experience with it, and it's a negative experience, and she's trying to like raise awareness. And she's making content that she wishes that she could have seen when she was young.
Grams per week. Winstraw was at 70 milligrams per week. Novadex, not counting that as an androgenic, but Primobolan was 200 milligrams a week. Masteron was 50 milligrams every third day. So that roughly came out to 116 to 125 per week for a grand total of 535 milligrams per week. And this show, I missed my pro card by one placing. I'll add some pictures here. Into 2022 and 2023 was my prep for when I did get my pro card. We did the exact same cycle, except we added in Clen right away. So that comes out to, again, my orals were 210 milligrams a week. Injectables were 325 milligrams per week for a grand total of 535 milligrams. And then, of course, there was the Arimidex, Novadex, Clen, and T3. The side effects stayed relatively the same. Now, this is where things changed a little bit for me. I decided I was not willing to do diuretics again. Even if that caused my coach at the time to not work with me, we had gone back and forth on me not wanting to do diuretics and him really wanting me to. This is also when I started training with a new training partner in the gym who was also a bodybuilder. And I'll put pictures. I don't know where I'm going to put pictures. Like there, I don't know. They'll be somewhere. I was deep into prep when I decided to drop this coach due to the fact that he would not budge on the diuretics. I told him I didn't want to take them, and he was adamant that I take them, so I did end up dropping him. I had a brief period with a high level coach that wanted to coach me. He actually flew down to where I live to train with me. He offered to coach me for free, but ultimately,
That's kind of crazy. Like a coach like traveling to you to help you, but I hope it doesn't turn negative. But I guess we'll see.
What a shame.
I didn't end up using him either because he wanted me on trend. Like, see, I'm getting smarter.
So, is it like a culture in the bodybuilding scene that people see like, oh, this person has like a lot of potential. I want to be the person that's backing this person up. Is it kind of like that, and then it can help with your resume kind of thing? Like otherwise, I can't imagine why anybody would like fly down. Like that's, to like help somebody train or whatever. Although I don't know how long he would stay there or what the details are or anything.
And my training partner at this time saw all this firsthand, and he agreed to coach me for the last 8 to 10 weeks of this prep. We discussed my prior cycles.
It's like,
Of
that's
course, I had to
awesome.
disclose all the things that I was
But
on at the time.
I mean, I mean,
yeah,
like the steroids and obviously and everything. But like, just it does look good.
asked me what I was willing to risk, and of course, what my goals were. Which he was the first coach
Nah,
that
nah, nah,
actually
nah.
asked me what.
I'm not into bodybuilding because I don't have the discipline. I don't even have the discipline to do like decent workouts or whatever. It's just more that this was randomly recommended to me, and I guess I find her story fascinating and her wanting to talk about this, and I guess like her charisma won me over, and I feel like it's just sometimes fun to watch stuff about scenes that you're not involved in. I guess could be fascinating.
What I was really willing to risk. That cycle changed mid prep to test at 24 milligrams a week, NPP at 30 milligrams a week, Primo at 60 milligrams a week, and then Anavar at 10 milligrams a day. So that came out to a total of 184 milligrams a week. He immediately dropped my Clen, Arimidex, Novadex, and cut my T3 back to 20 micrograms a day. I did end up getting my pro card this time around. After I got my pro card, I went into a 6-week health phase where I was just on test. And during that time, my coach at the time / training partner, we did start dating. And so we decided that it was probably better that I get another coach. So I started working with another very well known coach who also had Olympians. I also want to know.
So why exactly? Also, there's a guy called Bioengineer. The guy does cable exercises by posing them in his fence. What does that sentence mean? But why would she not want her romantic partner, or newly become romantic partner, to keep being her trainer? Is it because he would be biased and like, well, I love you and I don't think you need to actually like keep taking these, or I don't think you need to like, I think you're fine just the way you are. Like, is it kind of like that angle? Kind of curious. Don't really get it, but
That all of these coaches were doing what I asked of them. I do wish that going into it, I had had more guidance and that coaches were more willing to educate on the risks. And of course, I wish I had done more research, but I just wanted to remind people that they were doing what I asked. And I know this probably seems like a lot to some of you guys, but I assure you this is not uncommon in this industry, even for women. I've spoken to tons of pros on very similar cycles. So here is my last full cycle, meaning more than just TRT. And I want to stress that TRT is not natural, it's still enhanced.
one free meal a week, replace the last 2 meals every Friday. What does that mean exactly? When you're bodybuilding, you need to eat a ton, right? Like, so there's no way she's starving herself too, right? Right? Or is it different for girls? Like, I guess like, but I don't know.
Meaning more than just TRT. And I want to stress that TRT is not natural, it's still enhanced. But most people in the pro bodybuilding industry do not consider it an actual cycle. 210 milligrams a week, NPP at 60 milligrams a week, and test at 7 milligrams a week, totaling 277 milligrams.
There is bulking and cut-in. Bulking is building muscle. Cut-in is getting lower body fat percentage. So then, yeah, okay. So you're not totally sure. Okay. I wasn't like sure if you like figured out. So do you balance it like how do I describe it? Like you're a girl and you want to be like fit and you want to be toned and you want to be muscular, but maybe not too muscular in certain ways. So is it that you do like a routine that starts bulking you up and then you throw in a different routine, which its goal is to cut you down? Is it kind of like that? Like you're supposed to do like a balancing act between the two?
Side effects were my hair was thinner than ever at this point. I was getting regular breakouts. I had full-blown cystitis symptoms, meaning pain pretty often. I was having bad anxiety and depression, but I also want to note this point in my life, I did have a major life change as well as my father passing away, so that could have contributed. I got my labs done in the middle of this cycle and it showed my estrogen at sub 15, which is so low for a female. I have gotten my labs done consistently ever since 2016, and my estrogen had never been that low before. But looking back, I can definitely see the downward trajectory that it was going. My cystitis pain became unbearable at that point. I did hours of research trying to find a connection between steroids and cystitis. I talked to other pros, and it turns out that there is a correlation between steroid use and cystitis. The cystitis that I experienced last year and I'm still currently dealing with, she's been dealing with it for a couple years. It was just that nobody was really talking about it. In fact, I was talking to another pro and they were telling me about all their symptoms they were having, but they were still posting online for their sponsors. And that's not a dig, I completely understand that. It just goes to show the reality of this person was really struggling with the symptoms that they were having, but they were acting like everything was fine on social media. So when you see your favorite fitness influencer posting about their perfect life online, just realize that's not always the case. There can be a lot going on behind the scenes that they're not talking about. At this point, I did end up seeing a urologist who did a bunch of tests. They ruled out anything bacterial or structural that could have been causing my pain. I was honest with him about my PED use and he yelled at me, but helped me ultimately. He theorized that exposure to androgens over time caused thinning of the lining of my bladder, and that's why I was having pain and inflammation. Now, this of all things is what stopped my PED use completely, and that includes testosterone. I did stop testosterone for a time until it actually got too low and I started experiencing some depressive symptoms. Yes, testosterone can be too low in women, that's a thing. But this leads me to now, where I am now. I am back with the coach that got me my pro card, the one that was also my training partner. I've been off everything except for TRT for about 8 months now. So right now I am currently on 16 milligrams of testosterone per week, and it is being monitored by a doctor. My side effects, I don't notice any worsening side effects at this point. I have gotten my period back and it's been consistent for months now. I've softened up quite a lot, as you can see here. I'm definitely quite a bit softer and smaller than I was when I was running.
Like, she still looks absolutely amazing, and obviously it's like some of the other shots that she showed of us were in like different rooms with different lighting, but I guess like the main difference is like, yeah, like she said, she looks softer. She doesn't look as, how would you like, I guess lean, really. I mean, she still looks pretty fucking lean, but like she's not like chiseled, I guess, or you know what I mean. Yeah, like it's absolutely crazy results. Um, I mean, like obviously, like she had to go through a lot in order to achieve this. But it is really nice that she's still bodybuilding. She hasn't lost her passion for bodybuilding. She still wants to be big and everything. That hasn't changed. Um, but now she's trying to do it and go about it differently. Like, I guess have a balance to where she's healthier and she's got like a nice build still. Maybe not exactly what she wishes it could be, but you know, I feel like it's like kind of a happy end. I guess I'd have to ask her if she considers this a happy ending for her. I guess.
Full cycles. The side effects that I have managed to correct partially or fully, I have had laser hair removal
Also,
all
hello,
over my
Numi.
body,
How are you
basically
doing?
from like here down. It's been really nice. I'm super smooth.
Also, too much muscles at some point causes heart issues too. Cause like if your muscles are increasing, your mass, it's not just extending outwards, it's also extending inwards too a little bit, right? So like under the skin, above the skin, or like the skin, you know what I'm trying to say. So I can totally imagine that too.
Hair has improved some. You can kind of see like the wispies that are growing back. My cystitis symptoms are almost completely gone. I still have what I call flare-ups when I eat something like spicy, and I'm guessing that's because of inflammation. I've had a nose job, but that wasn't due to bodybuilding. It was because I had a big Arabic nose and I didn't like it. But one of the side effects from steroid use can be
The government should pay for nose jobs. Let's make it happen. We need society to change. Give us free nose jobs, please. What else do I want? Give us free lots of plastic surgery, whatever we want. Now. That is our utopia. I want to be able to, like, my body be like a character creator in a video game. And one day when we're all dead, that's going to be the technology that we get. That we can genetically change our hair to be blue. Ah! Thank you for that exercise, Redeem. I really need to do it. Ugh. Yo, I want to genetically engineer my body so I don't sweat anymore. I fucking hate it so much.
cartilage growth, so if I still had that cartilage there, I don't know what it would look like. Effects that I probably will never be able to reverse, obviously my voice. I can maybe get some improvement on it, like I've said in a past video.
Nah, I wouldn't actually go blue. If I were to like alter my hair, well, if we're talking in real life, my ideal would be like bright blonde, like platinum, or not like either platinum or the, I don't think platinum would look good on me. But like the in between, where it's in between like yellow blonde and platinum, kind of like that sweet spot. Like I like that hair color. Maybe like a neon orange in real life. A green looks fine on me in real life. I think those are the only real colors that I would personally go for. Personally, strawberry blonde would be fine too. That'd be cool. On VTuber model though, if I were to ever change pumpkin, I mean I have a hairstyle that like gives me like half blonde hair, which I really like.
I do have the option to do vocal training, but I've not started yet, so there's no improvement as of this time. Another side effect I will not be able to reverse without surgery would be the clitoral enlargement, which, if I'm being honest, that's probably the only side effect I would actually choose to keep if it was up to me. But
Oh yeah, she didn't mention it in this video. She mentions it in the video after it, which is shorter. She basically said that she was a Barbie doll initially. Like she didn't have one at all. Like pretty much. If you guys know how girls' bodies work, but she said that once like like the side effects started coming, then it became apparent that she has one. So I'm guessing it's not like bad. But I did not expect that response from her, that she's actually like, I thought she was about to say that, yeah, I'll try to get plastic surgery for blah, 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 which is risky. That's risky because with any plastic surgery or like surgery in general, like you do have risks and you could probably do nerve damage. You can make it to where you don't ever feel anything down there and boom, your sex life is dead, which, I mean, if your sex drive is dead, I guess it doesn't, it's like, okay, you're not hungry anymore. I mean, that's fine, but it can cause like complications with relationships that you're in. And obviously you could say like, oh, well, if your partner truly loves you, they should be able to accept it. And it's like, they will. Your true partner will be able to accept it. But unfortunately, your partner may have a sex drive. And if you can't satiate that, that just creates like kind of like a awkward dynamic. But it's livable. But that's a whole other subject,
Don't be fucking weird in the comments, okay? It is what it
We
is.
are gonna be weird,
But I probably
Hannah.
will have to be on HRT for the rest of my life. If I go off testosterone, my natural testosterone drops, it bottoms out, and I start feeling like I'm depressed.
So basically, she has, I guess, permanently altered her body chemistry. So, because I hear that, like, if you take certain things, your body stops developing it on its own, right? Like, I think something about, like, if you drink coffee, your body stops producing a thing. I don't know what it is, but it just stops. And whenever you stop drinking the coffee, your body's not going to do the thing for you, so you're going to start feeling tired all the time. I think if you stick with it though, your body will eventually regulate. But I'm assuming in this case, she's just caused so much permanent damage to her body that yeah, now she's like having to take HRT for the rest of her life in order to like maintain healthy body levels. There was permanent hormone alteration, which is scary, right? Like your body changing is scary, and not being able to reverse stuff. I mean, hell, even if you're not like doing steroids and you're just like living, eventually you get to a certain point where your body starts changing, and now you have back pains, and it's never gonna stop unless you like do a thing to make it stop. The right partner should accept you, but if you're a good partner, then one of your objectives is also to not put extra stuff on them to work with if you can avoid it. Right, right, right. Coffee stops the docking of adenosine to receptors. When caffeine flushes out the backed up adenosine rushes in and you get drowsy. Right. I love the half and half hair color styles. Thank you.
And I'll also probably have to be on thyroid medication for the rest of my life. So going forward, I want to make this super clear. I created this channel on transparency, and that means truth, even if it's going to piss you guys off.
Oh, also wanted to mention another downside is that she's going to have to be taking a thing for the rest of her life, right? Well, that means money that's being like yoinked from you. So I don't know what her situation is. I don't know if like she's well off or not. And even if she is well off, like it's still money draining, which sucks if you know it's your money. But I don't. She's probably got health insurance or not. I don't know. But point is that you're bleeding your pockets forever because now she has to take certain medicines for the rest of her life. And ideally, I think that most of us would like to avoid that. Anything we can to not have to like be eating more and more pills, preferably. But I mean, you got to do what you got to do. If you have to take a medicine for the rest of life, then yeah, I mean, you're going to. If you can, anyway. Like if you can afford it, I guess. Depends.
I do plan to keep bodybuilding, but I will never go back to the high dosages that I've
Universal
used in the
health
past.
care.
And I
Oh
will
god, if
never
only
take
things were
diuretics
good,
again.
right?
But I do want to keep bodybuilding for as long as I can. This is a side note, but I actually am really excited about Lee Haney's new organization. If anyone is familiar with that, he's built it off of rewarding shape over size. So I would be really curious as to how I stack up in that kind of organization. But that's just a side note. I do plan to lean into things like HGH, which does not come without risks, but it doesn't come with the risk of androgenic effects. Because I still have this deep desire or addiction or whatever you want to call it. I didn't create this channel to shame PED use or announce my retirement. I did it so you guys could get a real picture of what this kind of stuff looks like. In doing that, please realize that I had to fully remove my ego and any fear that I might have of being judged for this. Now, my other thoughts and / experiences with this kind of stuff is if you research these compounds, what it looks like on paper doesn't always necessarily apply to application. Meaning there.
One thing I also wanted to mention is because like sometimes I paraphrase things that she says because I like to hear myself talk, I guess. She did clarify now that she's not condemning PED use. I might have earlier said something that implied that she was saying that, but that is not I guess the case. So she's not using her platform to talk shit about people who do it. I don't even necessarily think she's per se talking shit about people, doctors or trainers who push it or anything. She's just wanted to be transparent about like what it did to her and how she feels about it in the end, and get it out there so you can make your own decision, basically.
Their effects on paper, like what you research, can be different in practice. Not only from my personal experience, but from talking to other people in the industry as well. The side effects that I've experienced can be vastly different from the next person taking the exact same thing. I've been absolutely lucky in the fact that this stuff has not affected my heart, because for so many people it does. I do go to a cardiologist, and I got a full workup earlier this year after my dad passed, and there was no enlargement. I told him that I've taken gear. I've told him for how long I've taken it for. He, of course, was not happy and told me there was serious risks, but after all of his tests, stress tests, EKGs, calcium scores, all this stuff, I was completely cleared. So I consider myself extremely lucky in that sense. I do know people that have not been so lucky. I also wanted to make sure you guys know that bodybuilding and weight training alone do not cause these type of side effects. I know some of you asked that in the comments, so bodybuilding alone is not going to cause these kind of things. Bodybuilding can be healthy as long as you do it as a natural. And this might anger some people, but this is my opinion after being in the industry for this long. You cannot bodybuild at a competitive level without at least some type of steroid usage. And you cannot use steroids without there being some type of side effect. Unless you have the craziest genetics known to man, you are not going to get far in competitive bodybuilding as a natural. Now,
I wanted to mention that I know somebody actually who used to be a bodybuilder, weightlifter, etc. And he was all natural, and he quit because he just felt too discouraged, because if you want to compete, well, you're competing with a bunch of people who are using enhancements, and he didn't want to do that, so he ended up dropping it, which is very unfortunate. Like, I don't know how the bodybuilding weightlifting scene is, but there's got to be like shows that are like, here's for the naturals, and then here's for the, but then again, I guess you're not supposed to disclose that you really use them. Like, I don't remember if she covered it in the videos that we showed, because I'm blurring today's morning, the one I watched this morning, with the ones that I'm showing with you guys right now. But she said something like oh shit, I lost my train of thought. Oh, she said that she came up with a theory on why influencers do not disclose that they use and she basically said that sponsors aren't exactly thrilled about you acknowledging using anything like illegal or anything like that, or whatever, like whatever. So she said that discourages them from wanting to like disclose on that. But then there's the interesting case of like, okay, she's natural now, right, technically, but would she be able to compete in a natural bodybuilding competition, because she has like permanent kind of enhancements, I guess, even though she's not doing it anymore. She did do it and her body's altered, so thus she would automatically not be able to partake in that, right? So she would have to be in the other category, which is but point is that it does suck. Like, if you want to if you have extreme discipline for your body, you're working hard, you're eating well, you're doing everything right, but you can't win because you're not doing the one thing. It's like that's gotta suck. Have you seen the anime girl horse racing game? Yeah, I'm not really interested in it, personally. Not for me.
what I would have done differently knowing what I know
Hello,
now.
Abyssal, hi.
Number one would be learn to train, and learn to train for hypertrophy. Number two is learn how to eat and manage stress. 3, I would find a coach who is truly knowledgeable about PEDs and health. 4, I would decide what risks I was willing to take and what risks I was willing to not take. 5, I would have gotten blood work before I ever touched a PED. And only then would I introduce secondary compounds. And even then, it would have been in the forms of HGH and possibly SORM. I would have considered HRT to get me the upper normal limits, and I would have constantly monitored my health and side effects and not been in denial about them. I will be covering a in-depth is bodybuilding right for you video in the future.
Don't listen
as
to
well
my
as the
Microsoft
other videos that I plan to
noise.
make. But that's about it for this one. I hope this helped you guys. I know it was absolutely insane. Some of you are cringing, some of you probably don't know what to think, and then there's probably a few
That's
of you that
us.
aren't really
Just
surprised
joking.
if you know the industry well. But that's all for me today. I hope this helps somebody. I hope this clears some things up, and I will see you guys in the next video.
Okay, so I'm gonna go. I've already linked it before, but I'm gonna go ahead and link it again if you guys like her content and you want to keep up with her videos. Here is the link to this specific video, and then thus, you know, like her channel is like just right in there. But yeah, that was my first time actually watching that video of hers, and I enjoy it. I really like listening to her talk, and I hope you guys liked it too. What did you guys think of her? I also noticed that like you guys tend to be so knowledgeable and educated on so many things. Like a lot of you seem to know about like the body, exercise, hormone type stuff. If you guys don't mind me asking, how do you guys kind of know that kind of thing? Is working out any like special interests of you guys, or is it just like stuff that you just learned on hands? Like maybe you're not involved in it, but you've just heard somebody tell you it and then you just remembered. Just kind of curious what y'all's deal is, because a lot of y'all, I imagine, have interesting backgrounds or interests, so I'm just kind of curious. And yeah, is it the window sound? I was trying to close paint tool sigh. I liked it. I'm interested in endocrine stuff. I like body modification. Is it a fetish? Do you like women becoming big, giant balloon blobs on DeviantArt? No, I'm just joking. What is endocrine exactly? When I hear that, I think of indoctrinated, which means, I don't know, something about braining people into cults or something. I don't know that word. Also, hi, Warnado. The stream's going good so far. We've mostly just been chatting, and I feel like just chatting streams tend to not be too stressful if you have a specific like main focal point. Like today has been mostly her content and her like bodybuilding journey and like the steroid use. And then the last time we did it was watching Under the Mayo videos, mainly his Resident Evil videos, but other stuff. So I kind of like that. However, we're running out of her content to enjoy. She has like one more video that's about 5 minutes, and I felt like something touched my leg. Ah! I don't know what that was. Anyway, no, the question is, do I end now? I'm not really that tired, and I do want to pull longer streams and stop being such a weak, but I don't know what to play next. There is one video that I initially thought about doing, but I decided to just go with her content because it's uniform. It's about like one specific subject and theme, and I thought it would make this overall stream clean. It's about hormone glands. The endocrine system is your body's system of hormones, important for health. Yo, I can't even imagine how fucked up my body is right now. Like, I feel fine, I guess, but I bet I'm, like, deficient in something. Some mineral that I'm not getting. Because I admit, I actually go long periods not eating certain kinds of food, and then I start binging. I don't get fruit as much as I should, which sucks because I love it, but the grocery store is so far away from us, so we just don't like to go very often. I bet my body is like a fucked up Jenga tower. If I change one habit, I will die. Yo, same, bestie. So lame how there's no strict drug testing. Like, what's even the point? I think they do test, probably. I think probably a lot of these showrunners, they are like, we want these shows to wow and impress people. And if we turn away all the steroid users, well then people aren't going to look massive and crazy, and thus people are going to be unimpressed and not going to want to show. So I think like probably on the down low that they know what's going on. I don't think that these judges or these bodybuilder showrunners are like dumb or whatever. I think it's all like intentional. They're just turning a blind eye. Even though I stopped taking the PPIs and the, what is it called? PPIs and Pepsin for my throat to hopefully help it, which it didn't, by the way. I'm still dealing with the dry lips a little bit, but not in the way where it's, like, scary, where you feel like you have no moisture in there. But I still kind of deal with some issues, so I've been using the last bit of this, like, Blistex medicated lip lip ointment. It's one step away from blood sports, which is real due to MMA being as unregulated as it is. MMA is basically whenever they're like actually like fighting hardcore, right? Like do they even wear like padded stuff? Like they're just actually trading real blows, right? There is an audience for it, and there's clearly people who want to partake in it. It's like modern gladiator fights. There was a time, although I don't think all the gladiators wanted to, I don't know history that well, but I think some of it was involuntary. But there's always a bunch of people who want to watch people kill each other. And so I can see the appeal in MMA if I understand it correctly. Boxing gloves are actually more damaging than bare-fisted. Oh, okay. Why? God. It's always crazy whenever, like, people, like, box and stuff. It's like, if you get hit in the face, you can literally, like, split and cut your cheek open. I don't really know how to word how it works, but I guess it's something about the trauma to your face. It just... The biggest win streak is won by a guy who is fat, drinks beer, and makes love to his wife every day. What does that mean? Oh, is that like the best MMA fighter in the world? Or are you making a joke and I'm not catching it? I might not be catching it. But there's another video that I was thinking about hosting, and I've been referencing it a lot lately. Which is, it's a video, we're going back to video games because I'm a video game person. It's talking about how sometimes taking an old game and doing a simple little remaster can make it not look good. The big example that they use is the Croc remaster, and they get more in depth about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and I was like, oh, do I download the video? And it's like, wait, we don't download videos anymore. We properly just go to the YouTube page. I think I've hyped up the channel enough. I kind of forgot that there was one more video left. And I got excited because I want to show the new thing now. So if you want to watch her recent video, which she did 3 days ago, you can go to Hannah's channel and subscribe and support and like all of her videos, which I still need to like them all. I tend to be like kind of bad about getting around to that. Let me make sure. Bare fists cut skin and can't punch as hard or long without self-inflicted damage, so you look more bloody and superficially damaged. Okay. So the superficially damaged is what people want to see. Gloves protect you, allowing harder punches more consistently, which won't look as bad outwardly, but damage you inside more. Okay, so both kind of suck for different reasons. So we're gonna go to Jim Sterling's channel. It's called, like, they go by Jim Sterling still, because that's, like, the brand's name, and sometimes it's just a pain to be established for a long amount of time, and then to kind of, like, change it all. It's, like, messy, so they kind of, like, balance both of them. Well, I didn't mean to hit that. Okay, so this video is called Some Games Look Worse Because They Look Better. And I think it's a great video. I recommend it to Love. I don't know if Love has had time to watch it, which I totally get it because I'm the same way. Like, when people recommend me watch stuff, sometimes I get around to it, and sometimes it takes a while. It's like you have to stay on my ass. So if you want to stay on my ass, go join my Discord and at me a lot. Okay, so...
Look, I don't care.
Okay. But I do have to go to the bathroom really quickly, if you guys don't mind. Okay, so that's still working. I'll be right back. Let me play a little bit of music, actually, so you don't get scared and lonely. Hi. You didn't miss me. I just went on BRB really quick. Bad timing, but hello, hi. Thank you for the raid. How are you guys doing? For anybody who's new, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I have 2 forums. I'm in my
Names of a
PumpkinSynth
friends.
forum. Thank you for the follow. My other form is Pumpkin Nanessa. She is an Eldritch ghost. Today we've been watching videos from a content creator called Hannah Hussein, I believe, who was talking about her experience as a female bodybuilder that used steroids and her regrets about her steroid use. And now we're about to be watching a Jim Sterling video that discusses video game remasters and how it's not always as simple as making the game look better, in quote. But I hope that you had a good stream. What were you guys up to? Is my surname Pumpkin? I forget what surname means. Is surname a first name or a second, the second name? But like my name is Pumpkin technically. The synth is just, it's supposed to kind of be usernamey, I guess. So anytime you refer to me, like if you're referring to me officially, it's always like PumpkinSynth, one word. But you can say Pumpkin for short. And then my other character, my other form, Nanessa, her name is Nanessa, but her pumpkin is like her title. It's a little bit dumb, but that's just how my brain decided to work. Thank you. Oh, also, you reminded me, because I forgot to plug this. I have my upcoming 5,000 costume called Sadako Synth that I'm going to be debuting for my 3rd year anniversary as a VTuber at the end of this month, August 30th. We're going to be playing Haunting Ground. The form is officially called Toxic Orange or Formal Synth, but I call it Sadako Synth because it's Sadako inspired. So I'm very, very excited to show everybody. I also have an upcoming Thane, which I guess I can show you guys for the first time, huh? So it lined up this way to where I have a little bit too much to show, but I'm a waterfall of a person. But Sailor Synth, which is my alternate model forms. Hello, Jacob. Hi. Sailor Synth is my ultimate model form, which is going to be more moe and kawaii and focused on nautical and military content. She's going to be debuting somewhat soon. I assume sometime this week or next week, I guess. So yeah, so that'll be kind of fun. So I should start plugging this a little bit, but I'm so sorry. I got a little bit distracted because I'm like all like I don't do just chat in this lawn sometimes, so I'm a little bit dizzy. I'm pretty good. I just kind of have a nice relaxing night, forcing myself to do a lawn stream today and get that social energy out. Although I was socializing a ton yesterday. Once again, I was so delighted to listen to everybody talk about Battlefield. There's something that's very relaxing listening to a bunch of dudes just talk about some FPS game. I mean, I play some of them too, but like whenever they get really into it and they're very passionate about like which Battlefield's the best, which Call of Duty's the best, and how like oh yeah, the series aren't the way they used to be, and they talk about like technical stuff. It's very relaxing, but I guess it's because I'm just so used to that kind of environment. So, or like listening to like Gun Bros. I love listening to the Gun Bros talk about stuff. I have no idea what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying, but I nod my head and like yeah, but they're not talking to me. They're talking to the boys, and I'm just in the corner in my chair listening. 4 hours do be quite long. Yeah, we just hit 4 hours, right? I haven't looked to see how long I've been going, but I'm surprised I actually managed to do 3 hours. But I ended up asking like Mina, like, how long have I been streaming? Because usually I get like a little bit of a fatigue if I go a certain amount of time, and I guess my body was detecting that it's been 3 hours. Yeah, the chair in the corner, like yeah, talk about the AK-47 whatever Russian model version, yeah. Also, oh, I forgot. If you guys have to head out, I'm sure that you were doing like a stream yourself and everything. Oh, well, I know you were doing a stream. I mean, maybe it was like long and maybe you're tired. So if you guys gotta head out and rest, I totally get it. But thank you so much for the raid, and I really appreciate it. More people to watch this content with. Now, Jim Sterling is one of my favorite creators. Although Jim Sterling goes by Stephanie Sterling, I sometimes I jump between both names. Sometimes I just say the whole thing. It sounds all Jim, Stephanie, Sterling. They will say that too. But I just like listening to their anger. Sometimes if I'm taking a shower and I want to hear like noise, I just like turn my phone all the way up and then just like sit them on the table at full blast and just listening to them rant. A lot of their content is just discussing about how scummy the AAA market is. They hate EA, they hate Activision, they hate all of them, of course. Talking about like predatory monetization practices and basically a bunch of stuff that I assume that you guys are probably irritated by as well. But they also review games and stuff. I feel that the way they write is very how do you say? I like how they talk. I like their writing. They're very funny. I like their kind of humor. Whenever they have their skits that they do. Skits aren't like for me, but I like the other stuff a lot. And they also don't like Bayonetta 3, which is amazing, 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 amazing. Okay. Let's get into it. I'm sorry for taking so long.
Look, I don't care what Kingdom Hearts says. Sometimes simple and clean is not the best option. This can be pointedly true for video game remasters that confuse clean with sterile and smooth with flat. Yeah, don't you worry, Suikoden HD. We're gonna get to you.
What's going on? I believe.
It's okay. You're in a better place now. With those monster in my pockets that my brother melted in 19...
Yeah, Jim Sterling had this face to where it was all about pink. They've cycled back to red. Red was like their iconic colors back before like they became girl, and seeing them be red again is pretty cool. But I like the pink too. I thought the pink was cute. Like I like it all though.
98.
Hello, Orchid. Hi.
Hello, everyone. Today I'm mourning the loss of my Manta Force ship.
I might pop in and out from time to time as I've got through. Yeah, no problem. Do whatever you gotta.
Surface that was hip height. Considering I am increasingly getting the body of a twisted ant creature, and my hips are like over there, while the waist is in. I knocked it off the thing, didn't I?
I don't know what that is. That's like before my gen. All of Stephanie Sterling's interests are like
and it's a good job
80s.
that Rude Ralph is in attendance, because today we are talking about aesthetics. We're talking about looks. We're talking about beauty. And there is no one more handsome than Ralph. Is there? Is there?
Manta Force, searching the universe for Earth's twin planet.
I'm not going to start this video by slagging off Croc Legend of the Gobbos. After reviewing the remaster in which I made my thoughts on Croc and his debut game very adamantly known, I was surprised to see a significant portion of my audience took offence to my dislike of the retro reptile. I even received a quote skeet of "This ain't it, Queen." I got "This ain't..."
And yeah, I'll say that when it comes to like how do I mention it? I'll mention again. There is a spectrum of good. So there is like the really, really bad remasters, right? As if we're talking specifically remasters. So those GTA remasters where it's just AI upscale and it looks like shit. It looks like they didn't try, that kind of stuff. Like that's bad, right? So then you'll get a remaster that's good to everybody else. And there's like there's a small demographic of people, usually consistent of people like miserable people like me, or I guess Jim Stephanie Sterling, Mina, etc., where we'll look at something and we'll be like, actually, I have a problem with this too, which gives the illusion that we are never happy, which is not an illusion. That's actually true. But there is a spectrum to, yeah, this is good, but it's not that great. and this is why. So I appreciate that there is a distinction, and we're gonna hear about it when I play the video, like this.
Titties over this, so I'll resist the urge to describe Croc Legends of the Gobbos accurately and instead say something nice. I like these.
Do they hate it that much though? Oh, look how it does look really rough. But they'll explain why. Like, you guys probably think it looks fine, right? Maybe? Or maybe, are we on the same wavelength when it comes to being bitter, miserable, and old? I'll be quiet, I'll let the video play.
Look at them there, all spitting and spootling.
The model looks really cute, though.
The bosses look like cold, wet dumpster juice, but these guys, quality. Looks is what we're talking about today, specifically the ways in which remastered games can look worse than the original even when they look better. In fact, looking better can often be the reason they look worse. What's fascinated me about Croc, as well as another recent remaster that we'll get to, is that I can't necessarily say the new graphics are inherently bad. Well, not entirely. And I'm not simply dumping on the new look out of nostalgia for the old look. In the case of Croc in particular, I'm critical not because of how the remastered visuals look on their own, but how they negatively reflect on the game itself. Indeed, Croc is an example of a game that looks worse when it looks better. And again, I'm not here to slag off Croc. I'd have done a video on Little Big Adventure if I wanted to do something like that. Whether you like Croc or not, I think we can all agree on one thing. It's a very simple game. Among the earliest 3D mascot platformers, its gameplay is rather rudimentary and its environments are... well, I'm not saying it's Spartan, but I did see a copy of this game kick a man in a big hole the other day. And then have gay sex. Anyway, Legends of the Gobshites came out in 1997, which is literally 1,000 years ago. And it's fair to say that a lot of its simplicity comes down to that factor. Of course, it did come out in 1997, a year after such releases as Super Mario 64 and Crash Bandicoot, with Spyro coming out a year later, so age isn't really a fucking excuse. But we're not here to criticize Croc. Dear viewer, stop bringing up how bad it is. Croc's remaster.
I think the model looks like kind of cute and everything. Like, it looks fine. It looks cartoony. But James Sternlin will get into it. A lot of their issue seems to be environmental. Like, you swap out the textures, and the new textures look so clean that there's like a kind of disconnect. They kind of explain it better, though.
Is incredibly faithful. In fact, it's fairly reasonable to say it's less of a remaster and more of a reskin. It replicates Legend of the Gobbos because it is Legend of the Gobbos, just with an actually playable control scheme. Because why the fuck did a 3D platformer have tank control? So approve that war crime! It's also been painted over with more contemporary graphics, and I really do mean it when I say it's painted over. You can peel that paint off instantly, you see, with a single button press, switching over to the original.
It's like, I don't know if this is legit. It kind of just looks like they took the exact texture that's pixelated and they AI'd it, which I know people are probably like overusing that, but that's the problem, is that's the look it kind of gives it, and you lose that nice texture that comes naturally with the pixelated look. But how do I want to say this? It's like, it's cool to do remasters and try to touch up the textures. Not that you need it. Like, personally for me, with like how the original looks, I think the original looks fine. I don't like looking at this. The visuals don't look that much better. They're just smoother now. So, yeah. But updated control scheme, being able to run on modern hardware, that's kind of like nice and everything. But, in terms of aesthetics, it's like, I don't know, it's like maybe if they want to like change the textures to be that much more like clean and everything, maybe they should have just done a more radical remake or something, like a radical one where they change the levels and geometry and whatever.
Original PSX graphics, which is really handy. Because in the very first moment I switched over, I saw exactly why Croc's remastered visuals felt so odd to me. And it's not just because it makes the game look like an amateur knockoff of Ukulele. Well,
how are you doing, Faultier?
No, I guess it is why.
Oh wait, you just said it. You're exhausted. You need to get some rest. But I hope that you had fun over there.
The issue. Graphics create expectations, they create contexts, and in some cases they create conflicts. And to avoid that third thing, you have to consider the first two. When you replicate a very old game but give it modern graphics, you run the risk of recontextualizing its dated elements by filtering it through the lens of contemporary expectations. Basically, the more modern Croc looks, the more blatant it is that everything else is distinctly unmodernized.
Right. So it's like the confliction. It's like, here you go, modern textures, 90s blocky level design. See what I mean? I may be biased, but I feel like if the models were kept low poly, it wouldn't be received as harshly because there is a nice look to lower poly models. I mean, yeah, but like I've seen the video before, and Jim Sterling doesn't even really address the character model. Jim Sterling basically just talks about the textures and the environments and stuff, which is what stands out the most. Unless I'm misunderstanding you. Hello, Augmented. We're watching Dissecty, old people miserable about everything content. We're on brand today. Earlier, though, we were not on brand because we were talking about, like, being buff and fit and healthy, which... I wouldn't know anything about that.
Often in ways that, were it in a modern game, would be criticised for it. Like I said, Croc's a threadbare game in many ways, no matter your opinion of it. Levels are small yet barely populated by much other than a smattering of hazards, boxes and platforms.
Oh, I wanted to also mention, it was most apparent in the ice environment. I kind of liked the old, hi Mog. I liked the 90s palette where I've sometimes it feels like certain harsher colors would be used, and it creates a kind of nice aesthetic. Let me see if I can rewind a little bit.
The little spitting critters the talking about, and the look worse master that we'll get to is look
Wait,
worse.
Ice.
What fascinated me about Croc, as well as another recent remaster that we'll get to, is that I can't necessarily say...
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like, the new one, it deepens all the blues. It kind of removes the cayenne element. But there's something that feels so 90s about that color even being used. Does that make sense? That was just a tiny little thing I thought. Yeah, Jim Sterling, or Jim Stephanie Sterling, says that they're like a professional wrestler. I don't really follow that content much, but they do mention it in a lot of their videos. Let's go back to where we were.
Boxes and platforms. Those platforms are, like many early entries in the genre, universally suspended in mid-air, nothing grounding the opinion modernized, often in ways that, were it in a modern game, would be criticized for it. Like I said, Croc's a threadbare game in many ways, no matter your opinion of it. Levels are small yet barely populated by much other than a smattering of hazards, boxes and platforms. Those platforms are, like many early entries in the genre, universally suspended in mid-air, nothing grounding them or suspending them, which is especially noticeable with objects that really should be hanging off of something, like these swinging ball and chains. They just
I don't care personally. Like, I think I'm okay with things being abstract, especially if it's like a platformer, as long as it's fun, right?
Weird swaying from nothing. Croc is especially bad about this because of how many levels take place in pure voids, seeming to lose background details the further along its campaign gets, until even a basic skybox is done away with, and entire levels consist of nothing but an arrangement of platforms in a huge, empty, meaningless space, like somebody's first Little Big Planet level.
I felt pain
bad.
watching that
Really
mist
bloody bad.
jump.
But only when it looks good. The key phrase in what I just said was, like many early entries in the genre, it would be unfair to single out Croc for having an abundance of floating platforms when floating platforms were part and parcel of the package back then.
Now, what would a platform game be without platforms?
Partially a holdover from the 2D era where it didn't look as strange, and partly due to limitations of the day, precluding a lot of games from anything too complex. Now, I'll leave that in. Now, Croc may be especially bad about its lackluster map designs, even by the standards of its era, but nonetheless, our standards tend to be lower for things when looking at old PlayStation games. But that's the problem. I'm not looking at an old PlayStation game when I look at Croc Remastered. Why laboriously explain what I mean when I can show you in an instant and then laboriously explain what I mean? Here's Croc as a featureless, barren game with badly and barely designed environments. And here's Croc as a classic PlayStation platformer. I've played asset flips cobbled together in an afternoon using base Unity assets that look like this. And as harsh as that sounds, I need you to understand I'm not talking about the quality of the remaster or its graphics, nor am I talking about Croc as a game.
It's like, do you see what I mean? Like, it is so smooth and rounded. It doesn't look like any art style that anyone would volunteer to do now, unless maybe they're an amateur. It's like, it's not very aesthetic. It looks like weird, soft, sanded clay land. And I think it's ugly. I think it's genuinely ugly. I feel like it's like a weird in-between. Like, you got the PlayStation look, where you look at the old one and you're like, oh, this doesn't offend me. This is a PlayStation game. It has the aesthetics of a PlayStation game. How quaint. And then if this were to be like remade by maybe like a high budget double A studio, higher budget double A studio, or a triple budget studio, I don't think this is how they would make it look. Now, would they maybe slap it in Unreal Engine? Maybe. But I feel like it would probably look better than this. And this is some weird hybrid in between. You look at it and you're like, what era is this supposed to? I can't even. It's kind of like, ugh.
I'm saying the combination of the two makes both look shit awful. Incidentally, the Insta Retro button is a great feature in
This really drives it in my opinion. Also, I was gonna say something. Oh, the ability to switch back and forth between old graphics and new graphics in a remaster, that, please keep doing that. That is the greatest feature to do for these games. If you're gonna remaster a game, and that's going to be the way that the game is likely to be supported. You know, once a game gets remastered, are they going to even bother, like, with the, like, you know what I mean? Like, they remastered the remake of Resident Evil 1, right? Because originally it was on GameCube. It had the old box square ratio, and then the remaster of it came along, and now it's got widescreen support. They updated the models a little bit. They over-sharpened the backgrounds a little bit, but they remastered it, right? That's going to be how it's preserved from now on. You know, they're not going to, all right, now for PlayStation 5, oh, not the remaster, it's the original port of the GameCube game, where it's a square, and we're putting it on the PS. They're not going to do that. So, you don't necessarily want to lose the aesthetic that the original game had, right? For certain games, right? Like, look at, like, imagine that Halo, it was like some Halo remaster thing they did. The new art style and graphics look disgustingly horrible and bland. They take out all the moodiness of it. But you have a button to where you press it and boom, voila, you can have the old graphics. So there's some preservation for how you remembered the game and how you liked the game. Because what if you don't like the new art direction of the remaster? See what I mean? So I think it's nice whenever they have an easy way to switch between the two styles. So it's more closer to true preservation at least. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet. This section is useful, so let's watch.
Or its graphics, nor am I talking about Croc as a game. I'm saying the combination of the two makes both look shit awful. Incidentally, the Insta Retro button is a great feature in remasters that support it. It's the best part of that quote-unquote remake of Bitmap Brothers' Gods from about 5 years ago.
Aesthetic.
But that's not saying
Ugly.
much.
Like, this looks like maybe a little bit better than them, but it looks like those fake games where, the treasure chest, don't you want it? Like, touchscreen, pull out the little keys that are preventing the lava from touching the gold, and like that. Those are ugly. And this, did they put effort into it? Yeah. Did they put a lot of effort into this remaster? Whatever this game is. Yeah. Does it look good? It's not aesthetic. I'll say that.
because if you took a hot slimy dump on a copy of Bitmap
Aesthetic.
Brothers' Gods, it would be the best part of Bitmap Brothers' Gods. Like I've said 1,000 times though, I didn't make this video just to slag off Bitmap Brothers' Gods, so stop trying to goad me into it, viewer. But if you did goad me into it, I'd say it was a bit pants. I played Gods a ton back in the 90s when my granddad was the only one in the family with a computer and he had loads of floppy disks that he didn't use. It was a treasure trove of shareware like Commander Keen, Catacomb 3D, the original Duke Nukem, Goblins, Doom and Wolfenstein 3D obviously, and Gods. I remember liking it. I forgot I was both a child and poor and had to like whatever I was lucky enough to scrounge. Not a good game. Visually, it's very fun, all chunky sprites and adorably goofy monsters. Look at that guy. But it's a slow and awkward experience. Jesus, though, the meat. The slabs of biologically implausible man meat. Man of meat, man of beef, rock hard, terrifying manly man, meaty man, manly meat, big hunk of beef, ground chuck chad, filet mignon, gravy drizzling all the fixins, basted barbecue bastard, manly man to force! Need a cigarette? Where were we? Oh, right. So I only tossed in Gods as a quick side reference, but I just replayed a bit of it, and turns out Gods Remastered is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. So Gods got a more extensive remaster than Croc, and by that I mean they did the sound as well, but it's still very much a reskin. As such, it's just as easy to flip between modes, and doing so makes Gods go from chunky and goofy to whatever the fuck this walking animation is. It's like the Incredible Hulk's holding in a shit. The stomping gait of a betrousered primate touching cloth.
It's like they're trying to have the movement stay close to how the original is. Because it's like, I guess it's technically the same game, just like you can swap out the textures and models and stuff, but whenever you like have a button that can just switch between the two, you know, you have to make it to where they both are kind of the same in a way. But it doesn't have the cohesion like that model style with that animation, that walk animation. It just looks a little bit weird, and I don't think it satisfies anybody. Like, I don't think it's gonna satisfy, oh, I'm just looking for a retro game to play, but you know, I don't like pixels. Oh. But you know, they'll play this and be like, well, this is ugly. And it's not gonna please like the old fans, because they're gonna be like, well, ugly. It's ugly. Also, hello, Bellmaster. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys saw this. I was trying to record a test of the Sadako model, and I accidentally went live. And I went live multiple times because I was having to do this thing where I could not properly look at my Stream Deck, and I couldn't look at OBS because it would show my eye looking over, and I didn't want that in there. And so I clicked go live like multiple times, but apparently it doesn't count if you're only live for 10 seconds. And hopefully everyone's streak did not break from that. But if it did, my bad, sorry.
We'll get back to that bit. Right now, I want us to appreciate how utterly wrong these updated graphics are in general. Now remember, it's not about the quality of the graphics, which is a difficult thing to keep in mind here, as unlike Croc Remastered, these visuals are pure radish dicks. Looking deeper than subjective taste, it's not subjective, this looks crap. It's clear just how deeply Gods and its original graphics are intrinsically linked. Gods has a very particular feel to it, maybe not a good feel, but a distinctive one. I already described it as a looking chunky, but it goes beyond looks. Gods plays chunky. It's not very fast, it's as straightforward and brutal as its main character. You move like a boulder on legs, and while it doesn't play great, especially with the cramped and oppressively restrictive level layouts, I can at least say that how it looks and how it feels are consistent. Perfect, Gods absolutely ain't, but it does perfectly marry its look and its feel in a way many games don't. When you fuck with that kind of harmony, you get an atrocity. In its misguided attempt to update an aesthetic that was purpose-built and fit for purpose, you get something that looks like a half-baked browser game. Like with Croc, there's a store-bought appearance to the assets, simply due to the context in which they're presented. Although again, it's difficult to isolate that element because all of this looks fucking shit. How do you go from this remarkable man specimen to this generic clump of wank? Croc and Gods have the same issue for different reasons. While Croc's new model works just fine, Beef Boy moves in a way that seems completely unnatural.
And see, Jim Sterling talks about it. Says that the Croc model looks fine. Like, it was... The Croc model looked mostly the same, just it was smoothed out. It wasn't as, like, you know, sharp and polygony, but it still, like, looks fine. It was... Whenever I, like, looked at the remaster, that never drawed my eye. Not that model. Everything else is what drew my eye. And, you know, obviously not in a great way.
Because the actions he's performing weren't designed for him. They were designed for a guy so ridiculously swollen, he could kick sand in Brock Lesnar's face and get away with it. Someone should. And I mean swollen, this guy ain't swole, he's positively tumescent. His remastered counterpart in comparison is about as generic as it gets. Generic character models forced into a role regardless of whether they're suitable for it is the kind of thing you see in asset flips all the time. This looks wrong because it fundamentally, inherently, is wrong. Moreover, we have further examples of how something can be acceptable in a retro game and look dreadful in a modernization. Let's look at how Chuckles McMusclefuck jumps. Looks completely normal to me. Now here's how his latter-day incarnation jumps. Jesus, that looks cheap. Was that a jump or a JPEG being left-clicked and dragged? They are, of course, jumping exactly the same. The original sprite looks perfectly normal holding a
I never
static
watched the
pose in air,
Minecraft
not only because
movie.
we're so used
I
to
heard
seeing
people
them do
kind of
that in
liked
older
it in
games, but
a...
because the stylistic
I
simplicity...
heard people kind of liked it in a, oh, this is so corporate and cringe, but it's kind of endearing because it's so corporate and cringe. I'm gonna assume that it's not cynical. Like, sometimes I think there's kind of like a push against cynical and more favoritism again for sincere, right? But corpos aren't sincere. Or they are? Wait, how do we... I don't know. Never mind.
lends itself well to less detailed animation. The more complex the model, the greater the expectation of complex movement. I mean, they went so far as to adorn him with a little breathing animation, which only enhances how much of a statue he becomes as soon as his feet leave the ground.
Why is there a breathing animation?
Modernization can make a remaster look cheap
Alright.
or unfinished, even if it's following the original perfectly, and sometimes because it is. For a lesser example, look at the Medieval remaster that also came out about 5 years ago. Now, on the visual side, the Medieval remake doesn't have much of a problem. I've very few complaints. That's due in no small part to how great the environments already looked on the PSX version, so it doesn't suffer.
Yeah, it's like this is a perfect example of like it's all about like aesthetic and style, right? If you want to remaster or remake, like this is this point this is a remake, right? Oh, hello Okami. Hi. Like is the Medieval a remake or is it a remaster? Because the lines getting a little bit blurred, right? Because there's some remasters that put a lot of effort into changing the visuals, but it's actually still technically the same game. So what exactly is this game? But point is that like this is what they should have done for the Croc game if they wanted it to look nicer, or maybe they should have just like done a better job with the textures or changed something about them instead of just like literally translating them and just making it not pixelated anymore. Does that make sense? But how are you doing, Okami? I hope you're having a good day. Is your name based on Okami? I forgot that Okami's gonna in a sequel. Corpos aren't people. You are so real for that. You're so right. Seeing a 2D platformer makes me want to play Bloodstained. I really don't like how Bloodstained looks, to be honest. Like, Bloodstained, I wouldn't, to me, it's like a ugly style, like an example of a ugly modern video game style. Maybe that's like a little bit harsh to say, but that game in particular has always irked me. And I'm not just saying that because I'm comparing it to a Symphony of the Night. Like, that's not a fair comparison, but if we were to make that comparison, it would highlight how much I think Bloodstained is ugly. But if we're just judging Bloodstained for what it is, I think it's ugly, personally.
from the croc problem. What it does suffer from is medieval. Now, I grew up loving this game. I still enjoy it for what it is, but it is clunk personified. Wretchedly so in some places.
I actually own
and
the,
that's what
the
gets shown
remake,
up when it's
remaster of
gutted
it.
up. As I said earlier, you've got to factor player expectation, and how a game looks influences that expectation. When a game appears to be updated, but plays in a fashion that's incredibly outdated, it creates a jarring dissonance that makes the bad elements come off even worse.
Now,
It's
my
like-
question is I don't remember if Jim Sterling gets into it. What exactly feels, quote, bad about Medieval? Because some people will call, like, the games that I like clunky and bad, and I think people are insane. So whether you agree or not, what exactly about Medieval makes it, like, feel bad to some people, if anybody here knows? Reminds me of Wii games. I can kind of see what you mean about that. Wii games are not always the most aesthetic. I think Bloodstain looks a little bit worse than any Wii game I've seen, but I kind of get what you're getting at.
Putting makeup on someone who's been dead for 6 weeks and just been found in a swamp. It's not my fault, I just thought she'd look better with a bit of eyeliner. This version of Medieval makes the game look really good. So it's doubly disappointing when it turns out that no, it's just Medieval again.
I'm hungry. I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
Authenticity, faithfulness, respecting the original vision of a game, none of that actually means much if you don't also respect the artistic and historical context of the thing you're recreating. These two games, Croc and Gods, manifest the conflict between old designs and new graphics in different ways, but they have the same solution. Don't just slap a new skin on an old skeleton and expect it to fit just right. I already admitted to the police I was wrong to do that.
Steph, hi, it's Zilla. You know how I like to call you and give you a little heads up when you've sort of crossed
of the game you're plastering over. In the case of plastering attempts, you risk creating a terrible reflection of the game you're plastering over. In the case of Croc, what needed to be done was to populate some of the vast stretches of fucking nothing that make up much of the in-game environment. Maybe add cosmetic infrastructure to visually embed all those randomly floating
What?
platforms and hazards into the
What
world.
the hell?
Randomly floating platforms and hazards
Wait, which one is
into
the old
world.
one?
Or at
Oh,
the very
just noticing like how different like the sludge looks.
structure to visually embed all those randomly floating
So this is new. I actually kind of like that the contrast on the mud or whatever this is darker.
platforms and hazards into the
Yeah.
world. Or at the very least, pop in some bloody skyboxes to vary up the ridiculous number of levels that have literally no backdrop whatsoever. Scenery in general is sorely lacking in Croc, which again doesn't stand out too badly when viewed through a PSX lens, but looks so featureless and frankly unfinished when the mummy
Yeah.
dressed as lamb. Just scattering a few bushes around would have made all the difference. Oh, and maybe have sufficient audio-visual feedback for Croc's attacks so you don't feel like you're hitting nothing. And maybe add, I don't know, some sort of defeat animation for bosses so they don't immediately freeze the very moment Croc's final attack makes contact. Hell, I'll take a mere flinch. Just anything is better than this embarrassingly anticlimactic crap. Some, maybe even one of these suggestions could better integrate Croc's skeleton with its new skin. People seem to think it's easy to just slap a new coat of paint on over the old, and you know what, they're right. It is a lot easier than taking the time and care to blend it in, but it's also going to run the risk of making
Great rendering, terrible fundamentals. Can you explain what that means? I think fundamentals mean like the strict the basic thing of a thing. The basic blueprint of a thing?
your work, the original work, likely both, look like amateur hour bullshit. In the case of Gods, some games maybe don't need a new painting at all, just a touching up of what's already there. I'd love to touch that guy up. I'm not entirely convinced Gods can look better without the graphics that were tailor-made for it, but holy crap. They should have gone the Croc route and tried to update them instead of replace them with this miserable dog dirt. There's another facet to this topic that I want
great shaded and finishing, but the anatomy or composition may be off, or the base of the drawing. Right, right. So that makes me think of a certain artist who was very notorious. They're still around. Very notorious for amazing rendering skills, like so good that they almost look like they could be CGI or something. Um, but their anatomy was, it would range from and I'm not talking shit. This is just what everybody else would say. Their anatomy would range from outright bad, like there occasionally too many fingers. However, this was before AI. It wasn't AI. I suck as an artist, so I'm not talking shit. Um, but they would also either have like it would range from like occasional bad anatomy or heavily stylized anatomy, where if it was like some dojin and it was drawn by that one artist, Turtlefish Paint slash Fishney, I think they're called. They're the one that did the Jinx Dojin, and then the one Jury Dojin. You know who I'm talking about. Their art is very stylized. Is it the most like anatomically correct? Do people actually look like that? Maybe not necessarily, but it worked fine. A lot of hentai art styles bend anatomy, and it looks aesthetic and fine. But there is some special disconnect that people had when they saw that specific rendering style, like the hyper realistic looking like real soft skin, and that stylized anatomy or like rough anatomy. So it made it to where a lot of people did not enjoy their art because they would just be hyper fixated on how it's not cohesive. Hello, Doom Guy. Think you're a really good artist, but I also get it because I feel that way about my art half the time. Standard artist mental debuff. Right, exactly. And I don't want to like be on here publicly being like, "Oh yeah, this artist, yeah, their anatomy and their stylized body would be bad." It's like I don't want to like say that it's subjectively bad to me. I never had a personal issue with their art personally, but everyone else is the one that would call it bad. But the overall point is that their anatomy style did not match well with their rendering style for a lot of people. And they would, God, they were flat out bullying the artist, if I'm being real. Like, they were, like, just really mean, and it'd be like, what the fuck, you're still drawing in your art style? Like, yes, they are still drawn the same way they've always drawn, and you're still hating. Which, by the way, maybe a hot take. I know that people don't like him as a person. I don't care. I do not hate that one Marvel slash DC artist that everybody like. They make fun of like how he drew Captain America or something. They say like he's a terrible artist and this and that. It's like I actually don't hate like a lot of his art. I feel like his art's like fine. It's not my favorite or anything, but some people say like this guy has zero talent. There's no talent to be found. Now, I don't know if he's been accused of tracing or doing anything else. Like, I've been lately being recommended a video talking about him. I not interested. But I know that like he has a personality that a lot of people don't like. But my point is that I actually think that he has some talent with him. He just has like issues and flaws. What is his name? Yeah, that's it. Robert Liefeld. I feel Robert Liefeld can draw. I think a lot of his comic work is just done super fast, so there's lots of flubs and fuck ups. Yeah, and I feel like that's totally valid to call it out. I just don't agree when people like go so far to say he is the worst comic book artist of all time. His anatomy is so dog shit. Meanwhile, oh my god, JoJo, oh my god, Araki's style is so perfect and amazing. Granted, obviously, there's like the tongue in cheek. People do acknowledge that the anatomy is rough, but they have a different approach to how they respond to it. Whereas with Robert Liefeld, it feels like people just have this like extreme hatred for his art or like ridicule, which is fine, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it comes from as light of a place as they do for the JoJo art. But again, a lot of people are probably factoring in that they don't like Robert Liefeld as a person, so that can kind of like affect your judgment, or rather it makes you depending on how you feel about a person's personality or who they are as a person will determine how much you do or don't hold your punches, is what I mean to say. And also, I think a lot of people are probably like thinking of the aspect of why the fuck does he get to be so successful? Meanwhile, there's artists that are even better than him that like struggle, and I understand that aspect too. But that's kind of like, is that necessarily fair to do to an artist? Like, what if I'm gonna hate you because other people are better than you and they deserve more than you? It's like, does that make it actually fair? Like, I understand it, but does that make it fair? I don't know. To that guy's credit, he was also holding up part of 90s comics on his back, so he had a massive workload. Right. Okay, so let me go back to the video. We're balancing too many subjects, but I'm ADHD, so I like it.
Want to bring up, and was planning to do so far sooner before I started banging on about man meat, croc, gods, and one other game I'm gonna bring up all provide examples of a really off-base attitude I see in a lot of remasters, remakes, and reboots. The idea that cleaner and smoother visuals
SpongeBob always has an image
they
that
are
suits
not inherently
everything.
better. Like how cleaning a painting too aggressively can smear the picture into oblivion, so too can ironing out a game's perceived visual flaws have a detrimental effect. One thing I wish developers would get into their heads is that pixelation isn't bad, and in the case of some older games, it can be a crucial aesthetic element. This is perhaps most dramatically apparent with the recent Suikoden remasters. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD does an interesting thing with its aesthetic updates. While the characters retain their PSX...
Oh my god! Wait, what's the... I need to see a comparison.
Suikoden remasters. Suikoden 1 and 2 HD does an interesting thing with its aesthetic updates. While the characters retain their PSX era sprightliness, all the backgrounds have been completely re-upholstered, and the result is, well, in the case of some older games, while the characters retain their...
I just need to be able to, like, study this. Wait, where is, because it happens really quickly, so I just want to make sure that I'm taking this in properly. Okay, so this is the new graphics, I guess. So this is also still new? So which is which? What I'm noticing is... Hold on. I guess I'm actually confused. So my first instinct is, wait, is this one of those styles which I see some modern pixels sprite games do? Modern ones, and I don't necessarily like the look, is pixel sprite art, and it plays like an old pixel game, you know, kind of isometric, but then they add lots of post-processing effects, like real reflections and real-time lighting and stuff that doesn't, like, have that cohesion. It's like a weird hybrid to where, oh, what era is this trying to mimic? All of them. So when I saw that, I'm like, wait, is that what this game is doing? But both of them kind of look similar, like the old and the new that they showed side by side. So I don't know if I can properly compare. Like, I need to see a better photo comparison. Also, who upped Pumpkin their synth? My chat is pumpkin it up. I think pixels with post-processing can work, but it's often a clusterfuck. Is there like a specific one that you like? Like one, because like I'm kind of like I'm a little bit fed up with post-processing because of how much we crush on it and do it too much, and I feel like we lose a lot of like styles of game because of it. Like I think Mina's really like sold what is it called, baked in lighten. Like a lot of the games that I grew up had baked in lighten, or like, you know, it was all like hand put there. You know, there's not like some like magical tool that lights everything realistically. They had to paint the shadows in, or they had to paint the highlights in, and it looks nice. Granted, there would be like like in Mario Sunshine, there is like shadows cast from Mario. I don't know how like real time based it is, but it looks nice, you know. Brigador. Oh, the mech game, right? Yeah, that looked awesome. That, like, I think it looks like it reminds me of like NES games or whatever genre or era where very, very hyper detailed pixel art. Like super crisp, super high detail, kind of like Metal Slug 3, which I recently played, and it looks amazing. I'm sure you know about that game. You have to know about that game. I bet everybody does. Gorgeous. But it looks like, from what I remember of Brigador and this screenshot, if they do post-processing effects, it's like a little bit on the subtle side. I think other games that try to combine pixel and post-processing effects go way too far. Like, it's like they're trying to impress you. Like, oh, do you see this pixel? Okay, but we're gonna make you go crazy when you look at it. There's so much shit going on. It's like, it's too much. It becomes like visual clutter. They put a lot of work into that, though. I feel like it's not just like some sort of preset. Yeah, it feels like it's very like handcrafted. I'm sure you saw, did you see, like, I'm pretty sure it was a Brigador dev, since I'm like yammering on. It was a Brigador dev, I believe, that was challenged because, actually, it wasn't like he was personally challenged, but they basically were like, why is Brigador $20? This should be like $15 or like lower. And then the dev popped on and did like a 10-paragraph response detailing how fucking little money indie devs are already making from these games. And it was fire. It was fire. I should like look it up. Actually, maybe I should. I actually want to play Dino Crisis 3. Dino Crisis 3 is certainly not what I wanted for the IP or anything, but I'm interested in revisiting it, because Dino Crisis is already ruined with 2. Okay. Also, before I read this, I think I will let the first video that I started playing finish. I'm sorry. I don't mind jumping around, but it's like,
Look at it.
oh,
It's shit. In it, Suikoden scenery used to have the same pixel-flavored look as its sprites, which has been swapped out in favor.
So, I don't know, I actually haven't explored JRPGs much in general. So when I saw certain effects, I'm like, oh, this must be an updated one. But it's like, oh, is this one of those games where they started blending...
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. They were blending like 3D camera movement and pixel. I think some old games actually did do that.
Pixel-flavored look as its sprite.
Where is that?
Which has been...
So like, these look kind of crisp, but I don't know what the original looks like.
Out in favor of something far cleaner,
Hello, Harmless.
far
Hi.
smoother, and far flatter. The obvious thing to point out is how these art styles simply don't go all that well together, which utterly disrupts a sense of artistic cohesion and further demonstrates my argument that if you only perform a selective embellishment, you'll reap the rewards of a job half done. Not that making Victor and the gang match the backgrounds would necessarily be better, because... ugh. As with gods, I think of a free-to-play browser game when I look at Suikoden HD's backgrounds.
So is that what this remaster did? Is it just adds more post-processing effects? Because I'm unfamiliar with what the original game looks like, I don't know what to focus on exactly to be able to compare. Have you seen those 3D... Oh, thank you for the follow. Have you seen those 3D pixel art remasters with post-processing that Square likes to do? Those look like clusterfucks. I feel like Bloom and pixels do not mesh well. I haven't looked too much into it, but I personally think that Bloom is probably one of my least favorite things, just in general, in anime and in video games. Not a fan of Bloom at all.
Such games are often minimum viable products, and they have incredibly bland, simplistic visuals to match.
Oh, I actually watch Never Knows Best. He's one of my favorite channels. Never Knows Best, he reviews a lot, or he talks about a lot of stuff that's outside of what I play. Like, he did one video... Oh, I remember. The video I found it by was talking about Lovecraft games and discussing how a lot of Lovecraft games kind of get things wrong on a fundamental level of what Lovecraft works typically represent, I guess. I did not know he did a new video, though. I've been kind of like not keeping up with a lot of the content creators that I like. He also did a video, it was like a two-parter, basically talking about the history of MMOs. and discussing why new ones don't really come out. That was pretty interesting. I think he did a video talking about all of Deus Ex, but I haven't watched it because I want to play the first of the new Deus Ex. Because I played the original Deus Ex, but I haven't played the yellow piss filter one fully, just a little bit. I guess I didn't want to spoil myself, so I've kind of put that off. I've been off the internet for almost a month. Any pumpkin related news since then? Yes, so I have my upcoming Sadako synth costume that I'm going to be debuting on the 30th of this month, which is my 3rd year VTuber anniversary. I also have Sailor Synth, who is hopefully going to be debuting about this week. Hopefully, like by Friday or something. I don't know if Friday's a good stream day. I don't typically stream that day, but we'll figure something out. Or worst case scenario, maybe I'll just stream the Monday after next Monday, or whatever. But that's what I got cooking mainly. Also, people forget that pixels like leave a little bit to a lot of room for interpretation, regardless of whether people actually realize it. Once you smooth everything out, it loses that and people notice. Yeah, it's like that's Mina's usually in favor of like Silent Hill 1 being like the best visual because it has that pixel vibe that gives things a sort of abstract feeling. Even though you can clearly visualize and tell what things are, there's something about the pixels that make it like have an abstract quality to it. But let me go back to finish this video by Jim Stephanie Sterling.
But no more and no less. I see the same lifelessness in both Suikoden HD's and Gods' scenery. It's too clean, too smooth. It's like they sanded off the edges so exuberantly they eroded the engraving. And again, it's flat. I'm gonna keep coming back to that lack of depth because it's an inherent part of what design...
It's like what I'm seeing, and I apologize if this is the original game. Oh shit, I forgot to bring it back up. What I'm seeing, and again, I apologize if this is actually a screenshot of the original game, is that it looks like there is a light layer of bloom on the background at all times, making everything look a little bit like blurry and fuzzy and gentle looking, which I don't like. And then there's times to where it's like the bloom was cranked up to 100. So this isn't like the worst like example of it right now, but something does look a little bit blurry maybe, but that might have been the original art style. And maybe I'm talking shit about this like cult classic and I'm gonna get impaled for it.
Designers keep getting wrong. While I've not been making any of this essay about Croc Remastered's graphical quality, I do have to point out it's guilty of over-cleaning. Croc has separate toggles for models and environments, really drawing attention to how it's scrubbed up smooth.
That's sick! Rather than, like, one button that changes the graphics from all old to all new, you can kind of, like, mix match. That's cool. I like that. Although... would you want to play Croc Remaster with the, like, for example, would you want to play with the new graphics and the old model? It would be a little bit odd. That's why pixelated stuff works really well in horror. People go, oh, I'm so tired of the PSX style of horror, without actually realizing that a lot of what they're thinking of is just a lot of old games using the same assets, and the PS1 does not have this. Does not have this unified style. Let me think. Because I'm usually like... Usually what I do is I love PlayStation 1 aesthetics. But, there's other eras that had survival horror games to be inspired by. So I take more interest if something tries to go against the trend, I guess. Granted, if you're an indie dev and you're like 2 dudes or 1 dude, what's easier to make? By yourself. A game that resembles a PlayStation 1 game, or a game that resembles like a PlayStation 2 to a PlayStation 3 game, right? It's obvious which one might be easier to do by yourself. And even then, like a lot of these like PlayStation 1 games, it was an entire team making that game. It was an entire team making that PlayStation 2 game. And now it's one guy or 2 guys or something trying to make games on those levels. It's still challenging. It's not like it's easy to make a game look... It's not easy to make a PlayStation 1 inspired game, but it's probably easier than doing a PlayStation 2. But with that said, as a garbage evil consumer as I am, I I really would like PlayStation 2 inspired games that look like Haunting Ground or something. And we do have that with the Tormented Souls, but I have opinions on Tormented Souls. But for example, another game. I was more interested in like Conscript than another game that looks like it's trying to be Silent Hill or something. You know what I mean? What? Let me play a little bit of. Right. So let's see. Models and textures, enhanced lighting, retro display. I'm assuming retro display is the built-in scan lines or something.
To how it's scrubbed up, smoothed over textures have no actual texture. The jagginess and artifacting of the PSX original create an illusion of depth and detail that a cleaner version can't copy. In both versions, environments are covered by identical squares of wallpaper, but the effect of a repeated pattern is dissipated by the PSX's scruffier, more jagged appearance. The bumpiness, the blurriness, prevents the textures from looking like a pattern on paper unless you really concentrate on it. The remaster may view that scruff as imperfection, but by contrast, its own textures are too perfect, to an uncanny degree. This is why the remasters I'm talking about look so flat. It's not that their textures are any more two-dimensional than the originals, it's that they've given the two-dimensional nature of them nowhere to hide. It's ironic that Suikoden HD's scenery is objectively more detailed than the PSX games, and yet it feels like it isn't because of that overly perfected cleanliness. These worlds aren't meant to be so clean. No, they go further than clean. They're sterile. These castle walls from Croc's PSX version have scattered pixels on them, and I don't think that's an accident. It might be a rudimentary way of falsifying detail.
Yes. That God's the original looks gorgeous. Like it's super aesthetic. Like I love the color palette. I just love how everything moves. It just looks right. The new one looks like a fake game. It looks like the fake phone games is how it looks. It is so like bland color palette, trying to look more gritty and everything, which I guess is fine if you want to do it right, but it's so ugly and bad. Like they shouldn't have even bothered. It's like all that work to do those new models, to do those new textures, definitely hard work put into it. And it's a waste because it's not good. And I mean, that's just a lot of content creation, right? You put a lot of effort making this movie, making this game, but in the end, if it's not good, if people don't like it, what can you do?
But I know it works, because the remastered worlds don't look stony, rough, or anything other than the decals they are. All of the remakes I'm talking about do this kind of thing, making their worlds look less natural by enhancing how uniform they are. They're neat, they're tidy, they utterly fail to capture the illusion generated by jagged roughness. These are stone bricks and rocky caverns, they're meant to be flawed. Rudimentary though it may be, sometimes the difference between looking detailed and looking sterile is the arbitrary.
The run animation's so cute for
dots.
Croc.
Video games are full of illusions, sometimes elaborate, sometimes crude. If nothing else, the scattered pixels.
Gods feels like it's not supposed to be gritty. It's supposed to look like a heavy metal magazine cover, right? It's like, I get why they went in the direction they went. Like, well, think of what it is. It's a knight axe guy. He's in a gothic-y castle. Well, the only way you can do those things is they have to be gritty, like Dark Souls or something. So they correct it now that we have hindsight and new knowledge. And it's like, well, maybe that wasn't the intent, like you said. Makes me think of there's another one that I think of. Oh, like, how do I say this? I'll come up with I'll say an example of a bad translation, right? So the Castlevania Netflix show, like, you guys know what like other older Castlevanias like, right? And you guys are probably more knowledgeable because I'm only familiar with Symphony of the Night, but did the Netflix Castlevania seem like it really captured the tone of old Castlevania? I'm going to assume not, right? But I guess it's like, well, it's vampires and horror and people dying, so it's like, maybe you should translate it more literally sometimes. I guess it just depends. But, personally, if I wanted a Castlevania show, I wouldn't want it to be anything like the Netflix one was.
dissipate the pattern by giving your eyes more to focus on. But with these remastered textures, there's nothing to see but the repetition. Blocky PSX visuals not only create artificial detail, they can obscure details that a player shouldn't perceive.
Okay.
Here's some oil.
So then part of it's due to my ignorance on like how the overall like IP is, right? Because like I said, only Symphony of Night knowledgeable. I've seen like bits of the other ones, but and maybe I'm just thinking of the character designs or the art direction. It just doesn't seem very Japanesey Castlevania to me from what I've seen, but I maybe should stay in my lane on that one.
Mud or swamp water or whatever the hell it is, in all its crocky PSX glory. Like with many games of the time, this liquid is just another flat texture, an arrangement of tiles with an animated pattern simulating a watery surface. The circular ripples cut off at the edges of these tiles, which have not been aligned symmetrically, so the swamp's covered in these semicircles with perfectly straight lines, not very watery. You have to really be looking for it to notice it though, since it's easy to lose among all the jagginess. It looks sort of all blurred and melded together, but if you squint, you can see it. Oh, actually, I know how to make it really easy to see. There we go. The remaster removes the alleged mess, but adds nothing to obscure what the mess obscured. This may be the perfect example of my problem with the attitude that clean and smooth is inherently better than jaggy and blocky. It encapsulates that disregard for context I was talking about. This cleanup job honestly doesn't understand why certain things look the way they look. I tell ya, developers in the PSX and N64 days were some impressive fuckers, doing what they could to make blocky polygons communicate complex visuals, covering the many deficiencies of early 3D with smoke and mirrors in ways that truly inspire and deserve not to be wallpapered
Limitations
over in
breed
such a vulgar
creativity.
fashion. I don't want to go on a lecture about the youth of today like some batty old crone, but I can't help thinking that the sterilizing of retro graphics comes from an attitude that's been spoiled by the advancements those old graphics paved the way for, and as such cannot see or appreciate what they're doing, because they're not clean. Not smooth, not flat and lifeless. That's not how they should look. If nothing else is taken away from today's ramblings, let this be the one thing. Sometimes
How
a
do
game
they
looks
save that
better
chunk?
when it looks worse. So don't start cleaning before you understand the mess.
Finally, we finished one video. Oh my goodness. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't mind vibing to that, but it's talkie time. Let's get rid of that now. So now we can just chat a little bit before I read out the Brigador thing that I talked about earlier. A lot of people dislike the show for a lot of different reasons anyway. I enjoyed it when it was airing, but I don't know if it would hold up to me. I think it's just, it wasn't that long ago that I played Symphony of the Night, and I've seen Vampire Hunter D, Bloodlust, the one that Madhouse did in the 2000s. You see that, and then you see, okay, what does Netflix have to offer? And it's like, it feels like it's inspired by some, like, feels like it's inspired by the, Berserk or something. Which, I mean, you'd think that would be fine, right? But I don't necessarily want Castlevania to feel like Berserk. That's just the impression that I got. But for what it was, I did enjoy the first season. I'm extra bitter, though, because I kept watching. So, watch season 2, and I'm like, alright, I'm done. This actually sucks really bad. But, for what it is, it's like, fine. But, hopefully that video was, like, illuminating. I hope that people found some use out of it, because I feel like, nitpicking is useful, right? I've been seeing a lot more, because he's gotten so notorious now. Even game devs are talking about him, but Crobecat is polarizing now. A lot of people have the sentiment that Crobecat has done a lot of harm, and I get where they're coming from, but I also find Crobecat more useful than harmful. It's just a matter of maybe his fans take the wrong message, and they don't factor in context. A lot of Crobecat's videos are comparisons of, not all, but for the most part, it tends to be, this is what this game in the IP used to do, and this is how it is now. Like, there's usually some, like, decent justification for why he's comparing two games to each other. Like, it feels warranted. you know, Left 4 Dead versus Back 4 Blood, etc., etc. And, you know, a lot of people think that it's just nitpicking, that this doesn't help. Does it matter if you can go into the water? And it's like, well, yes and no. I think that not all nitpicks should just be brushed off as nitpicks, because in that case, we're just going to keep getting more remasters that look like Croc. Yeah, but the Croc remaster looks fine. And it's like, yeah, but what if it could be better? What if we can go from fine to great? What if we could get, like, more things that, like, address, like, things that are actually subtle issues, you know? Like, I don't know, I feel like it's useful to get into that kind of thing. And the more we talk about it, the more the right people see it, and maybe they won't make those kind of mistakes. I don't know. But, anyway, I think I am getting a little bit fatigued, so I think I might wrap up. I do not know how long we've been streaming, but I would say it's been a decent amount of time. Now, hopefully I can muster up the energy to whip up a thumbnail. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna break out a sweat. But I kind of want to start playing Ape Escape 2, because we've been doing a lot of Mercenaries and a lot of Resident Evil 4 in general, and it might be fatiguing people a little bit, which I totally get it, but I want to play a new game, and not Resident Evil 4 for the 500th time. That's a lie. I do want to play Resident Evil 4 for the 500th time, but not everybody wants that for me. So, I'm gonna do Ape Escape 2, which I'm really excited about because I like the first one. I'm curious how the second one's gonna hold up. I don't know if what Crowcat is doing is inherently harmful, but a lot of people who watch are too stupid to think about the nuance, and I think his Back 4 Blood video is one of his most interesting ones. Yeah, absolutely. I think the problem is, like, people will compare, like, they'll take the Crowcat philosophy, but they'll compare two games that have no reason to really be compared to, and fault one dev for not doing what the other dev did. And it's like, but this is apples and oranges. Why are you getting mad because we don't want to do the thing you want us to do? We don't want to do that thing, and we have no reason to do that thing because this is our IP that we invented, or like this is a brand new thing, and you're mad that we're not doing what this random ass IP did, you know? Because the Back 4 Blood video actually makes an extremely good point that a couple of people who worked on the last game doesn't make the whole game. Exactly, that was the selling point, and I understand it's good for marketing. You're a marketer. Your goal is to sell the product. So you say, hey, guys, remember Left 4 Dead? Well, guess what? They're making a new game. So that is the seal of quality. You already know Back 4 Blood's going to be good. But the problem is that you're dumbing down game devin. Like, actually, maybe the reason why Left 4 Dead was so good is because of a lot of other people that were involved too. And it all came together, maybe even in a lightning in a bottle type situation. It's not so easily to replicate success, even if you have a lot of key components involved. Even if you have all the right people, you know, maybe sometimes, like I said, lightning in a bottle, you can't just guarantee success with every single release. And for anybody who isn't familiar, Crowcat basically said that actually a lot of people involved in Left 4 Dead was actually Valve employees. It wasn't just the mastery of like 2 guys or whatever. It was actually like a lot of Valve people. And guess what? Back 4 Blood didn't have Valve people. But again, even if they did have those Valve people, who knows how the game would have turned out. If you want more Resident Evil 4, technically Dead Space, because they are technically inspired by Resident Evil 4 gameplay. But we've already streamed Dead Space. However, that was the remake. I haven't played the original Dead Space, and I would like to maybe dissect it, because I don't really like the original Dead Space. I feel that it's a little on the bland end, but I can't exactly say what's so bad about it, because it's not bad, is the thing. It just doesn't spark with me. From the company that brought you Left 4 Dead with an entirely new set of employees, except for like 5 or 6 people, right? I've been seeing people where people do Crowcat style nitpicking, but for completely unrelated games. Right, like I was saying, to where there is a logic in what Crowcat typically compares, right? So Crowcat will be like, here's how the guns in Team Fortress 2 used to be. This is them after some update. Or this is what this is the amount of detail that Dead Rising used to have. This is the amount of detailing that the new Dead Rising has. That kind of thing. Like, I feel like that's fine to compare. To just show, hey, look at the amount of effort they used to put in. And I guess a rebuttal that you can use is, yeah, but is that stuff really important? Like, is that really where budget should be allocated to? Like, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, I guess not. Sure, whatever. But still something to talk about. Dead Space 1 is good, but I would say Dead Space 2 is where it peaks on gameplay. That's kind of what I've heard. I would like to play Dead Space 2. I've avoided spoilers about it. I've just seen a little bit of some of the locations in it, just a little bit, and they look pretty cool. So I do look forward to playing that. Although I am aware of how the opening plays out. It's very scripted set piecey, which I'm not a fan of. I kind of hate those. But that won't be the whole game. Bland Dead Space is Callisto Protocol. Nah, I think original Dead Space is a little bit... Note, a little bit on the bland end. Callisto Protocol, though, is an absolute dud. There is no soul in that game. It is so silly. But, let me go ahead and start doing my runaway. So, here is my Discord. If you feel like joining my Discord community, we watch movies, we play games. We are aiming to try to set something up for Killing Floor 1, or whichever one they want to play, next weekend. So I'll keep you guys updated on that. And then we're going to, also on the weekend, watch 2 movies. Let me see. I forgot. It's like The Sword and the Sorcery or something. Let me see. I just haven't announced the actual day yet for it, but, The Sword and the Sorcerer and Dragon Slayer. That is our next, to do, our next official scheduled thing anyway, to do, next weekend. Here's my Twitter also, where I post all my schedule stuff. Here is my website that has all of my external links, like my card, or no, it is my card. My Ko-Fi, if you want to support the channel. You can commission me, or you could just look at my art if you want. Has reference sheets, whatever interests you about VTubers, I guess. Lore. And then that is my upcoming Moe model. The Piku page, which shows Sailor Synth and Captain Inessa. They have their own individual Twitter if you want to follow that and support it. We actually hit 400 followers on it, so I'm very grateful. And then don't forget, August 30th is my 3rd year anniversary as a streamer. I might be sentimental and sappy that day. You don't get any of it today. I almost let it slip, but I will not. I'll be debuting my new Sadako Synth costume. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. So, anything else that I'm supposed to plug? I feel like I'm forgetting something. 4 links. That sounds about right. Oh, right. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. 6 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm going to be playing Ape Escape 2. Now, I don't know for sure if I'm going to be gone for the night. I might pop in the Discord and just kind of like idle and just let people talk. Sometimes I can be kind of talkative and extrovert, but other times I just kind of take a backseat and I like listen to everybody talk about what they want to talk about. And it could be really fun. So yeah, let's go ahead and see who is around that we can raid. Oh, let me also get rid of this because we're not going to be using that anymore. Oh shit! I didn't read the Brigador thing. Well, I forgot, so I'll have to worry about it later. I'll add this to my bookmarks and maybe one day I'll remember it. So let's go ahead and refresh. We have a lot of good people on, but there's literally good people on every single day, so... Oh, I don't know who I want to raid. Oh my god, Merlin is back. This will be my first time being able to raid Merlin in a long time. I wanted to raid Misha, because I wanted to raid her recently, but I wasn't able to. I had to pick somebody else. Next time for sure, Misha. But for now, we are going to raid Merlin Bishop, who had their return to Twitch yesterday, actually. So let's go ahead and raid Merlin. Please be nice and say hi to Merlin and support him and love him. Goodbye, goodbye. And again, thank you guys so much for making my Sunday super fun. And my Saturday. And my everyday.